Okay, welcome everybody. I know the way it works. Nobody's connected yet to hear me welcome you, but welcome everybody to round 13 of the 2024 FIDE Candidates tournament, which will pick a challenger for Dingley Ren. For anyone who didn't catch the first 12 rounds, there are 2 rounds to go. It's a 14-round tournament. The drama has been high. We've got 3 players tied for first. The prize in this tournament is the match with Ding for the World Championship. So really, we've got 3 people tied for an indivisible prize. There's no sharing it. I think there's a good chance of a tie. In case of a tie, there will be a tie break on Monday. And we've been having a blast here. So we've got today and then another round tomorrow. And yeah, take it away, Kostya.
Hello. Yeah, let's go. We already got folks in the chat. Hello. This is yeah, so exciting. This, as I said on Twitter, this is our Super Bowl. It's just been like the best tournament. And it's here. Final 2 rounds. Holy smokes. I mean, also we have like the best pairings possible for these next 2 rounds. Like all the leaders are playing each other. And there's so many scenarios. Only one person can win, which is going to be unfortunate. So like multiple players are going to get their hearts broken, over the next couple of days. Multiple,
Fair.
by definition.
Yeah.
Because okay, 4 players have a chance, right?
Yeah.
Naka, Nepo, Gukesh, and Fabi.
Yeah. Vidit and Prague
So,
had their hearts broken 2 days ago.
earlier. Yeah.
Right? When Vidit lost that winning game against Nepo, we got to see the moment where his heart broke. Brutal as it was, since we like him, but that's part of what leads to the heightened drama of this kind of a tournament, right? That like there is so much at stake and the players put everything they have into it, and it's painful, but it adds something.
Absolutely. That's what made the tournament so interesting, is that it's like there's so much on the line. And yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah. All right. So, and before we get into like our main focus, I just happen to have up here by chance, Kostya, the Tan Zhongyi versus Alexandra Goryachkina match.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, Goryachkina was tied for first in the women's candidates, and then she was, second or third behind Tan and her countrywoman, Lei. But she's dropped back a little bit, and she can no longer win the tournament. However, Tan Zhongyi is half a point ahead of Lei Tingjie, and I think this is her toughest remaining hurdle. They've already played each other, so if she can beat Goryachkina today, then she'll definitely be the favorite to she'll be the favorite to challenge for the women's championships. And,
Yeah,
and if
women's
Goryachkina
candidates.
can slow her down, then the 14th round will be very interesting for her and Lei.
Yeah. No, it's been also very dramatic tournament. I mean, I've been following the games less in this one, but the standings just as much. And I mean, yeah, it's like actually been very impressive how Tan Zhongyi has outplayed everyone. I think Lei also started playing like some fantastic chess.
Yeah,
And but to me, like the first half of the tournament, at least, Tan Zhongyi just seemed just like a half step above everyone.
yeah. I mean, at some point she was
Very impressive.
maybe a point and a half ahead of the field or something crazy like that, and then Lei won 4 or 5 games in a row. I want to say that in the open candidates, or just the candidates period, the FIDE candidates, the quality of play, in my opinion, has been ultra high. Therefore, there's been a huge amount of chess content to digest. Like, even after we spend 5 hours watching the games live, I still have questions and things to go look about and think about in the games that we've seen on stream. And sometimes we can only focus on 1 or 2 or 3 out of 4 games on stream because there's so much going on. So there's a game or two that I haven't seen yet, and I have to go back and study those. So I also haven't had the time to study all the games from the women's candidates, right? Because there's just been so much total high-quality chess content to go over for me, based on my pace of, digesting.
Yeah. No, there have been lots of interesting games. Very few just like non-games where everything gets traded out of the opening. Um, and yeah, today just looking at the openings, we've got okay, Weird Rui from Naka.
Mm-hmm.
Which okay, that's already fascinating because
Yeah.
a big question for me was going to be like Nepo's approach to this game. Because let's say the obvious, David, for the first time in the stream, there are three leaders,
Tell me.
and uh, Nepo's no longer king of the castle. There's three leaders now.
Mm-hmm.
Gukesh gets to play Firouzja with white. Okay, gets to. All right,
Yeah.
so I was watching Anish Giri's rest day show yesterday, and he actually picked Gukesh as the favorite based on the pairings because Gukesh has white against Ali Reza.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very, let's say, winnable game compared to white against Naka or black against Prague. Um, and if he wins this one, then in the final round he has black against Naka. Like he's at least like guaranteed a playoff, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Um, However, Gary also made an interesting point. If, let's say, all the key games are drawn today,
Yeah.
then I think he picked Naka as the favorite.
And Naka becomes the favorite.
Because his reasoning is like, yeah, if Naka gets to the playoff, then Naka's the favorite in any kind of rapid playoff.
I think that too. Yeah.
Which I think is, I mean, I wouldn't say he's like a huge favorite, especially if it like, let's say four-way playoff. Four-way playoff, very possible. Then okay, I mean, like Fabi's good at rap, but Nepo's good at rap, but maybe Gukesh is the only one I would single out is gonna be having a tough time. But anyways,
Yeah.
uh, another interesting point Gary mentioned is that like the people that have been catching up, like Naka and Fabi, they're like dreaming of a tiebreak. They're salivating over it.
Uh-huh.
Whereas if you've been in Nepo's shoes, like leading the whole way, you kind of don't want a tiebreak. You feel like you deserve to win the tournament outright.
Mm-hmm.
So very psychological.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. It's just like when a game, even within a game, right? When a game turns and now it's equal, it can be harder for the person who had the advantage to play than the person who was behind, right?
Exactly.
Like the Vidit collapse versus Nepo. I mean, Nepo had that dark square bishop trapped in that horrible pawn structure, and White's king in the light squares ruling in the middle of the board. And then suddenly you give him a chance to move some pieces, and he's pumped.
Yeah. And same thing with the Firouzja Gukesh game, where Gukesh was dominating that game. Then it turns technically equal, but it
Yeah,
was Firouzja's train all the way.
yeah, but Firouzja
And
just
I love that we
went crazy
get
on
the
him.
rematch today of that game. Oh man.
It better not double
What a
heartbreak me.
treat. What a treat.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Firouzja, who overall is having a tough tournament, he's not going to be feeling like an underdog or too depressed in a match against Gukesh here, right? Gukesh being
Yeah.
one of two players that he's beaten in this tournament. So, you've got this element in the second half of the tournament of like it's the second half of a mini match. And sometimes you can step away from the 14-round tournament and just, zero in on that opponent. And from that perspective, Firouzja can be feeling fine today.
Yeah, yeah. So let's talk about this Naka game because Nepo, okay, I believe he made the critical move here, C2, C3. So yeah, Naka's 97, definitely a weird choice.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, okay, I've played the Archangel a couple times. I've yeah, never seen this idea myself.
Mm-hmm.
Um and yeah, 100% he's going to be in book after C3. He already goes knight to G6. Um so he is I guess he's just continuing his strategy. Like this whole tournament he's been trying to surprise people with black, get them out of book early.
Yeah.
Worked well against Prague. He drew Fabi. Now he's trying this against Nepo.
Yeah.
But it's risky. I mean, whenever you play, there's usually a reason these systems are considered offbeat because they're not as reliable. They might be harder to play, and yeah, Nepo could get some chances himself.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of the most interesting questions with Naka's choice here is, does it mean he's trying to play for a win by making it weirder, right? Like, is he trying to, just blow the thing apart with black this round? Or is he trying to escape prep to get a draw? Or is it just, he thinks his best chances are here, draw or win, and it's just more generally just like an approach, Um,
Yeah, I think he wants to like surprise Nepo and intimidate Nepo into shutting it down. Like I think Naka's very satisfied with a draw in this game.
mhm. Okay.
IMO.
Yeah, reasonable. Um, and you mentioned like Geary's thoughts about who has the best chances. Do you have any feeling about you personally who's favored to come out of this at the end of the tie breaks or not tie
Oh
breaks?
yeah. Me personally, I'm rooting for Team USA. I got my US Chess Team USCF jacket on. So I'm rooting for the boys. Fabi, Naka, if one of them win, I'd be very happy to see that.
But but I'm just asking who you think will win. If you think there's a favorite.
Hmm, my uh gut says Nepo.
Your gut says Nepo. Okay,
But
very
it's more of
interesting.
like a sinking feeling, you know, it's
Yeah,
not
sure.
what I would like to happen. I would rather focus on what I would like to happen.
Okay, fine. I won't ask you about your predictions then if you don't like your own predictions. My
I'm
sense
just worried. Yeah, worried.
my
Mhm.
sense is that the odds are actually fairly close to 25, 25, 25, 25 for the four players in contention.
Mhm.
Um, which some could say is a cop out, but it's very different than what what chess numbers calculations are or what a lot of other people say.
Yeah.
Fabi obviously is a half point back, but he has white against Nepo, and his game yesterday looked really good. And that whole like upward trajectory that you mentioned, right? When you've got confidence and you're the one playing for the thing versus somebody who's trying to hold on to what they have and like, oh shoot, there's a couple rounds left. I wish the tournament ended 2 rounds ago,
Mhm.
um, kind of thing. So I think maybe he loses 5% for being half a point behind them, but not much more because he can, to some extent control his destiny. He doesn't, he plays Prague today, I think, and then Nepo tomorrow. So he doesn't get another shot at Nakamura or Gukesh. But Nakamura and Gukesh have to play each other, and so there's, and they have to play Naka against Nepo today. So I feel like, if Caruana scores 2 points, that's going to be enough to catch up.
Yeah,
And
in
even
most cases.
1.5 could be. So I personally, I still think he's got like a 20% chance, even though I saw him at maybe 7 um, in chess numbers model. But then I do think of the four of them, I have to give a noticeable edge to Naka because I think a tiebreak is so likely, and I think that Naka has a clear advantage if it comes down to the tiebreak. Um,
Yeah, and the tiebreak, it feels like Naka is very good. Like he's
yeah,
not infallible,
right.
but he is good. Oh, David, can we go to the Fabi game?
Sure, of course. Happy to have any game on in the background while we're sort of still getting into the stakes and situation, etc.
So let's take it to move 5.
Okay.
So I have a story about this line. I think it's a pretty good story.
Go for
Okay, so this was like Rossalimo, and then Prague went for this fifth move D3.
it.
And usually black plays like G6 in this line pretty quickly.
Yeah, the main
And
move.
Bishop G7. Especially like against castles, that would be like the main approach. You can maybe even play like Knight D7. But Fabi goes Queen C7, which I myself played as black in a
Mm-hmm.
Title Tuesday game against none other than Fabiano Caruana.
Ooh,
So he had this position as white against me.
he picked this
And
up
I
from
play
you.
Queen C7 because I think Queen C7 is actually a good move here. I mean, okay, engine shows it obviously, but the point is that the bishop doesn't necessarily want to go to G7. And a lot of times, if you play E5, the bishop can stay like on E7. Actually, it's a very dynamic position because black often castles queenside, starts playing like H6, G5. Definitely very, very fun line to play for black.
Okay, so since you've got your theoretical knowledge, I'm going to ask you a question. Did
Mhm.
Fabi not play Bishop G4 in this exact same position in this exact same tournament, or did I get the position wrong?
I don't remember the move order, but he might have gone D3, Bishop G4 against Vidit. I think that's what it was.
He might have done what against Vidit?
I think he might have gone Bishop G4
Bishop
and
G4.
after the D3 position.
Yeah.
Artur's Nixons, thank you for the raid. Hello,
It
hello,
was that
everyone.
epic game. He played c4. He took on d3. Jesse got excited for Fabi's position. Then he played like a5, and it didn't quite pan out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was that game. So he switched up his choices right here. Whoa,
Oh, another
whoa.
raid. Hello,
We have
hello.
to send
Thank you,
out the shout
Dina.
outs really rapid fire. Folks,
Hello, everyone.
the link is switching quickly, but we recommend highly that you follow Renga87,
Oh boy, we
Artur's
got a lot of raids.
Naxons, GM Naxons, and Dina Belenkaya. These are all friends of ours, great people. We're hoping and expecting that at some point this weekend, Artur's is actually going to come on as a guest uh,
Yes,
to
he
chat with
might
us
join
about some
us.
of these games. Um, so, uh, so to our followers and viewers, we recommend these channels. And to the viewers joining us now via rating, greetings. Stick around. If you just think like, oh, whatever, a raid, I was only here for, you know, Dina, I don't know who these two schmoes are or why there's a picture of a baby on the screen. That's not a baby, it's a boss. And you should stick around because this is going to be amazing. We are going to be watching the games from the FIDE Candidates tournament. There's no better games than that. There's no better show on right now. And arguably, we are not the worst commentators that you could choose for your afternoon, evening, whatever time of day it is for all of you. Kosti and I are going to do our best to answer thousands of questions from chat and to guide you through these exciting games.
Yeah. We have been, according to Boss Baby, we're not allowed to use engines on the stream. So we've been actually having an amazing time just following the games ourselves. And it's like for me as a commentator, I've been way more engaging. Like I'm analyzing the position. Are we still on the Fabi game?
Yeah, where you predicted. I mean, if you want to talk about how good you are, or if that makes you uncomfortable, I can do it for you. But Kosi was just telling us that there's this approach where you play Queen C7, and maybe you don't even need to put the bishop on G7. It could be super dynamic, and he taught this to Fabi, guys. Kostya taught Fabi to play this line.
Yeah, let me just share this story. Yeah, for everyone in chat. So I had this in a Title Tuesday game as black against Fabi. And that game, okay, he crushed me that game, but I believe he took notice because we later discussed the game and he mentioned like, oh yeah, it's a pretty interesting like move order to go with Queen C7. So he is very aware that Queen C7 is a pretty frisky move. And I really hope he wins today's games. That
Because
would be
if
a
he
good
doesn't,
end to this.
he's going to be complaining to you.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, we got Eugene joining.
Right on.
And Archer's, yeah, I realized I didn't I forgot to copy the link, but I just sent it again in the email. So folks, we're gonna have some special guests joining us. A couple of grandmasters. Eugene Perlstein, I think Nixons is coming on. So we're about to really kick off this watch party for real.
All right. First, we're going to bring in Eugene. Nope.
All right, David's fixing the cameras here real quick.
Or not
But so
super
far I'd
quick,
say
but maybe.
Prague has played this pretty normally. And we'll see. Based on how Prague's played it, I think Fabi's going to castle king side because that seems more logical. Um, but we'll see. Prague has started spending a bit of time. Yeah, thank you, folks. We've also so on Twitch, I think we try to do like the minimum number of ads, and on YouTube, all of our streams have been demonetized. So hopefully you notice, but yeah, there should have been no ads while you've been watching on YouTube. Probably some ads on Twitch. Um, but yeah, you're welcome.
What can we say?
But the Twitch ads, those are basically out of our control. I think Twitch is um, in charge of those.
How am I doing, Kostya? I get everything in just in time for it to all get messed up. When the next...
Yeah, doing great. Eugene, how are you? Oh, Eugene, you're muted.
Oh yeah, we don't hear him.
Don't worry, folks. We'll get him in.
Okay, I should be back now.
Yeah.
Yes. Hello, hello.
Yeah,
How's
I'm
it
excited
going?
to watch the games. I think I only have about an hour or so, but this is exciting to watch the openings at least.
Perfect.
So, what do you guys think about the Nakamura game?
Let's jump there.
Okay.
So
Ooh, bunch of moves started coming.
yeah, Naka once again, very good prep in this like offbeat line. And I guess Gukesh played something like similar against Nepo. He went with like an early knight g7, and in that game, Nepo he kind of shut it down pretty quickly. So I feel like Naka is hoping for a similar result here.
Yeah. Folks, I'm just showing the moves to catch up from where we had been last time we saw this position. Getting a bunch of trades on d4. And you can see from Naka's clock, an hour and 56, in a game with no increment, that he is blitzing through this pretty much at this point.
Yeah, it looks like Nepo forgot his prep because he's really taking a lot of time on pretty theoretical position, and surprisingly, he is out of book this early because this is one of the main lines of Prague for... I've seen Prague play this a couple of times.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? With bishop c5 and knight e7?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
He's played this... I prepared this line for white for one of my students. Very sneaky line. Black wants to play d5 or f5 at some point.
Yeah.
I think if pawn takes d4, then d5. And after e takes d, I can even play knight e7 and take on d5 with the knight. Black is totally fine there.
Interesting. Oh, let me find the cameras and I'll share with everyone in the chats. That's definitely been one of the best things about this tournament. I gotta give, unfortunately, gotta give some props to FIDE for this one because
Yeah.
they got like a quality camera set up on all the boards, with the live position. So like when the DGT boards go down, it's been very useful to have the player cams, but also just to follow them. So I'll put the link in chat. You guys can see a bunch of different videos there. And oh yeah, Nepo's like sunk back in his chair right now, for example. Maybe Eugene, we can get your reading on this.
Oh yeah. He feels like he already messed up.
Dang.
This king h8 was some kind of an engine move. I remember the idea is to keep the pawn back so you can play d5 in one go. I think bishop takes d4 has to be played.
Mm-hmm.
But then after bishop takes c takes d, there's really not a whole lot of pieces left. Maybe black can play d6 or d5 there.
So
Maybe
either way, yeah,
choice.
if white goes like immediate CD, like D5 would be the response.
Oh yeah. And then if ed, then knight e7 and knight takes d5 and black's fine.
Gotcha.
So it looks like Naka definitely caught Nepo by surprise. That I'm surprised Nepo did not remember his prep. This is one of the most freshest line in the last maybe 2-3 years.
It would have caught me by surprise too.
Yeah, same. I mean, I'm not like really Rui player, but yeah, I haven't seen this.
Oh yeah, there has been engine matches with this. I think Leela beat Stock, like earlier version of Stockfish with this, or somebody like that. It's covered in one of the books by what's the guy who wrote the Alpha Zero book?
Oh, Matthew Sadler?
Matthew Sadler, yeah. Game
Oh, I
Changer.
love his stuff.
I think it's he covered in one of his books.
Nice.
Man, I really need to
Yeah,
catch
this is
up
like the
on,
new engine stuff. I think Leela came up with these ideas.
need to catch up on the engine openings and the engine stuff.
So yeah, Hikaru clearly did his homework, or rather his team of seconds. And Nepo is clearly not happy.
Yeah. Well, hey, maybe we should update the current evals.
Hello?
Yeah, but first let's welcome Artours into the
Oh,
show.
hello.
Hello.
Hello,
Eugene,
Artur.
Kostya, and hello.
Great to see
How are you
you.
doing?
Doing great.
Yeah. I
Davis
just did
was
the
in,
commentary for Dina's channel, so sorry that I'm hopping in unannounced.
No, not at all. You were commenting on Dina's game, right? In Charlotte?
Yeah, she was playing in Alto Open in Charlotte, so
Awesome. All right, Dave is just fitting everyone in here. But yeah, we'd love to get your thoughts, Artur. I mean, this is the first time for you during the candidates on this stream, but you've been on our channel many times before. So welcome back.
feels good. Thank you for inviting me in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. What have been your thoughts on the tournament overall?
I'm quite surprised about Hikaru, because at the very beginning I didn't really believe that he's going to be among the big favorites. Somehow, I don't know. I know that everybody said that, including Magnus, that Hikaru is going to be among the heavy favorites. Somehow I felt that it's going to be Fabi, maybe Nepo, and one of the Indian guys, possibly Prague. And then especially after the very beginning, when Hikaru had half a point out of 2, I thought, okay, there's no way he's going to recover. And he proved me wrong. And I'm glad I was wrong. So he proves that he's a great fighter. And at the moment, I think that if somebody has the best chances to win the Candidates tournament, it's definitely Hikaru.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's done amazing, especially in the second half. Like, just totally turned it on.
No draws at all. Terminator.
Yeah, draws are not good for content. And it sounds like he's doing well today. I don't know if you got a chance to see the live games yet.
No, I haven't yet. So I took a pause as soon as I finished the break. As soon as I finished the commentary for Dina's, I just had some snacks, so I didn't really follow what's happening. So I don't know. I'm totally in the dark. So the first game I opened is Nepo's game against Hikaru. I don't know what you discussed before. What are your thoughts about it? What's happening there? I haven't yet followed.
So Eugene was just saying that Nepo is likely caught out of prep because this is like well-known line last couple of years. And based on the time usage, it definitely feels like Nepo's not really happy with the situation.
Was Steven this opening? Some Red Lopez with 9G7. Okay, I see.
Yeah. Were you aware of this one?
First time I'm seeing.
That's 3 out of 4 commentators.
But Eugene, you're saying this is very common?
Yeah, this is all well-known stuff. And the funny part is Prague plays this all the time, or used to play this all the time. And I'm surprised Nepo is not aware of the nuances here.
Yeah, I mean, Prague definitely has surprised all of us in the tournament. I mean, his game against Vidit, F5. Was it F5, not F5? It's unbelievable. F5. You can play like that at the candidates. It was amazing.
Somebody's asking me, tell me what should White play in this line?
Yeah, several people have been asking.
I would have to open up my files, guys, and look at carefully. But this is such a nuanced line that I honestly can't tell you by memory. All I know is that whoever is a better prepared player is going to be comfortable here. Looks like Naka is.
So what do we assume that is Nepo going to take on d4 with the bishop or the pawn? Because if he takes with a pawn, I assume there's d5 push.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. And he just took with the bishop, but yeah, that's what we were thinking, that Black will now trade bishops and then go d5.
Yeah. Also, what I would have expected from Nepo, just because when he's unfamiliar, he's going to default towards safer moves, which is going to be trading one more bishop, right? Rather than potentially having his d-pawn under fire from the bishop on a7. It's a bit simplistic, but, if it's really close, I think that is where he where he's tending to go is play safer when his opponent's prepped more than
You know,
him.
I wasn't really following what you discussed in the previous rounds. I mean, I did jump in a couple of moments, but what were your thoughts about Nepo's approach against Prague? Because I was really surprised how he didn't even get a fight with the white color, this French defense exchange variation on d5, which apparently is something that these guys have a same mentality, that e takes on d5 gives white some chances. While Hikaru did get something against, against Firouzja, right? Then Nepo looked very bleak against Prague. Was he trying to play too safe?
I think he was trying to play safe that game yesterday. That was my feeling. And it was Prague who seemed to be trying to push for something. And Nepo might have had sort of a psychological idea that if he plays really safely, Prague will play more and more crazily, and then he can turn it against him. If you look at how Nepo scores points, you know, it wouldn't be the first time that he scored a point by sort of goading an opponent into pushing too hard. But I mean, Prague pushed in a very controlled way, right? He was just like slightly better positionally and never did anything crazy.
Right. By the way, speak of the devil, c6 on d4, d5 is on the board. Probably some IQP position, unless Nepo is going to push e5. I mean, being against a seriously prepared opponent, do you play e5 here? I don't know. Doesn't feel
Very
like...
dangerous. e5, I can take in queen g5 and some attack.
Yeah, I also feel like it.
The e5 pawn, it looks very hard for white to play f4 in this position. And whenever you see that pawn, you wonder, is it strong or weak, right?
That's right.
Yeah. So guys, we're doing human eval bar on this show. And we basically just kind of try to take the average of the commentators. But I put Nepo Naka as equal. And Prague Fabi, I also put that as equal.
I would be in agreement with you on those two, but the stronger commentators should chime in if they think we're wrong.
I haven't even seen the games yet, so
I'm looking at the other games. I would agree with the Nepo as roughly equal. Fabi against Prague. I don't know. I mean, it's a classic structure that you get from many openings, especially from the D3 Berlin. It feels like black has the good version of that with knight d7 next.
Yeah, you can go knight d7 and f6.
Probably objectively it's about equal, but there's a big fight. I mean, this is very complicated middle game. It's hard to say how the events will unfold. Maybe he'll even try to castle queenside at some point.
You mean Fabi with black, yeah?
Yeah, like if white ever plays h3, knight d7, g5, reminds me of some Aronian Kramnik, yeah.
Yeah, that innocent little h3 move can have big effects.
I don't know. I'm putting my money on Fabi.
Yeah.
It's difficult to tell. I agree. I mean, this is a classical position, indeed. I'm not sure I like Prague's position here, to be honest, because I see the bar gives some advantage to white, but very often it all comes down to the pawn play, the way I see it. And for black, I think if he gets the knight on d4, he has very good chance to take over the game. Typically, the knight goes to e6.
Yeah, the knight's very far from d4 right now, but yeah.
I'm sorry, you said you're not using the bar. Yeah, I just have this bird's eye view, and the bar is there.
I understand it's hard to avoid it.
You gotta you gotta turn it off in your settings, Arturs. Either you can minimize the games on the right side. Those are super annoying. Jesse complains about those daily because those always show up.
Just a second, let me switch it
up. Yeah, our chat will mutiny if we.
This is the only stream without the bar, right? This is the only stream.
I'm the newcomer. You can blame me.
No, all good.
Yeah. So I mean, I think most experienced players would know that for black, bringing this knight to d4 would be an amazing plan. In this particular position, it looks pretty far away to do that, right? Since he's positioned the bishop on e6, and since he's got c5 and c6 already played, he can't go through the c6 square either.
But the funny part, Fabi already played the same exact line in round, what, 2 against Firouzja? Like in the first half, and Pragg is completely unprepared. Shocking.
I think he didn't play this move order yet in this tournament. I think he went like bishop g4 against Vidit, we were thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, against Firouzja, that opening was a little bit different, if I remember.
Let me see if I can...
But what is it with this Rossalimo on knight f6? I thought you're not supposed to play like that, and yet Fabi has prepared this as a brand new concept, and he proves
No, it's a well-known idea. Zhigalko plays it all the time.
No, I thought always it's inferior to g6.
Yeah, but these days, surprise value is more important, I feel like.
Yeah.
Actually, it is weird. I'll say that Pragg prepared this line against the knight f6 move order. Because, okay, if you're expecting Fabi to go knight f6, he's already played it a couple times. Takes d3. This is odd because, yeah, Compi would show queen c7 as one of the absolute top moves. And, yeah, so it's weird that he seems unprepared for it. Like, where exactly did his prep end is confusing.
Oh, I don't think he reviewed this line. Somehow just he messed up. Maybe Svidler forgot to mention to him during their prep.
I mean, according to the time used, time used on here, it was only his last move that he thought on, folks. He just spent 21 minutes on knight c4. So when bishop e7 was played by Fabi, he must have had an hour and 56 or so, which is basically, you know, writing down the moves, punching the clock.
Maybe still prep then. Okay.
So knight c4 is the first one he really thought about. After knight d7, he's got this chance knight g5 to break up the bishop pair, right? So.
Yeah, then it's hard to lose for white, that position.
Yeah. That's all it takes at this level. Like... Knight g5, oh, it's hard to lose.
I would think you just trade on g5 and go f6 and b6. You claim you're not worse.
Yeah. There could be all kinds of modern.
Yeah.
H4 even, H4, H5. I mean, sometimes in some lines, this H pawn pushes giving good results. H4, H5, knight H4, etc. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
Okay.
But I like knight G5 as well. Yeah. Makes sense. Otherwise, black plays f6, and
knight g5 is played on the board. So this is very uncomfortable for Fabi because he has to have some winning chances, but it looks like the game is mostly closer to a draw.
Yeah. So this pushes him to potentially be more desperate about creating an imbalance, or he could just stay calm and hope something comes up.
So I think bishop g5 and f6 probably is going to be automatically played. Black reroutes the knight on e6, and white is going to try to push f4, most likely.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a little risky, but Fabi can try knight f8 immediately.
Right.
It's not going to be a good bishop on e7, but at least he has a good knight on e6. It's not what I want to play, but when you have to play for a win,
right?
Maybe some kind of imbalance.
I mean, he'd maybe have the idea of playing bishop g5, and if white wants to radically prevent that, they have to do something more dramatic, like queen g4 or h4 after, well, I'll just put a move on the board for chat. Knight e6, knight e6. You know, white might be looking at queen g4 or h4 here to stop bishop g5.
Yeah, this Knight of Fate, it does look interesting. Yeah, I think also Fabi will want to make sure that after f6, I mean bishop g5 takes f6, that he can stop white's f4 in time, because if white plays f4, there's definitely no chance for him to play for the win. And I have a feeling that for Fabi, not winning this game, it's basically over. I mean, okay, the last round, he has what, white color?
White against Nepo in the last round. And then, but then also Hikaru and Gukesh will be playing each other. So he definitely needs
Not
to
great
win a
chances.
game, minimum,
Yeah, he needs to
to
win
catch up. It looks hard for him to prevent f4 in time, right? Because his knight needs like 3 moves to get to e6. The c5 pawn needs defense.
Yeah, but this Knight of Fate, Eugene mentioned, but what happens after this? Did you mention this? Knight e6, knight a6, and queen h5. How do you defend the pawn? Or maybe you don't defend it at all and sacrifice it in some lines. This could be something to consider.
Yeah, that's awkward.
Difficulties.
Yeah, tough.
Although there could be a line when black can sacrifice the pawn and there's a pin on f6 somehow. I don't know where.
I mean, technically we could save the pawn with a sort of anti-positional b5 move that he surely doesn't want to play. And the point tactically would be knight e5 g6. But I think positionally it would be terrible if white just traded once and played knight e3.
Yeah, there's also queen takes e5.
Okay.
I mean, not right away. Not right away. Queen e5.
Queen e5. Trying to save the knight with the trade, but black can take on c4. And luckily the knight on e6. Great piece.
Yep.
But my feeling would be that if white played a, b, c, b, knight e3, with some chances on the a file, with the d5 square for the knight, it's honestly unpleasant for black already.
Yeah, so this looks quite difficult to play for the win. So what he can do? Yeah, so most likely it's just bishop g5 and f6.
The other thought I had was maybe he could trade off both bishops and try to play his knight against white's bishop. It'll be a good bishop for white.
Like bishop g5 takes f6 and then take on c4, or even play without f6,
or even just leave it there, right? Because we'll get a tempo with knight e6, so we just trade twice immediately, and then knight f8.
This looks the most logical one, because it stops white from playing f4 at least immediately.
Doesn't commit any more of our pawn structure.
Yeah, this feels good.
Still close to impossible to win. Okay. You gotta do something.
Yeah. Okay, so that's where we're knight g5, and our human evaluation here is equal. Let's go to the Gukesh Firouzja opening and see what we think of that game. So that is like an early knight d4 Sicilian. Let's see. I mean Rui. So he started with d3 against the Berlin, and then quickly knight d4 from Firouzja. Now it feels like an Italian game. And here we are, 12 knight e3.
Okay, what is this? To be honest, I don't think I've ever seen this, that white does this on purpose. He plays knight c4, knight e3, blocks his own bishop on c1, and this is great for white.
Why? I don't know that it's great for white. He spent 20 minutes thinking about knight e3. And it looks like Firouzja didn't yet use any time this game, so the time you see off his clock has probably been spent looking at this position after knight e3. So he had prep up till about here.
Yeah, my initial feeling is this has to be at least equal for black. Usually when you trade one pair of minor pieces in these like Roy Lopez Italian structures, it favors black. Plus black can play for d5 and not get bishop g5 pin, like after castles. So white better have something very concrete, otherwise he may even be worse.
Mm-hmm. And what could the point of knight e3 be? It doesn't...
Queen f3, knight f5?
Okay.
I think so. Or maybe
Yeah,
f4?
castles queen f3, probably.
Castles queen f3, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be equal. It's just like,
I mean, there's no way white is better here. He definitely has some deep idea here, but I mean, black can just play even bishop e6, even allow this trade on e6, double the pawns.
Mm-hmm.
How is black worse here? b5, a4, someone play aggressively.
Yeah. Yeah. So Gukesh is going for an objectively equal position with some long maneuvering available. It's the strategy he used against Prague a couple days ago with his previous white, and it didn't. He wasn't able to push Prague over the edge at all there. Didn't really quite threaten to win. And our fourth board is Vidit against Abbasov. Looks like maybe a Berlin. No, Petrov. Petrov's defense. Slash. Okay.
I feel like if Jesse was here, he would tell us not to spend too much time on this game.
I know he
it
would.
has no value like to the standings of the tournament.
Sure.
And maybe I slightly sympathize with Jesse's point of view.
Yeah.
Because we have 3 games that are like critical.
Yep.
And then I'm sure this one game will be interesting, but for the standings, it doesn't affect much at all, if I understand correctly.
You know what's crazy is that we're 44 minutes into the round, and Abbasov has like a 41-minute time advantage.
Yeah, he's the best prepared player this round.
Yeah, this feels like old prep somehow.
Yeah.
FG, classic prep move.
Yeah. And I'm going to say
I'm looking
something
at this.
crazy that doesn't matter to anybody. I think that black's slightly better.
I mean, I'm looking at this move g3. This is theory, right? I definitely have seen it before. It looks weird. I mean, white walks into a pin, but somehow this works wonders. Yeah, because again, king
Yeah,
g2
this
is
king
incoming.
king G2. Yeah. This is like a fresh
It's
concept.
very weird, but it works.
What do you guys think? Is it equal?
Dude, he played A6 so fast. Rook E3, A6, like immediately. Wow. My guess it's equal since he's prepared in this position. So
Yeah.
he's equalized probably.
All right. Chat, that may be the last thing that you hear about Abbasov versus Vidit today. We're going to spin around to Hikaru's board, where he has played d5. Jan captured after quite a lot of thought, and now Hikaru is either out of prep or figuring out for himself. Sometimes towards the end of your prep, you start figuring out what's coming.
So he started spending time after a capture?
Yeah. Well, because there's always the choice of, taking back or playing knight e7 and trying to get your knight there, right?
It's just
that would be a weird moment for his prep to end, right? I mean, after he takes on d5.
Yeah.
because Naka hasn't been shy about blitzing his moves out, right? He's like not usually hiding something.
Well, he probably knows that it's about equal, but he didn't consider this position seriously enough to analyze deeper. That's my guess.
If you
There
guys
are more
want,
important problems.
I can check the book. I can check the latest games just to see where they might have deviated.
Sure.
But okay, up until rook e1, so king h8, rook e1. This was like still a bunch of recent games. And then after rook e1, main move is d6, which most people play, but Naka went for ed4. And then there's not much games after knight d4, knight d4, bishop d4. There's one game playing white is my friend Doug Eckert from St. Louis. Shout out to Doug.
Shout out. I played him.
Against 2300. Oh, it was a correspondence game. Oh, interesting. Okay, so
Oh,
we won
wow.
correspondence game with d5, ed5, and then they agreed to a draw.
Yeah, not very useful.
No, wait. Maybe there's
So any
no,
move
there
here,
were more moves.
any move here
There's
would
more
be a novelty.
No, I messed it up. I'm sorry. In that game, Black played d6 instead of Naka's d5.
Okay.
So could d5 maybe be not the right move? Maybe he had to go d6 there.
D5 is more principled.
I mean, it's of course easy to also to mix up this continuation with another very similar line. So, yeah. But no, I mean, I believe that Naka still should be within the prep. He's just trying to recall something. Yeah, it would be really weird indeed. He plays d5 and after he takes on d5, he's out of the book.
So,
Yeah.
well, let's try and analyze a little bit here since he's stopping and thinking. Desirable for Black would be knight e7, right? So let's see if there's a problem with that move.
Yeah, knight e7 or knight f4. I don't know if it matters.
No, it does matter. I think Naka's going to go knight f4 because one thing I've heard about Naka, he never goes backwards. So he always goes forward.
Well, knight f4 makes sense because on knight e7, for instance, like queen h5 and bishop c2 could be a problem.
Right. Yeah, this queen h5 idea.
Seems to force a significant weakening, either f5 or h6, both really problematic.
Yeah.
So ed5, knight f4 does not quite allow that, but white could play bishop c2 there, maybe? Then
Queen takes d5.
you'd have to use the queen.
Oh, similar to that Naka Fabi game where he went like rook e4.
Right.
It was all weird.
Yeah, rook e4.
I don't know if that's the best move there, but
Some people
Well,
want
now
to play
queen g5.
knight e4.
looks like Naka just wants to take the pawn directly.
Let me look at his webcam.
I mean, what do you do after queen f3?
In which position?
After knight f4? What do you do after queen f3?
Knight f4, immediate queen f3. It attacks the
No.
knight, so I assume the knight would take on d5.
And bishop b3. It could sense some problems.
Bishop b3, looks like I have to play c6.
And I was thinking there could be moments where I can even take on d5. Or maybe knight e4, knight c5. It doesn't feel equal.
Yeah,
No,
the
looks
bishop
like
on
nice
c8
version.
is now developed.
And struggling to find a square, huh?
Yeah, probably just knight e4 immediately.
Yeah, I think knight e4.
This is unpleasant. I think not only knight c5, but also knight c3 could be a threat at some point. And this bishop on c8, as Eugene said, it has difficulties.
Yeah, I like this. Artur's queen f3 feels like an advantage for white.
Maybe indeed it's knight e7, but I
Maybe
don't
queen
see
takes d5 is more accurate.
Okay, so let's say he starts with queen takes d5 instead. Now, maybe he could take on d4 next.
And queen g5 ideas.
Okay, queen g5, we can kick him around for the moment, depending what we do here about the d4 pawn. So...
So why does the move, yeah? Queen d5.
I'll throw out an idea, even though everybody
did
here's
take.
better than me. Rook c1. He took by queen, by the way, so this is the position. Queen d5. So here's my idea, would be to play rook c1, c6, bishop b3, queen d4, and then knight c4. So I want to bring the knight to d6. And it's a mix of threats against f7 and the idea of getting the b pawn if black ever develops.
Yeah, this could be unpleasant.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'm
wasn't
some-
totally sure about rook c1, queen d4.
Okay. Abdul wondered also. My point was to put a rook on the 7th, but let's see.
Let's
By
say
the way,
like
how do you counter knight h4?
It's also a move.
So instead of queen takes d4, rook c1.
Yeah, knight h4 could be some.
By the way, we just had
Issues.
knight e4 played, so knight h4, threatening checkmate. I guess then we would play knight e4 like what was played in the game.
And Nepo played it so quickly, so he must be in some sort of a prep.
You think suddenly he's in prep? He's lured Hikaru in?
No? I mean, do you play in such a position knight e4 so quickly? I don't know, maybe
Well,
you
Hikaru
do.
was thinking for a while. I think he was just thinking on Hikaru's move.
Hikaru thought 14 minutes about queen takes d5, and Nepo had thought for 10 minutes about taking on d5. So he had some
Guys,
time to
Nepo-
figure out how he wanted to
Wow,
answer.
Hikaru just played queen d8 instantly.
Yeah, and Nepo is like, he's been looking at Hikaru for like 20 seconds. He's been giving him like, he's still
Wow,
doing
look at
it.
Nepo's eyes. He's like,
Yeah,
what's going on?
He's incredulous.
I mean, I share Nepo's expression. I mean, what is queen d8? It's just a move you don't expect. I mean, why do you go back?
I think white must be better at this point. Without even finding the variations for it yet, it feels like just black's bishop on c8 is bad and the tempo is with white.
This is
Yeah,
weird.
we might have to update our eval here. I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
There's no way Hikaru analyzed this, and Engine would say that queen d5 and queen d8 is the way to go, and black is perfectly happy here.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
Well,
weird.
queen is misplaced on d5, so other than d8, there's really not a whole lot of squares left.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't yet know what to do with the bishop on c8, the knight on g6, so it's sort of like a semi-waiting move.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he wants to play bishop out somewhere, bishop d7.
Yeah. But if we look big picture over the last like 3-4 moves, I think if this was the way to recover the pawn, right, was queen d5, queen d8, then those people in chat suggesting that he messed up with d5 and the right move is d6, I think they'd be correct, right? You would prefer to play d6, bishop d7, you know, coordinate your pieces more instead of d5 and then lose a bunch of time.
That makes sense.
How about we just push d5 for white and try to use this? So d5 with ideas to play d6, maybe knight c5, knight e6. I mean, I don't buy that here. Black is doing okay. There's just no way. He's just worst.
So you think we can
d5,
just
queen
push right away?
d4 is very, very typical.
Yeah, d5, queen d4, exactly. That looks very nice centralizing move. I mean, Nepo is much better here. That's what it feels like. Mm-hmm. So white has space advantage. d5, d6 is there. Okay. And the bishop on c8. I mean, maybe we could continue this line. Let's say d5 and Hikaru plays bishop f5. We play knight c5. Now the pawn on b7 is under attack. b6, knight e6. How is this a good position for black?
Yeah, that looks almost losing.
Yeah, it's very bad.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, all the Hikaru fans panic now.
Dude, everyone.
And if instead of d5 we play the move knight c5, does that slightly let black off the hook with b6?
Knight c5, b6?
Yeah.
You could insert bishop c6.
Right. Rook b8.
But I'm not sure if that accomplishes anything.
Yeah. How about queen f3? And rook d1 next. Okay, it's flashy, but black doesn't really have to take the piece on c5.
Right.
So queen f3, you play rook b8. I wanted to play rook d1.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure
Very
that's any
flashy.
good, but maybe it's not even working. I mean, there could be b takes, d takes, and some bishop
Bishop
b7.
b7.
Yeah. Or something else.
Bishop b7. Pawn to c6, right? White's good.
Yeah, c6, and the white is much better, I think. But I mean, after this rook d1, black doesn't have to do all of this. So rook d1 is like a shot in the dark.
Yeah.
Maybe he's gonna reach the target.
Well, but black has to do something, right? And if they can't take your knight on c5, that makes it very hard to bring out this bishop or the rook on b8.
Maybe queen d6.
Uh-huh.
Just now it's threatened to take on c5, and if the knight on c5 leaves, then bishop b7 again becomes a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
I like my d5 more. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, this knight c5 allows this b6.
Yeah.
And I mean, it'll still be okay. Knight c5, b6, and knight e6, but this d5 somehow looks good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So d5 looks better. Yeah, d5 looks nice.
Also, there could be moments when, I think you already discussed this, some moment when you can play queen h5
Mm-hmm.
and sacrifice the pawn on d4 for some interesting complications at the king side. Put the bishop on b3, queen h5, somewhere sacrifice the queen on h7, find a mate or something.
So that would suggest, bishop b3 or rook e3 as candidate moves here as well.
Yeah, probably not going to happen.
Yeah, d5 looks quite logical.
Yeah. I feel like I would play d5.
Well, I don't know if you have a tell on Hikaru, but in situations where he's under pressure, he plays quickly.
Yeah, he's a very good defender. I don't have to tell you guys this, but he's like...
Now this
think one
will
of
be
the best
really
defenders.
funny. I mean, if you talk about the tells, yes, because this was Hikaru who said this a couple of rounds ago not a couple of rounds ago, quite early actually, when he played against Fabi, and he told that Fabi has a tell. So this would be quite something if Nepo would strike back and say, I mean, Hikaru has a tell. Yeah, and he
But
plays
this
very
is
quickly.
the beautiful thing about chess compared to poker is that, like, it doesn't matter how confident your opponent looks, the board never lies.
That's right.
All the truth is on the board. So if it looks like you're better on the board, good chances you are, right? Regardless of what your opponent is doing.
Yeah.
Caro has a tell. He played bad moves.
Doesn't look good for Hikaru.
Yeah.
He does have his prized time lead on the clock, and Nepo's still thinking hard.
He's up on the clock. But Nepo's so fast. I feel like at any moment he can just turn it on and just start playing quickly.
Okay, I think we've got a question that we should definitely address. A lot of people in our chat are not grandmasters like the two of you, and they wonder, like, what's the basis? Why are we in a rush to play d5? Like, why do we have to do it now versus in one or two moves? And I think, other things that you might think of if you weren't a GM would be something like rook c1 or queen d2 followed by rook a d1 or something, sort of traditional complete your development kind of moves. So can either of you explain why d5 needs to come now?
I can answer it. I mean, maybe Eugene can add something. Why spot the d5 immediately? It's not because I have a weak pawn on d4 and I want to trade it. because it's a core of my understanding how I treat chess is that very often you should be using pawns to generate targets. So white cannot make any significant progress by just maneuvering with the pieces. So I can put the rook on c1, I can put the knight on c5, I can put the bishop on b3, I can play rook e3, I can play queen h5, but you can't really make progress if you're not using the pawns. And the pawns are the least valuable members of your army. So it's a good idea that you're using the least valuable things you have to generate targets. The point of d5 is that we generate two possible threats, which is after, let's say, d5, d6, we put the knight on d6, as Kasparov once famously said, the knight on d6 is worth the rook. The knight on d6 could possibly create ideas like knight f7 check, or the second idea with the d5 move, because of this pawn play, is we get access to knight c5, knight e6, and after knight e6, bishop e6, recapture on e6 with a pawn, creating a very strong pass pawn. If I don't use this d pawn and I don't play d4, d5, so instead if I would play something like rook c1, black could find time to play c6, keep the pawn on d4, maybe possibly at some point put the knight on d5, and we don't have our pawn play anymore.
How's that for an answer, chat? I feel like he nailed the answer. Do those with
Yep,
questions
I agree with
about
that. And most important thing with these IQPs is the rule of thumb, the further the IQP is advanced, the more space you grab, the less of a weakness it becomes and harder to blockade. So if you can blockade it on d5, black has no problems. If the pawn is on d5, that knight on g6 is not getting to d6, plus there's knight on e4. That pawn cannot be blockaded easily, and it also gains more space in addition to that e6 outpost potentially for that knight. So yeah, it has a lot of benefits.
Yeah. I think something really interesting that Artur said, because I've thought about the IQP like you, Eugene, but something interesting Artur said was like, imagine you maneuver your pieces all you want as white. Where are you putting like a pressure on black? What are you attacking, right? And this black position has very few weaknesses so far. I think the closest thing to a weakness maybe is the e6 square on the e file, slightly abstract. So by just maneuvering pieces, it's hard to say how white would take a big advantage. I mean, if black absolutely did nothing, I suppose you could triple your heavy pieces on the e file and you'd probably have an advantage. But it's hard to really make progress, attack things, and so forth. So he wants a bit of a lever.
Ooh, Nepo
just improving the pieces
retreated.
won't be enough.
Bishop c2.
Bishop c2.
Oh, I think I know his idea. He wants queen h5.
Yeah.
Did he telegraph that?
I don't approve. But okay, I mean, Nepo knows better, definitely.
Nepo has
Most
a
of the
big
time.
tell. When he wants queen h5, he goes bishop c2 first.
That's nice.
Yeah. Well, if he doesn't win the game, we can clip that really good explanation and send it over to him.
I'm sure he's going to appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll send Eugene's prep on this line and the explanation.
Yeah, we'll send him a file.
Send him a file. He
Attachments.
probably already has a file. He just didn't review it properly.
Congrats on winning the candidates tournament again. We were really impressed by your performance. Here are some notes for 2026.
No, I mean, bishop c2 is a good move. Although, by the way, I just saw that chess.com engine marks it as a mistake. I think it marks it as a mistake because it's a missed opportunity. I'm surprised, to be honest, that Nepo did not pick up d5. And he's not willing to use this d pawn at all, apparently. I mean, there's definitely more than meets the eye. Apparently, he didn't like something after d5, which, by the way, I read in the chat, somebody suggested maybe it's the weakening of the e5 square. I don't know.
Yeah.
But how do you deal with this queen h5 idea? I think it's easy for the engine to defend, but not so easy for a human.
All right. So
how about we start with bishop f5? I just want to kill the knight. Can I do that, or am I missing some shots? Bishop f5 looks like a more obvious move. I complete my development.
Okay.
I want to take on e4.
Can I play queen h5 there?
Oh wait, I have problems with knight on g6. That's a fair point. I forgot about it. And there's no way, yeah. And if I take on e4, and I need a smart move. Like, no, it's wrong. No, I cannot take on e4. Queen h5.
Yeah, it's not so simple to deal with this queen h5.
And if I play knight e7, I mean, knight e7 does make sense.
Yeah, that's very logical.
I'm putting the knight to d5. It's a very easy move. So you play knight c5, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that was his idea, knight c5. b7 is a little weak.
Wait, but I'm dropping the bishop on c2, am I not?
If you play knight c5 here, yep. Yep.
What is this? Knight c, yeah. Knight c5, bishop c2, knight e6 with some complications. I don't know what is this. I don't know.
This
Yeah,
looks
it feels like white has a ton of potential. There's all these like rookie threes and oof, scary for black.
Maybe here you could play Artur's move d5 now.
After bishop f5?
After queen h5, knight e7, play d5.
Oh, wow.
Hanging the pawn every way.
Tricky move.
Yeah, it's tricky, but I think bishop g6 is going to probably tactically refute me. But
yeah, but I mean, David, you have to agree that now d5 loses power. Yeah, it was feeling so much better with the bishop on c8, with the knight on g6, with the queen on d1, and now with the bishop on c2, d5, it just feels...
Especially with the bishop on c8 for me. I would love for my opponent to have a bishop on c8. You know, that's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like what the Nepo is doing. This bishop c2 feels like an opportunity missed. And Hikaru definitely is going to pick up bishop f5. I don't think this is so difficult. Yeah, indeed, as Eugene says, queen h5 is very tricky. But then again, after knight e7, if there's nothing immediate, bishop g6 follows next. So maybe there's some complications after knight c5. But even this position after knight c5, is it really... I mean, is this even human for Nepo to go here? Bishop c2, knight d6, queen d6.
Well, there could also be knight c5 without queen h5, with the bishop defended. Saying that if black immediately trades bishops, the move knight e6 is going to win the game on its own. Black's got one move to deal with d8, f8, and c7.
Yeah, but queen d5. I think Hikaru already had a queen on d5 and he can go back, no?
And then after knight e6?
Rook f7, I guess.
Somehow I don't buy white's position, but maybe it's very concrete. Knight c7 is a fork, yeah, rook c8.
Knight c7 attacking more things.
Knight c7.
It's like that famous Steinitz game where you had that big like rook e7 combination.
Yeah.
But black is castled. And...
Yeah, it feels like it, yeah.
But similar pieces.
Yes. Bishop stars in the chat says rook c8 and Kraai.
Yeah.
Maybe there's nothing better to do. Yeah, so you're right, yeah, David. This bishop f5, knight c5 looks like quite something.
Yeah, it's just some little direct threats, but sometimes when you threaten not a double attack, but a triple attack, there's no time to get out of the way of it all.
Okay, and if I try to get the bishop on d5, I play bishop e6.
Right, bishop e6 instead makes sense too. And
so you have knight g5.
now you're trying to play bishop.
Move.
Now you're trying to play bishop d5, right? If I go knight c5, attacking your bishop.
I mean, there's still problems, of course. Knight c5, bishop d5, and queen h5.
Yeah.
the same question. What do you do with this?
Yeah, I mean,
Not
it's
easy.
even more brutal. I mean, it seems like the bishop has to go to g8 instead of d5, but then b7's hanging. No, we can't play that. We can't do that, I don't think. After knight c5, I think it's just...
Wait, but
again.
after queen h5, there's f5. This line still continues.
Oh, yeah?
f5,
Okay,
bishop
let's see
f5, and some queen f6.
Okay, so the
Could
line
be-
still continues. Bishop takes. Queen here. Now we just use the outposts that our isolated pawn provides us. Slam the rook into the middle and hope. And hope.
But white is definitely pressing there. So, wait, bishop g6 is queen f2. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's why I didn't play bishop g6.
Yeah, I thought I'm going for a simply better endgame.
No.
I
But
just missed.
look, I just defended my bishop. And I'll warn you, I'm threatening rook takes bishop and knight d7.
John, thank you for the raid. Hello, everyone. We're watching the candidates. Super Bowl weekend, final 2 rounds. Got Nepo Naka.
Yeah, very exciting.
Yeah, this is not the live position we have right now. We're analyzing deep in analysis.
We're 3 or 4 moves into analysis, folks, but we're right here where Hikaru's thinking. Nepo just played a move that surprised us a little bit, bishop c2 with queen takes h7 intentions. And our first desire, if we were in Hikaru's shoes, would be to develop the bishop on c8. That would be the first thing that any of us would want to do if we could. So we started by looking at bishop f5. And now we're looking at bishop e6. And both moves have been struggling against knight c5 from white in our first look at them.
It looks like Hikaru might be reaching for the horse. So I'm guessing knight e7.
So
Yep.
you think
That's what it feels like. 97.
Similar like
knight
bishop
e7
f5.
first here?
Yeah, to keep his options open. Bishop f5.
Based on his movements, yeah.
Okay, also
I don't
leading.
like this.
Leaning
So
down.
he's delaying the development, right? Essentially. And the longer he delays, the more chances are that there's going to be something.
Yeah.
But again, it's very concrete.
Yeah.
If he gets the bishop out f5, then he's fine. Maybe he doesn't get the bishop out on f5. It's a big responsible move. Are you sure?
What
he's
does he
gonna
want
play
on knight c5? What do you guys think?
Historically, the answer to knight c5 has been b6.
b6.
Mm-hmm.
Hard to suggest much else you can do here against this move.
Can I go back to my d5 idea?
Instead of knight c5?
Yeah.
Or
after
before
97.
bishop c2. After knight e7, right?
Yeah. d5.
Yeah, I also thought of d5 here.
What's the idea of queen takes d5?
Knight f6.
Oh, wow.
So
That's scintillating.
Yeah.
I thought this could be one way to exploit the lead. And after knight e5, I don't know. I just sacrificed the pawn, and now there's way for queen h5,
Yeah.
knight c5 ideas. I can definitely see some ghosts here.
So I went to this same position in my head, Artur's, and here I was thinking between threats on h7 and rook ad1 and just all the white pieces being free. But the one move that I sort of worried a little bit about was g6 here. And maybe I shouldn't.
G6
Maybe white
feels
just puts the queen on
worse.
h6 and eventually has a lot of play.
Oh, but you're, David, probably right that knight c5 is more control. But this d5, I just can't shake the feeling that this should be somewhere critical move.
Yeah. Honestly, it's just as good here as a move ago if black plays knight e7 because you've got d6 coming with the tempo on the knight. The black knight can't go to e5 anymore. Bishop on c2 is fine in this position. So if black can't take the d5 pawn, this is a perfectly good time to play this move.
Yeah.
Maybe knight f5 would be black's response.
All right, guys. I actually have to drop off, but it's been exciting.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
Okay.
we're going to have a very exciting finish today.
Thanks for joining, Eugene.
Yeah, thank you for
Take care.
having me. See you later,
Bye.
guys.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, he went f5.
Hikaru just moved?
Yeah. He went f5. I'm in disbelief.
Okay.
Wow, we weren't expecting that at all.
No, chasing the knight before it can go to g5. So he's sort of forcing some knight c5 line, but I'm forced into doing some zoom work. So you guys,
I think it's a very concrete move. So after f5, knight c5, he wants to play b6 and force some things. b6, knight e6, bishop e6, rook e6, and this position feels quite safe.
Yeah, it also seems like he wants queen g5 and knight f4, is my guess. I'm somewhere. I'm not sure. With b6, without b6. But that seems like the intention.
I like f5. Yeah, this is a good move. And this possibly could be something that Nepo also missed from afar. So hence, again, the reason why this bishop c2, I think it was not ideal. And there's no knight g5. Knight g3 is just not where you want to put your knight. Knight c3, the knight doesn't belong there. So it's safe to assume that Nepo has nothing. So once again, f5, what is it? Knight c5 and just b6. What do you do? Very easy. Maybe intermezzo move, queen f3, rook b8. I don't see what it changes. Oh, Nepo has nothing here. Just like that.
knight c5,
also,
b6, nothing.
So how do you keep some tension even here? Maybe try to exploit a weakened d5 square, try to put the knight there, but how do you do that? Knight d2 with the pawn and d4 drops. Maybe you have to sacrifice the pawn. Let's say knight d2, you want to put the knight on f3, knight on e5, and after queen d4, seek some compensation. But is there compensation? Like knight f3? I don't know.
Yeah,
queens. No, black is safe. No, black is safe.
Would you trade queens?
I don't know.
Okay, knight c5 played.
This position before you, Abdul, before we play knight c5, this position is not no compensation, right? Because the bishop on c8 can't move. So it might not be enough compensation, but you got to see there's something.
Oh, wait, after knight c5, you can still play knight d3.
e6 knight where? d3?
Knight d3. No? Can I do that? And again, take on d4, and I'm looking for some compensation. Knight d3,
like
queen d4. I'm sorry?
Like knight e5 after queen d4?
No, I don't want to trade queens. I thought some aggressive active move, maybe queen f3 something. If I get to play rook d1 in time, or maybe queen c6 to penetrate his defense somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, you could also have queen f3, rook b8 thrown in even before you play knight d3 if you wanted. So you could definitely get this position.
I don't see Hikaru losing this. I think his position was very suspicious after queen d8. And Nepo had his chance to put d5 and now f5, knight c5, b6. Unless Nepo gets the knight on e5. If he doesn't get the knight on e5, then Hikaru is safe. So again, this line, yeah, knight c5, b6, knight e6, I suppose, yeah, because knight e3, I just take the pawn on d4 after knight e6.
Could we look at knight d3, queen d4, knight e5?
Still there, yeah. Knight e3, queen d4.
Sure.
Yeah, I was wondering about this endgame.
Okay, so I think black would take on d1.
Yeah. Then let's throw in knight g6.
Okay, knight g6 with d1.
Okay, so Kosti wants to play rook e7.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, I just didn't see a move here for black that looks comfortable.
On top of that, Kosti even has the idea of bishop b3, rook e3. I noticed it a long time before I mentioned it, but I assumed like it can't be that potent. But because black has two g-pawns, it actually takes a while
right
to stop the mate threat. You need at least two moves to stop it.
So
Yeah.
then it says it can't be that potent, and Nepo says, "Hold my pawn."
Yeah.
I like it. It's a great idea. Yeah, this pawn sacrifice, maybe even the only idea that Nepo could do to complicate matters. Because if after b6 he plays knight e6, it's going to be very difficult for him to make any progress.
I
The
agree.
weak
That
pawn on
position's pretty
d4
stable.
remains. Yeah, it's very, very solid. Hikaru is never going to lose. The only chance is knight e3, and then whatever happens. By the way, after knight e3, who said that black has to take on d4?
Oh yeah.
Could be other
No, it doesn't have
moves.
to. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not forced by any measure. Logical to me would just be bishop b7 in that position. Just,
And queen g5 is there.
all I want is to develop that bishop. That's all I want.
Yeah, queen g5 also. But bishop on b7 is a beautiful piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if he gets the bishop to b7, then I feel like he's absolutely fine.
But how does he stop it? I mean, only queen f3.
Yeah, especially since knight c5's already been played, right, Kostya? So, like, in the live position, Naka can play b6, and almost surely it was his tentative plan that he's double-checking.
It was. I saw him reaching for the b pawn, and then he didn't play it with his classic Naka two-step.
No, he's totally going to do it. I mean, he already played f5, and if he doesn't play b6, then what? Then he's basically toast. Then on c5, he's incoming with some bishop b3 and some, maybe even d4, d5. Again, I'm going back to my idea to push the d pawn.
It's hilarious to me because reaching for your pieces before you've chosen your move and like bring your hand back and then reaching for a piece and bring your hand back is something you would associate with like a beginner, their first night at the chess club or something. And he's number 3 in the world, you know, in tied for first place for the World Championship candidates. And he does this like every game, Artur's. He like reaches for some pieces and then grabs his hand.
But I also do it, David.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I do it. I think it comes from like a very young age. This double checking, it's like a double checking thing. So you are about to make the move, and this is the moment when you start to doubt yourself. You doubt yourself, is this the right move? Because it feels that this is a critical moment. And obviously, I don't want to make a rush decision. And sometimes by raising the hand and about to execute the move, you feel like you have almost made a move. And that's the moment when sometimes you get extra ideas, extra thoughts. It's like this very famous situation when very often you notice that you have blundered right after you have made a move. I mean, you make a move and you easily, of course, you easily see everything. Yeah, right after you made a move.
So you and Hikaru, you're just getting as close as you can to that moment to see if you realize something.
I don't think Hikaru does it on purpose, and I don't think I do it on purpose. It's just somehow programmed. Yeah, just raise the hand, and I don't think he even registers.
I've had it backwards my whole life. It's not a beginner move. It's a 2600 plus move.
No, but maybe I just have kept a couple of beginner moves. Really,
that makes sense. I've heard that before. It's like a useful trigger, and I think in the past, a lot of coaches they would recommend students to write their move down before playing it, which I think is illegal now. But that used to be a thing, I think, with a similar idea. Like if you write the move down and then you look at the board, it might trigger you to notice something you haven't seen yet, like a little blunder check. Yeah. But you could do. I feel like there's different ways you can do it. Like you can kind of like mentally make the move in your head, or I guess these players reach for it. I've always thought that people do this reaching thing when they've actually blundered. And they're trying to save face and show their opponent that like they had an idea, but hold on, let me double check, and then they just think for like 20 minutes. They in fact have missed the position completely, but they just don't want to reveal that.
No, I'm pretty sure that Hikaru is not even aware of this, that he is reaching for the move he's about to make it. And
yeah, apparently yesterday he did that mouse thing again where he reaches for the mouse.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah, that was hilarious.
So yeah, he's definitely not in total control.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's check out Fabi.
All right.
He took on c4 in that position.
Yeah. So by the way, the evaluation the sensei evaluation was officially downgraded on this Nepo Naka game. We said Nepo sort of missed his chance, and with F5, Naka's back to a more or less equal position. That's where we've left that, and now we're going to look around at some other games. I didn't see much in the Gukesh game, so I didn't think it really changed anything. You know, Queen F3 was played like Artur's predicted, and Firouzja played D5, which is a little bit aggressive, but if Gukesh's response was Bishop C2, then it seems like it was sound enough. And
yeah.
Whoa, G6.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like we're on the Fabi game. I think David had to leave for a sec. So Fabi took
which game are we following? Fabi,
on the Fabi game. So it looks like he took on C4. He brought his knight to F8. Pragg played Queen G4 at some moment, and then H5 is the last move on the board. So yeah, we weren't expecting Bishop C4, but it makes sense if he was gonna consider Knight F8 anyway.
I mean, he has to try to play for the win somehow, and I'm not sure what's the idea of H5. I guess the idea is to play F6, so that White cannot play Knight E6, because if he plays F6 immediately, he has to account for Knight E6, and White simply trades the knights. After Knight E6, Queen E6. There's no chance that Black is playing this for the win. That's why he plays H5 to push away the White Queen. And now, for example, after H5, well, let's assume White plays something like, I don't know, what do you put the Queen on G3?
Was Queen
or
H3
E2?
annoying? Just to keep on that diagonal?
Yeah. But then, again, your Queen could be misplaced. For example, in some lines, let's say Bishop G5, Bishop G5, right. Knight E6, Bishop E3, and maybe this Queen on H3 is not so well positioned. I was thinking even some G5 ideas, you know, because just because I have to play for the win somehow.
So minimum he can get like a knight versus bishop position with kind of a unusual structure, like not the most typical. I imagine it's very close to equal anyway, but yeah, at least the game goes on, which is what Fabi
That's
wants.
the best he can do in this position. I don't see what else he can do.
Yeah, I don't know if you have any special strategies when you're playing like slightly lower rated player, but with Black, and they're solid. It's very hard to.
Did you just call Pragg a slightly lower rated player?
Well, compared to Fabi.
Okay. No, I don't think they think like that against each other. They think like, okay, the guy is like among the elite. I don't think they treat that Pragg is the guy they're gonna try to, you know, capitalize on all costs. Maybe Abasov from all of them, just because Abasov is significantly lower rated. I'm actually speaking about Abasov. I feel for him because the guy is playing the tournament of his life, and it's so rough for him. How many games in a row he has lost? Like 3? I don't know. I didn't check really.
Yeah, I think he's had a tough run, but no, I mean, I'm with you. And people have been hating on him, and all he did was he had a good World Cup. You know, that's his big crime that people.
I mean, I know him personally really good because we used to be teammates in German Bundesliga for several years. He's a very kind person, you know, and I'm very happy for Nijat that he qualified for the candidates tournament. And okay, obviously, normally, of course, he is not playing that level, but he played his tournament. His tournament of his life at the FIDE World Cup. He was fantastic. He played some of the best just right there. So he deserved his place at the candidates tournament. Yeah. So of course, so you could argue maybe with Abdul Satorov, the tournament would have been more interesting, more intriguing, but he earned his place right there. And that's why I slightly feel for him, because it's very tough to be there at that level. Every guy tries to gun you down even with a black color.
Yeah, it's so tough. I guess, you know, for me, I do feel like okay, the reason he shouldn't be there is not anything to do with him. It's more that I don't think it's right to give 3 spots from the World Cup. I feel like it should
Yeah,
be
I agree.
one
I
spot,
agree. Yeah, that's a lot. Three spots from the World Cup, indeed,
which
and
is obviously not
only
his
one
fault.
from the circuit. Yeah, it was one.
Yeah.
Yeah, only one from the circuit. I think that this definitely could be improved. But if we talk about the qualification cycle, it's also a very popular thing to criticize FIDE, and I think this is part of the democracy. We can do that. But I think they're also doing some good things, and this candidate cycle, it has improved.
Yeah.
I mean, it definitely has improved. The system has improved, and also they have removed this rating qualification, meaning not rating qualification. I'm sorry, not rating, but wildcard. There was this thing that they were giving out wildcard before, and now, of course, they made a mess with the rating qualification, and Firouzja just used it. But they're gonna improve it next time, and I think up to the maybe if they could tweak the qualification from the FIDE World Cup, the system is already close to the perfection, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they should just take 2 spots from the World Cup and give it to the circuit. Because I think the circuit is a great idea because it pushes so many top players to play all these open events, which is just good for everyone. And then, yeah, if there's 3 spots, then you would just see so many more players vying for one of those. And World Cup is just one event, and yeah, it's kind of random. So I don't know. Seems like a lot.
I agree.
Oh, we got David back.
Yeah.
But what happened with that Grand Prix tournament system? Is it still a thing, or they discontinued?
They discontinued.
They got rid of it.
It was a very interesting system. I don't know why they discontinued it. Instead, they created this circuit, right?
Well, with the circuit, they don't have to organize any events themselves.
And with the Grand Prix, they have to.
Yeah, it's a better version. The Grand Prix, they had to like pick who was in it or not, and then run all these separate tournaments that just compete with all the tournaments that already existed. And it was a headache. And I think, remember when they had that Grand Prix for the women in India or something like that, and there was all that drama with people complaining about the organizing, and I think they just realized like this is a whole extra dimension of headache somewhere around there. So sorry guys, I had to run for one of the kids.
No worries. So okay, Queen F5 from Prague, which is very logical, and basically asking Fabi to trade off his bishop. Oh, but bishop d6.
Not giving it.
No, but I think he wants to take on g5. No, do you think Fabi wants to keep his ducks with bishop?
I mean, apparently bishop d6 played.
He played bishop d6, but it surprised us.
Okay. Yeah, it's a paradoxical move because bishop d6 is such a terrible bishop, but I guess he treats white's f4 threat as something he has to deal with. And the knight on g5, as beautiful as it stands, Fabi understands if he plays queen e7 next move, f6 is incoming, all of white's pieces are falling back. And then in the long run, the bishop on d6 is maybe not such a bad piece after all, because again, I think we are going back to the discussion about a pawn play for white. Where's white's pawn play? I don't think it's a c3, d4, so it's got to be f4. So that's why with this bishop on d6, Fabi makes this potential f4 push much more difficult for white to accomplish, because if he would take on g5, bishop g5, f6, and bishop e3, it seems that white's f4 threat already is unstoppable, even though black is probably just perfectly fine. But the thing is, Fabi needs to complicate the situation to try at least to have some chances to play for the win.
Yeah, the knight can't just hop to e6 easily. So
yeah, he's just trying to make it as complex as possible, keep as many pieces on the board as possible, and hope for the best.
Yeah. But it feels like he's struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
Like a multi-step plan to try and get this knight out of g5. It's Doesn't feel impressive, and it leaves him with this bishop on d6 long term.
I mean, maybe we can try to predict what Fabi's intentions are. For example, let's say white is oblivious and plays something like queen e7. I'm sorry, short castle. Yes. So short castle. Black plays queen e7 just to protect against f6 knight e6 threat. And I just want to show the idea. Let's say if white does something ridiculous.
Can I play something like rook b1? Can I provide the
ridiculous
ridiculous
let's say rook
moves?
e1. Yeah, rook e1. Fair point. So I play f6, knight f3, g6, queen h3, and knight e6. If I get this position, something like this, then you see that white's position is becoming quite static. None of the pawns are moving forward. And black is feeling much more flexible with his ideas. Maybe castle long even, put the knight on d4, at some point maybe push f5. I mean, of course, white is super solid. But I think this is what Fabi wants in some version or another. But of course, I don't think it's going to happen because even in this very line, I mean, who plays rook e1? I think white is simply going to push f4. Unless there's some tactical issues with that.
I would have. I'm the one who would have done it.
Really? Rook e1?
I don't know.
Come on. You're too good for that. You would have played f4.
Just putting my rook on a square? I don't know.
Actually, by the way, this line with f4, I just noticed that there's no g6. I mean, the idea would be after g6, queen h3, black takes on f4 and wins a pawn. There's a trick with queen f7. So, I mean, from afar, it could be possible to miss. Queen f7, knight f7,
nice.
f6, and e5.
Oh, it would be very possible for anyone other than our tours to miss that. Wow. Nice
So
one.
I think this entire sequence simply does not work. So short castle is very easy move for Pragg. f4 is his key idea. And that's why Fabi is thinking ahead. And he's also thinking what I'm going to do against white's f4. So queen e7 to play f6 makes sense. But then again, maybe after f4, he doesn't play g6, but he plays f6.
Yeah, but then maybe white's knight gets to f3 and it's like really nice behind the f pawn. I don't know what's going on there, like maybe g6 and ef or something, but
yeah. I mean, g6 and the f4 pawn maybe is dropping.
that's a problem.
Well, after
This is
f6,
Yeah, f6 is a good move. Not g6, f6. Yeah, this is a nice move.
okay, so then you're saying knight f3 and then g6, right? Trying to chase her away from f4, man.
I mean, okay, maybe Pragg can just sacrifice this pawn. Queen h3, e takes on f4, and do whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, like bishop b2.
Yeah, bishop
That
b2 indeed.
seems hard to judge. I have no idea.
Yeah. It's weird because
Somehow,
black's position
I'm
doesn't
thinking
look that strong, but you're managing to
the
fight
only
from it.
thing, David, I'm thinking of is a famous Anderson's game, knight h4 and g4. It somehow feels vaguely familiar. His immortal game. But that was the King's Gambit, was it? I think so.
Yeah, but now that ef4 has been played, you have that King's Gambit structure, so.
Yeah. Is there any more moves in Nepo's game against Nakamura?
Yeah, b6 was played, and now Nepo's thinking.
Yeah. Now he knows that he has nothing, I think. It's possible that he was thinking about this knight e3, queen d4, and knight e5, and probably he realized what happens if black doesn't take the pawn on b4. That could be his main problem.
Yeah, he's like, oh, shoot, this isn't checkers. Doesn't have to take.
I mean, it's really weird that Nepo didn't play d5. I still can't believe it. I mean, I'm much weaker a player than Nepo. And I thought, I found it, I thought Nepo was going to find it, like in no time. And yet somehow he played bishop c2. I'm surprised.
I feel like in the second half, Nepo's been very like risk averse. Like his white game against Fabi basically like forced a draw, and white against Pragg he didn't risk much. Like white against Gukesh he played it like really solid.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's true.
yeah, I mean, it's very practical. He's very good at winning this tournament, but at the same time, maybe those are some, possible missed chances. And that leads to today, like not finding the most incisive continuation.
Yeah.
So if Hikaru would win the candidates, would this be good for chess?
It'd be the best for chess.
Really? You think so?
I think whoever wins is fine.
Like in terms of numbers, I think Naka winning would bring the most new faces or new viewers. Whether we can keep them with our, traditional world championship match, I think we could. I think with Naka playing it'd just be fun. And there'd be lots of coverage and commentary. People would probably get into it.
I'm secretly cheering for Gukesh,
Mm.
but I think he's a bit too young for this.
Yeah.
I mean, what he's doing at age 17, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. That's who I root for as well, Arturs.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on the California Unicorns team in the Pro Chess League.
Oh.
Yeah. So that was.
I had a chance to interact a bit with Gukesh because I am doing commentary for Bill Chess Festival already for several years in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And the tournament organizers every single year are inviting one of the top Indian young grandmasters.
Mm-hmm.
So at the very beginning, it was Sauri Nihal, then it was Gukesh. Last year, it was Erigaisi, and this year it's going to be Prague.
Right.
So all of the top Indians are going there. And 2 years ago, it was Vishy Anand also as a special guest going there. And so Gukesh was one of the participants of the Birchas Festival. And we had this excursion the first free day, the GMT main tournament, 8 invited grandmasters. Gukesh is one of them. So we went to this clock museum in Biel. Pretty much every of the participants went there. So it was really amazing. And there was this, I'm not sure how to properly describe it, this exhibition. Like it's a clock museum, but there's this exhibition where you are sort of participating in a game where you are directing a spaceship shuttle landing into atmosphere. And the thing is, you have to press a red button in exactly 14 seconds, otherwise the spaceship explodes. Anyway, it's ridiculous. But the entire idea is that you have to press precisely in 14 seconds. And every single participant gave it a try. So try to stop exactly in 14 seconds, because usually people would stop like 30:98, 30:99, 14:01. Everybody already left, and it was only 4 of us left. It was me, it was Winston Keimer, it was Salem Saleh, and it was Gukesh. And we were like, everybody was gone and already calling us. I mean, come on, we have to continue the excursion. And we were like trying to hit exactly these 14 seconds. And of course, it was, you could just see how Gukesh was like smiling. He was very excited about all of this, because normally when you talk about him, Gukesh is a very serious guy who is not like expressing any emotions. And then it was very funny, because the next day we invited him to do an interview after the game. I really don't remember against who he played, but he's very serious. He's talking, I played here and there, etc. And then I tell Angelica, my co-host, to ask Gukesh about what did you do the previous day, and tell me something about breaking a record of 14 seconds. As soon as she asked that to him, he's like, he was like smiling wildly. Yeah. So he was still a kid, obviously, although very professional, very serious. But this is something I'm probably not going to forget.
Yeah, I'm so impressed by all the Indian kids. Like, they already almost won the Olympiad last year, and this year they're just all gonna be stronger. It's gonna be like Gukesh, Prague, Erigaisi. It's just insane team.
Yeah, dream team.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone thinking. Nepo's thinking on b6. Prog's thinking.
All
Firouzja's
thinking at
thinking.
once. Maybe we'll get any insights that we might have on the Gukesh Firouzja game, because on the surface it doesn't look like a lot going on, but the players are spending a lot of time thinking. So there must be something underneath the surface. One of Costa's favorite books.
Oh yeah.
There's got to be something going on here.
Yeah, well, you always have a ton of moves, right, from both sides, like h3 and a4 and everything you can do in these positions.
You know, this game could potentially explode because Alireza is playing for the win. He is a very uncompromising player. He played g6. This can seriously backfire because if White is able to put his bishop on g5, let's say remove the knight f1 and play something like bishop g5 or bishop h6, and Firouzja's dark spot bishop is not on g7, it's on a7, this could have some serious consequences. So he's playing for the win, and I think it's a bit too early to tell.
Yeah, I mean,
think this could...
Is White threatening knight takes d5 in this position? I can't think of a black move that would allow it, but I'll play like, I don't know, rook b8 or something. And knight takes d5. If black takes with the c pawn, bishop g5. There's always king g7.
King g7, yeah.
Yeah, okay,
and
so there's no
h6.
such threat.
And h6 is also there. Listen, I probably have to leave because it's already getting midnight here.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Yeah, so thank you once again for inviting me. It was an absolute pleasure. I hope I was able to share some interesting thoughts with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wish you best of luck.
Great.
Thanks for joining
I
us,
just wanna
Artours.
say, folks, go follow GM Naxons on Twitch. He recently celebrated his 4-year Twitch anniversary,
Yesterday.
much like we did.
Just like us.
We're both pandemic channels, COVID channels.
COVID channels. Oh my goodness, that sounds bad.
Yeah.
But do go follow his streams. He's always doing instructive content, commentary, hosting events. So yeah, do drop him a follow. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Kostya. Thank you, David. Take care. And see you. Okay.
Bye.
Absolutely. Cheers.
Bye.
Alrighty. So Nepo did go 93. I'll just update folks. And Prague did castle. So we called both of those moves. And yeah, I feel like this round, I don't know, it seems tense, like in the playing hall. It just feels like everyone, because they had a rest day, you know, to really build up the I was thinking about this like all day yesterday, just like these games. And at some point, I think at least a couple of these games might explode. I do think the best thing for the tournament would be for Fabi to be the sole winner today.
Yeah.
That we have 4 leaders going into the final round.
Sure.
And then if that happens, I think the players would have both a duty to the fans, and I feel like they would have a natural inclination to just draw it out in the final round. Just decide. Because all 4 leaders would be playing each other. It'd be Fabi, Nepo, and Naka Gukesh.
Yeah.
And now the interesting thing, if we can just consider this scenario for a moment, is like, if you, let's say you're Naka and you see Fabi's playing very safe against Nepo, then you might be tempted to risk it a bit against Gukesh, because if you win your game, then just win it outright. And same thing for Fabi. If he sees Naka's playing it safe, he might try to push it against Nepo. And so they both have to like watch each other's games as White. Again, if all 4 are tied, and make sure like, you know, so it could be very like, I don't know, very interesting. Yeah, I mean, for sure it'll be a very interesting final round.
Yeah, Kostya, this knight d3 move was played by Nepo, and chat is worried, you know, that this pawn is hanging, and asking, you know, why doesn't Naka just take it? So I think some people weren't here previously when we looked at this position, and so why don't you update them on your idea for Nepo and why we don't think Hikaru should take the pawn?
Yeah, queen d4, we were looking at knight e5, and then there is a queen b2 possibility, but let's leave that aside for now. If black goes straight for the endgame with queen d1 and knight g6, we throw in hg, rook a1, and then, yeah, it's hard for black to develop in this final position. So that just looks kind of, that looks very pleasant for white. You got rook e7 coming. If the bishop goes to b7, then the other rook will come into d7. And then, yeah, we had this idea with bishop b3 and then a checkmate along the third rank, which is surprisingly annoying for that king in the corner. King is going to get back rank mated, but on the side of the board. Very unpleasant. So yeah, and then the theory there, folks, even though we're still down a pawn, is that once at some point we'll likely win back the pawn due to the pressure, and then we'll have a positional advantage once that happens. So it's kind of like an investment, like you're investing one pawn, the intention of getting the pawn back with some strategic interest on the board.
Yeah. So this position is actually one of the few prospects that we see right now for an advantage for Nepo. And so after knight d3, I think a super nice move for black is just bishop b7. Super clean to me. One of the GMs earlier was suggesting queen g5 in this position as being good for black as well, perhaps.
Yeah, I think queen g5 is very reasonable. Bishop b7 as well.
And I don't really see too much what white is doing, but we haven't looked too deep at it, right? So like bishop b7, knight e5. Maybe we could look at some moves.
Mm-hmm. Knight e5.
I guess to me,
Maybe
queen
knight
d5
f4.
looks pretty good in response there.
Queen d5 could be a move.
Mm-hmm. There's queen d5 or queen g5 are sort of the candidates now.
Yeah, black could easily get a bit of initiative on the king side. And I mean, honestly, if Nepo, dilly-dallies too much, then he still has his IQP and a couple pieces traded off, right? So it's like you give black two moves and black is better.
Mm-hmm.
So this one could, we might start seeing a bit more spiciness on this one very soon.
Yeah. Yeah, as I look at this, it's not super simple, this position. After bishop b7, knight e5, I see lines that don't work out for both sides kind of popping up. One move I thought of was knight f4, and then g3, and then queen d5. Mm-hmm. And we've got a huge mess, right?
Yeah.
So I think if black trades on e5, that's mildly pleasant for white after d takes e5 with the passer.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing dramatic. I would expect that with good play, black can still hold this balance, maybe, but I wouldn't want to make that trade as black.
Yeah, definitely not. I feel like black's knight should go to f4 or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so knight f4. And then pawn f3, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
That's good news bears for black to make white play f3, I guess. Oh, we've got a real move. Bishop b7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
This could get bravas. This could get very bravas.
I miss being in Spain, Kostya.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, Kostya, I was thinking of 2 tournaments to possibly play.
Oh, yeah?
They start like May 25th or so, go to June 3rd. It's either the Munich Open or the Dubai Open.
Oh, Dubai Open.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that one should be really strong.
That one's insanely strong.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
You should definitely play one of those.
I probably will. I was just bringing it up. Well, I will. I'm bringing it up to see if you want to come play.
I would definitely consider it because that's the exact date I wanted to play an event myself. But I was also looking at this Continental Championship in Colombia.
Mm-hmm.
Seems tempting.
And when is that one?
Basically around there, like end of May.
End of May too. Okay, so you'd have to pick one.
Yeah.
And Continental will be a bit more convenient for you.
Possibly. Might be cheaper. But yeah, I do want to play something at some point.
Yeah. Yeah. What somebody's asking, does it cost anything to go to these tournaments? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, please donate.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking.
Yes, it does. It costs us like a couple $1,000 just the hotel plus the airfare. That's like normal. You pay like, maybe $2,000 for a tournament. So there's Kostya passing his hat out in chat.
Yeah, folks, it's not cheap. And we're not famous enough where we're getting like invited to these tournaments and they're covering our expenses and something like that. So please donate. Please follow the channel. I just want to say we're almost at 30,000 followers Twitch. In fact, if there's like 11 people watching who haven't followed the channel, you can help us get up to 30,000 followers.
In fact, Kostya and I recently went to a tournament that had a streamer's corner, and they wouldn't even let me into the streamer's corner. So we're not that famous yet.
It was crowded. It was crowded. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you.
I was not the 10th most popular streamer in Spain that week. I was maybe number 11 or 12.
Yeah, thank you folks for following. Wow, we're going to get to 30,000 maybe today.
30,000 followers isn't high. Not that high, I guess. Good riddance. That's a little bit the point, I guess. But it's higher than 29,000, so it's a milestone.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, to the position. Bishop b7 played by Hikaru. He's got a slim lead on the clock. And then we got 95 in 37 seconds from Jan. Okay, so we were right about that. And queen g5 for Hikaru in 1 minute. So they'd both seen this thing coming when they thought deeply about f5, I would say. They had considered this option. Hikaru's threatening mate on g2.
That's a big threat.
Jan's like, I wanted to be the one threatening mate on h7. What's going on here? How did it all go wrong?
I think Jan seriously underestimated f5 because I'm way weaker, right? But to me, it's like I didn't even consider the move.
Yeah.
And once I saw it, though, it started to make a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just strategically, I feel like it's easy to miss it because it's like your bishop's still on c8 and everything.
Yeah, as far as entry fees for our tournaments, it's generally negligible. Often they'll just waive the entry fee at least, so we're basically just paying for hotels and travel. But even if there is an entry fee for an open tournament, it's going to be like maybe $100 or something like that.
Most popular to us.
Yeah, entry fees aren't too bad. In the US, it could be a little bit if the tournament is like big and pricey. But yeah, European entry fees are generally very reasonable. Thank you, PB. Thank you, Eric, for the donations, guys. Yeah. Much appreciated. Maybe I will join you in Munich, David, or something, or Dubai. Dubai would be awesome.
Yeah, they're sending you there pretty quickly right now. The donations. Long ago, when I first thought about the chess economy, Kostya, so this is a long time ago in a different economy than it is now. I sort of thought like that the chess economy was basically funneling money to hotels and a little bit to airlines. But it was like,
Mm.
you know, if you like, because people used to like talk about the entry fees and the prize structures at tournaments. That was kind of like the big topic in the US, right? It was OTB chess. Nobody was yet worried about how much money ICC was making or anything like that, right? It's like, oh, is it fair that you pay $300 entry fees at the World Open, but then so much more of the prizes go up into the master section, right? Our 1200s funneling a little bit of money to masters. Well, yeah, but a drop in the bucket. Essentially, at that time, the chess economy was, you know, of the total size of the chess economy, something like 80% of the money was going to hotels in the US. And
Yeah, that's
18% was going to airlines in the US. And about 2% was in some way or other making its way to some kind of chess player at the top.
Mm-hmm.
But it was really very little. That was my first chess economy analysis, 21 years ago.
Yeah, no, it's super interesting and kind of sad to think about, but it makes sense. I mean, because hotels are often the biggest cost,
Yeah.
even for a domestic tournament. Someone's mentioning the Kronborg Open. I'm wondering where that is. Maybe I will Google that. So
Yeah.
it's in my tabs. Yeah, if anyone has other suggestions, I do have a busy year. I got like GCT events, but there are definitely moments where I have time to go and play an event in Denmark. Thank you. Especially like over the summer, like maybe August, late August.
I mean, there's no
People
way
know
Coast is going to stop playing chess.
events. Yeah, not
I mean, if
especially
people
after
are-
this tournament. Oh my God. So like
Yeah. If
so
people
pumped.
if people start offering you too many gigs at some point, you just tell them, sorry, I have to play chess, and then that just increases your rate when they really want you for the next gig.
Absolutely. I might play Vegas. Actually, I'm definitely strongly considering Vegas in June. In fact, that seems likely that I would go play that because that's pretty close. So maybe I'll see some Dojo words there.
All right,
But
let's
Vegas starts like, anyways, yeah, let's go back to the games.
Okay, yeah. So some folks asked for an evaluation on this game. So let's see if we can figure out some kind of an evaluation. First, gut instinct before even looking into any moves is equal for me.
Right. Yeah, I mean, to me, it feels equal. If I had to pick a side, I would maybe choose black.
Me too.
Because the bishop on b7, rook is coming to d8, pawn on d4 is weak.
That's my one factor, is really that bishop on b7. White having the rook first on the e-file maybe sort of balances it, but I do like that bishop. The move f3 might also sort of balance it out somewhat for me, but yeah, we could maybe suspect that we would each choose to be black if we were playing this game.
Right.
Who's to move? Yeah. That is an important question, Zelmer. I have above the game somewhere the last move played, so you can see whose move it is and how many moves they are from time control. So you can see they've made 20 out of 40 moves. Hikaru used slightly less than half his time, so he's in great shape time-wise. Jan, it's more normal to be a little bit below the hour at the halfway mark, so he's got 49 minutes to make 20 moves. He's fine on time as well. What's wrong with knight f3? Nothing dramatically wrong. It's a little bit passive and retreaty, but it might be playable too.
Yeah, I think that's a move, but yeah, of course, the calculation wouldn't stop there because you would maybe want to have an answer to queen h5, threatening to double the pawns, maybe queen f4 as well.
One good riddance, can't see the move indicator. So it's not on the board, good riddance, it's above the board. It says last move in white words, and then it shows 20, knight e5, queen g5. So that tells you what move they're on. It's a little bit like janky. It's just a little screen capture I add it
But
up
usually,
there.
isn't the last move highlighted on the board? Queen d8 to g5?
That is too, yeah. But here, even if we go off on some other position, it'll still tell people what move they were on,
Ah, there we go.
generally.
Yeah. Um,
Oh,
yeah, it
thank you,
feels
Nira.
like White has other moves. Oh, one tournament I was thinking about, I mentioned in chat, is Summer Prague Open in August. So if anyone has experience with the Prague Open, I was definitely looking at that tournament because it lines up well with my dates.
Yeah. Okay, so
yeah.
White to play. We've got some move suggestions coming in, so let's look at some of them. Somebody said, what's wrong with knight f3? Nothing much, but it's a little bit passive. It's not great shape in general, in my opinion. To have your knight on this diagonal where the bishop's kind of attacking it, you have to keep it defended. You can't block the diagonal reliably. So there's nothing immediately terrible about the move, but it's I would only look at it if moves I like better were bad. It would not be my first instinct or desire. Someone asked, what about f3? This, on the surface, looks like a more likely move because it reliably stops the great bishop on b7. The question would be, if black goes knight f4 or knight h4, are we forced to make any more weaknesses? Because that would be annoying if we had to move more pawns. Like, one pawn move in front of your king is a little bit the limit at this phase.
Yeah, f3 definitely feels like a reasonable choice. Just blunting the bishop on b7 is usually good. But yeah, I've definitely, Nepo's spending time. He's down to 46 minutes. I feel his discomfort because Black's next move could be like rook 88. And it's like, what are you doing with this pawn?
Right. So knight f4 would be a quite plausible response to f3. Black's threatening queen g2. And it's stopping rook e2 or queen e2 with the knight. Plus, we can't play queen d2 here. Do you see why, chat? This is an important determinant of this knight f4 move. Nice. Our chat's all over it. Knight h3 check. Beautiful tactic. The queen attacks the queen and the knight attacks the king, so white is dropping their stuff. And that means that knight f4, as far as I can see, Kostya, would force white to move the g-pawn.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then I don't like f3.
Right. So Nepo played the move I was going to suggest as a joke. I was going to be like, maybe you can go with Arthur's d5, like an hour too late.
Chat suggested this too.
Yeah. D5 definitely a big move.
Yeah.
And a very responsible move because this pawn just can immediately get targeted. Knight f4, rook a d8.
Yeah.
Maybe we should start with knight f4 here because that's double attack.
Yeah. And I'll just say, like, I was sort of expecting white to take on g6 check and then play either f3 or d5. So we didn't get to the end of our thought process, but I said why I slightly didn't like f3 and knight f3. And I was actually going to take on g6 if it were me, queen g6, and then in that position either f3 or d5. The reason being to get out of calculating this knight f4 and knight h4 moves. But now let's see if either of those moves is a problem after d5. So let's try knight f4 here.
Yeah, what's he doing in knight f4? Because he surely have a response in mind, and I don't think he's gonna blunder. My first like 5 moves all blundered made in one.
Made in one. Your first 5 moves were focused on the
knight
center.
f3, knight c6, knight d7.
Right. Yeah. I sometimes focus too much on the center too.
Knight f4, how does he? What's the there has to be something.
So, well, let's just go elimination if we're not sure, right? Queen
Oh,
F.
okay, David, I got a fun line. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if it works. So let's say knight f4,
Mhm.
g3,
Yeah.
knight takes d5,
Yeah.
bishop b3,
Okay.
looking at f7, rook
Got some
ad8,
ideas, yeah. Developing.
bishop takes d5,
Oh no.
bishop takes d5,
Uh-huh.
queen d5, rook d5,
What?
knight f7
You're
check.
hanging your face, Kostya.
Knight f7 check.
What? You hung your knight too, Kostya?
Welcome to the dojo.
No! I don't want to go to the dojo. You're making it seem like going out behind the shed.
Get in there. Get in there. That could be the idea.
That could be. Does your idea work against rook d5 as well, Kostya?
Yeah, I think so.
What would you do now?
Just rook d5, knight f7 immediately.
Nice. No queen takes d5 this time.
Yeah.
And yeah, Kostya's got it. Whew. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. g3, knight takes, bishop b3, ill-advised rook d8. What a combo.
Yeah.
We might have to play a really kind of move of c6 here for black, which obviously leaves white with pretty good play, even with a very simple like bishop d5, pawn d5, queen d4, right? Shutting black down. Maybe f4 first. I don't know. But
Yeah, and I mean there's like 97 stuff. And,
yeah, positionally, if we block that bishop, it's pleasant, even down a pawn.
Okay, knight f4, g3. Maybe there's other moves. So I don't really know if that's his intention.
Okay, so knight f4. So that was g3, huh? It did stop mate. Very good.
Oh, sorry, Trace. I don't know why it deleted that message. That's weird.
G3 makes sense.
Let's go to the Naka cam.
Does everyone realize how much is at stake in this matchup?
Calculating.
Like,
I
if
know.
either of these players wins the game, their opponent is out of it. Ay,
Yeah.
ay, ay.
And it's, I mean, it's huge for the tournament.
Yeah, it makes you really scared to do something risky, right? If you're carrying a lot. If you're not carrying, you can play pretty freely, maybe.
Yeah, it's an advantage. Absolutely. I mean, I think a serious advantage. I remember Dvoretsky was writing about how in critical games, players should try to forget about the pressure and just play the moves that they would always normally play in any kind of typical situation.
Uh-huh.
It's not much, but I wanted to thank you for holding the stream for all of us. It's been fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
It's awesome. Thank you. Much love to all the anonymouses out there.
Yeah.
Wouldn't playing something risky be good for streaming? Yeah, you could just play crazy moves and say it was for content. Yeah, true. No, but this is high level chess, and Hikaru's playing it correctly. He's all in on good chess and not playing any silly moves here in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
So d5 looks pretty plausible. Knight f4, knight takes d5, for example, like Kostya said, bishop b3. We were defending the knight, but the reason the knight wasn't moving away was because that would always be an exchange sack. As folks have pointed out, the knight doesn't have to move because of the queen to the king thing, but there's some risk that if you leave the knight there, white could play h4, and then if you move the queen, you'll lose the knight. So, and of course there'd be h4, knight h3 check, and it'll be complicated, but it's possible that the knight is sort of indirectly hanging to the h4 idea here. So yeah, black would definitely need to have a plan worked out before going for knight f4.
Maybe we'll see a repetition. Knight f4, g3, knight h3, king g2, knight f4.
Sure, you could. I mean, to me, f1 looks like maybe a better square than g2, but there could be a concern that if you go king f1, black plays f4, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Developing their rook, that could be scary, and that could cause you to play king g2.
Oh, I missed something. Yeah, knight h3, king g2. There's bishop d5 check. Yeah, thank you, Petch. That's a good one.
But that would thrash it, huh? King takes h3, queen h6.
Yeah, spoils the king g2.
Yeah. So that's pretty sick. And that forces king f1, and then the move f4 is pretty interesting. I mean, from black's perspective, interesting, right, Kostya? I mean,
yeah. I mean, from everyone's perspective.
From everyone's perspective, but I mean, like, if you're black and you see the possibility of f4, something goes off in your head where you're like, that might be good for me. I should
you're
look at
salivating. Yeah. FGs, knight f2s. Yeah.
I should look at that. Because look at this, Kostya. You know, queen g4, trying to bail out with a queen trade, and already, you know, fg3, queen g5, rook f2. I mean, there's stuff coming.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah.
Naka's looking back at the monitors. Naka's very confused about one of the games. That's not his.
Not his?
I wonder if he's looking. Yeah, because he was looking at the I wonder if he's looking at Fabi's game.
But it's his move. All right. Well, if he's looking at Fabi's game, maybe we should too, right? We want to get into Naka's head as we look at his game. So.
Yeah, I feel like we kind of should because well, the Naka game, okay, very concrete. I'm not sure what's going to happen there, but I think he'll go knight f4.
Queen h3, f6.
Yeah.
Knight f3, g5, knight d2. Look at Fabi threw it all. And he got his knight off the back rank. I've never seen someone get so bullied by somebody playing without their pieces. Oh, and he threw the g-pawn too.
I mean, it feels like he just got like 7 moves in.
Yeah.
3. And Prague played the rookie one that Arthur's was trashing as Patzer move. Oh no.
Wow. So Naka's like sitting there trying to figure out, why did Fabi play g4, allowing queen h4, instead of first building something else up, right?
Or he's thinking like, what is Prague doing? It's like, I don't know. I definitely don't like this for white compared to what he had earlier. I don't know what exactly he did wrong, but just feels like black is. Yeah, seems like black is getting what he wants. He can castle queenside soon and just go ham on the king side.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I would update this one to at least equal. But honestly, I would probably start to take black. And the time,
we
actually.
had white better, right? So
18 moves. Yeah, he has to make 22 moves now.
I think black's better. Unless the white knight lands on f5 really soon. And black can always play knight d4 or g7 first. So black's just better. He's got active play. He's got space. Right?
Yeah, something went very wrong here for Prague.
We're a little bit guessing on this evaluation, folks. So bear in mind, okay, first of all, they're just, the evaluations by us can be guesses to begin with. But in some games, we've tried out a bunch of variations, and then we start to be convinced of the evaluation, right? And in other games like this one, we're just looking at the position and kind of guessing. Sometimes it's a structure we really know. This is not a structure I really know, Kostya.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is... like I played the structure, but I mean, it's always impossible to evaluate these positions correctly. But I don't know, it looks juicy for black.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Queen E3 was played?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Not trying to blockade the pawn, so they're free to continue their pell-mell helter-skelter if they want, right? H4, G3 is available. Of course,
Yeah, if he goes H4.
Knight D4
No,
is
he
always
castles.
an option. Finally castles.
000. 000 on the
Mhm.
board.
Does Pragg still have time to score 000 in this tournament? No, he drew with Nepo yesterday.
Yeah, I don't get White's position at all. I mean, I feel like he's gonna go for A5, but even yeah, it's like where's that going?
Yeah.
Okay, so go Fabi. And yeah, big time edge, 22 minutes. They got to make 21 moves.
Yeah. That's noticeable time pressure for Pragg, you know. If you go board to board, folks, you'll generally find the players have similar amounts of time, but they'll be on different moves. And that's what's really important in determining whether those games are going to go to a time scramble or not. Like Abasov and Vidit are on move 25, right? When Pragg and Fabi are on move 19, and Gukesh and Firouzja are on move 21. Oh my god, there's been a lot of action on their board, so we'll catch up at some point. And Nepo and Naka are on move 21. So, yeah, so starting to be pressure. Pragg the lowest on time and the least far along in his game of any of the players, which adds to the practical chances for Fabi.
Yeah, and also there's like psychological pressure because you know you're playing Fabi, you know he's trying to win as black. You're no longer playing for first place, so you know motivation for Pragg I think is way down.
Mm-hmm.
And you know like oh here comes the squeeze, like he's gonna Fabi me.
Right.
Yeah, so to me this looks very unpleasant for White, even if objectively maybe the position's not that bad, but just seems like Black is just going to take over soon on the king side.
Yeah. The flip side to that is if you don't let any of that overwhelm you, Kostya, knowing that your opponent needs to go all out with Black can be very helpful for winning with White against some people, right? Like you can use it against them.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing that they're going to tend to make certain choices or feel obligated to do this or that, you know, you can be sort of you can terrorize them with threats of things that are equal or boring, etc., right? Yeah. So that's one side. And then the other thing I would say about Pragg and motivation is I feel like Pragg is almost always motivated by, like, he wants to play chess and get better.
Sure.
So I don't imagine that he's like, oh, what am I here for at this tournament now that I'm not playing for first anymore? I think
yeah, definitely not. Mm-hmm.
I think he's somebody who probably doesn't have that kind of motivation struggle, and that's also just in general rare with younger players, right? To have motivation struggles, like they're kids, they're just loving all of it.
Yeah, I just imagine he's a little bit down because he had chances up until the last game, right? It was last round. He drew with Nepo, and that basically meant he's no longer in contention.
Yeah.
In that game, to his credit, he really fought hard as Black. Like he really tried.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right, so I think the game to really catch up on here is the Gukesh one now. What do you think?
Yeah, let's go there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to move from Pragg before we move on. Queen E2. That's not improving anything. I don't think. I mean, I was thinking Fabi might play Knight D4 and now Queen E2. Okay.
Yeah, well, he wants Queen D1. I kind of get it. He's getting out of the way of his bishop.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems very, very comfortable for Black.
Yeah. All right.
Rook DG8 and so on. Mm-hmm.
So over to Gukesh. We got bishop e6 here from Firouzja, developing more, supporting the center, logical. Trade on d5 and h3. In my sense, at that point, would be that black is better. Firouzja played rook e8, bishop a4, bothering him, e4, ready to fight. Yeah, so Firouzja's really trying to press hard, I think.
Yeah. At first glance, I thought his position looks totally fine. No. Yeah. Yeah, Gukesh, he went bishop c2 and then back to a4. Knight went back to f1. It's hard to say. I mean, probably white's okay as well, but no, somehow I feel like black is starting to be better. Like bishop c4 is coming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think queen here was partly to play bishop c4. I think it was also to answer bishop g5 with queen e5 and cover the weak dark squares on the king side with the queen, right?
Yeah, bishop g5, queen e5, definitely the point.
So looks pretty good for Firouzja. He got a little bit behind on time. When I saw he was lower on time, I thought, oh, when we flip to that board, you know, maybe Firouzja will have some problems, but I don't see any problems for him. I think he was just thinking about how to press best.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a good time to just throw in like some basics about this pawn structure for anyone here who is newer. There's a 3-on-2 pawn structure on the queen side for white. And that tends to favor white a little bit in an endgame, the possibility of making a passed pawn that's far away from the kings. On the other side of the board, we've got a 4-on-3 majority for black, and it's not just a kingside pawn majority, right? It's a central pawn majority, right? Center/kingside. So it's this extra pawn in the middle of the board. It gives you space. It denies some squares to the opponent's pieces and also shelters your pieces so they can move around more freely behind the pawn. And that pawn is much more valuable in the middle game and allows you to sometimes have each of your minor pieces a little bit better placed than your opponent's minor pieces, or some more lines of communication for your rooks and queens than the opponent's rooks and queens. So as trades happen, that advantage for black would dissipate. But here, there's a lot of pieces on the board, and black can hope to use that space to gain a general advantage in piece activity and maybe turn it into a kingside attack. So all that tells me that at this phase of the game, I would much rather be black.
I think that's fair. Though Firouzja, he's down to 38 minutes. He's got to make 18 moves. And he's been doing this thing where he doesn't leave himself with enough time to get to the time control. So this could definitely still get real spicy.
Got the 10 millionth move of that sad Spanish bishop to b3. Really sorry, but
B3 makes sense.
But I think what Gukesh wants to do is play bishop e3, and he judged that bishop e3, bishop c4 was annoying, and so he played bishop b3 first to deal with bishop c4. And next on the agenda would be something like bishop e3, and just try to liquidate some pieces.
Time to bring out the machine. The machina.
Yeah. The one that tausches.
The one that tausches.
The one that tausches.
The tauscher.
Yeah.
Hero looking stylish as always. I like his hair today. It's got this very very kind of gently two-soled bedhead look. It's like it looks messy, but on purpose.
Okay. Me too, by the way, folks. This was a lot of careful planning here.
And he went with like an all black kind of look, like black blazer, black shirt.
Mm-hmm.
I think he wants to play Grim Reaper in today's game.
Or he knew he was playing black.
He already ruined Gukesh's tournament once, and now he wants to do it a second time.
Yeah.
is what I'm getting.
Yeah.
A4 played.
A4, trading on his terms. That A pawn would have been slightly weak if he had traded on B3 himself, which I don't think he really considered much at all. But if he trades on B3 himself, the A pawn's a little bit weak. White's got the B5 spot for the queen. So that was not happening.
For the fans, what's going to happen on bishop takes A4?
Oh, good question. The pawn's not defended. Presumably bishop C4 kicking the queen first. She could go to C2. But I still believe in that for black. So I think bishop C4.
Yeah. Let me just point out the trick. If black goes bishop F2, white has queen F2, hitting the horse on F6. Those pieces dropping off.
Yeah. That would be a real whoopsie. So I think on A4, he's really, if he takes the pawn, I think he's really just going for bishop C4, kicking the queen. If she goes to D1, then rook D8's uncomfortable. So I think first she stops off on C2. Sorry as that is. Then bishop D3. And then back to D1? Oh, it's so bad.
Yeah, so
maybe she's got to go to
yeah.
D2 and trap this bishop?
Yeah, very skeptical of this.
Ça va. Merci. J'ai vu qu'il y a quelqu'un, ça va. Okay, I would be pretty scared to take that pawn, but I will say this, Kostya, I've seen Gukesh take some pawns that I was scared to take.
For sure.
Yeah.
He don't care sometimes.
Yeah. Well, and you can't bluff him. Let me put it that way. Anyone who likes to sort of semi-bluff should not go for it against Gukesh. He doesn't trust his opponents. He trusts himself. He trusts himself and his own calculations.
Yeah.
My dog is bilingual, for those asking. She's originally from the US, but she learned French in like a day. So, for anyone complaining that it's too hard for them to learn a language,
wait, let me see. Where are our evals at? We got 3 equals and black better on Prog. Yeah, that kind of.
But we also have to put that on this one here too, right? We just haven't updated it yet.
Yeah, we're thinking black better in Firouzja. For sure.
Abdul doesn't want to take the pawn. Well, that's terrifying.
Oh, yeah, then for sure it's untakeable.
Watch him take it. He's such a not believer in anything. He took on e6. There we go.
Yeah, he listens to Abdul. Takes
Normal.
On e6.
Yeah.
Rook e6 played. Now we're expecting bishop e3.
Yeah. It may also be a reason that Gukesh is often in time trouble, Kostya. Like, on top of being a calculator, he never takes the shortcut of, like, trusting his opponent. You know, sometimes you say, I might as well just believe that and conserve your time. but I feel like he calculation checks people at every single little step of the way.
Yeah. Yeah, Gukesh don't care. Can't bluff him. Whoa. Let's check out Naka's last move.
Let's. Rook d8. Thought about it for 24 minutes. White played bishop b3 to defend the d5 pawn. As long as the knight's on g6, Kostya's tactic is not on yet. So Naka is threatening to take the pawn on d5 here with bishop and rook. And there isn't this back rank knight f7, rook e8 trick of Kostya's. So there's a true threat here. Nepo defended it, and Naka played a really surprising move. What's interesting is Nepo played bishop b3 in 5 seconds. That's fast for a move. I mean, he was all over expecting rook d8, but did he expect c5? We don't know.
Yeah, f5, now c5.
So, generally speaking, the c5 makes d5 into a passed pawn. This is a known structure that people usually try to achieve from the white side, the passed pawn. And normally it's you've got a pawn on d5, your opponent challenges it with c5, and you push past. Sometimes you're technically winning just off of the passed pawn. Sometimes you're better. So, very interesting to see Naka do this. And it suggests that he thinks he can just play b5, c4 really quickly, Kostya. Or what? Or is there another reasoning, another thing this pawn might do out here on c5?
Okay, well, let's say the obvious. With c5, he's claiming that the c7 pawn is no longer backwards.
Okay.
The white has no rook c1, rook c7 ideas. And I would guess black's next move, maybe, b5, c4 for sure. Seems like that's always an idea because you've got the majority, but could be looking at knight f4 as well. And just going after the pawn eventually.
Okay, so trying to encircle it more. But if you were just going for the pawn, you wouldn't necessarily need to play c5, right? Like, how bad was knight f4 this pass move?
Yeah. Definitely wouldn't look too bad to me.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, folks, where he played rook d8, we had spent a lot of time looking at knight f4, and we didn't find anything good for white against knight f4, did we? Nothing that stood out as good for white.
Nothing spectacular, but yeah, knight f4. I mean, the pawn on d5 is still not hanging, so it's not like we might again get this craziness with like g3 and who knows what happens there.
Right. So Naka went c5. This must be the fruits of his rook d8 think. 5 seconds from Nepo on bishop b3 is impressive because Naka could have played knight f4, knight h4, rook d8, like maybe even knight takes knight. I don't know. He had moves.
Yeah, Nepo definitely anticipated this rook d8. But c5, I doubt it. Let me check out the Nepo cam.
Yeah.
Nepo. He's thinking.
Naka gave up his whole big time advantage for this idea.
True.
He thought it was an important moment.
They're also a move. They got to make like 18 moves. So if this game gets a little heated, yeah.
We got a lot of people asking for Jesse, which is awesome. We'll let him know that you were asking. And we don't rightly know because Jesse is playing a tournament himself this weekend. So he'll pop on if and when he can from his tournament. But he can't predict it, I guess.
Yeah, he's playing the Maryland State Championship candidates right now. So yeah. He promised us he would try to join if he can, but really depends. If he has a long game, then it won't happen most likely.
Yeah. Yeah, and fun as it is to watch, your own game is always more important than anyone else's game, kind of, right? Like, as exciting
I don't
as
know.
Nepo versus Naka is or whatever, if you were playing a game against someone else right now in the whatever, village championship, it would be more important to you.
Jesse seemed like he really lamented having to play this tournament.
Yeah, the tournament just kept getting more and more exciting, and then at some point it sounded like he almost didn't want to go to his tournament anymore because he'd rather watch, which is amazing.
I think he would. But the issue is that I think this tournament for him is a qualifier for like the senior tournament. And then he'll have to win that one in order to get into next year's US Senior Championship.
So it's all part of the quest.
It's part of his own, candidate's trajectory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But another reason why I'm rooting for a Monday playoff, so we get one more day.
Yeah.
Of this tournament.
Oh, okay. I guess not every time. We've got people who just chose not to play because they knew that Ding Nepo was on.
Yeah, exactly.
Kostya, I watched like all of Ding Nepo, I think, except the tiebreak. Because I was like, oh, rapid chess, whatever. Who cares? Mm-hmm. The match was a draw, and I moved on.
That's funny.
That would be great if Magnus released some shorts where he's like, hey, Jesse. Listen, Jesse, buddy. It's not enough to comment on other people's games. You got to get out there and qualify yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
A Butch asks, why doesn't the challenger win if the match is a draw? They had the harder road to get there, right? As everyone said, winning the candidates is so hard. But in the case of Ding and Nepo, there wasn't even a challenger, right? They both qualified from the same path towards a vacant throne. But the people want the bouse. They want the bouse.
Yeah. I really don't trust any system where someone wins with a draw. I think that just encourages the Tauschmaschine strategy.
Yeah.
I don't know. It really changes things when one player wins with an equal score and the other doesn't. Sometimes it's unavoidable, like with Armageddon, but, it's long ways away.
I would argue that Armageddon is a choice and also is avoidable.
Yeah. No, I mean, for sure.
Is Queen H5 a draw offer? We've also got questions about other boards, but is Queen H5 a draw offer, is asked. And so we must mention the specter of Knight E5, right?
So people are saying, Knight E5, Queen G5. Which makes sense. I don't really think black has anything in the endgame.
Mm-hmm.
I would think Knight E5, Queen D1, Knight G6. That looks good for white. If anything.
Oh yeah, unequivocally good for white. Passed pawn, ready to advance. You can't, if you blockade it, then rook E7. If you don't blockade it, it just starts pushing, I think.
Mm.
The bishop's already ready for the checkmate on the H file. Yeah.
So draw could be incoming.
But I think the queen could also go maybe to H6 to avoid a repetition if you didn't want the repetition. Also, you could repeat once, and then in the same position that they've already had, you could go Queen F4 instead of Queen H5, right? That looks like a very consistent move to me. Because you can join in the plan of rounding up this pawn, right? With a queen on F4, you can play C5, C4. You can play queen. You're covering the D6 square.
Right. Yeah, I'm curious about Queen F4. Could he have been worried about maybe just G3?
Mm-hmm. You are risking a lot, David. Why do it? Well, in general, if you believe in yourself, and you believe in your position, that's why you go. That's why you try to win games. You know, so queen f4, g3. So then you're pretty much going queen d6, and white has rook e6 with real play, I guess.
Wait, rook e6 I think could be blunder.
You think queen takes, pawn takes, rook d1, huh? Bishop
'cause
takes
someone played
knight,
g3.
and then it's awkward with the rook there. Yeah.
But on queen d6, there's other moves like maybe knight g5 could be a thing. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, knight g5, and then queen comes to h5. So if bishop d5, queen
Ooh.
h5, be a big problem.
Queen h5 is huge, plus whatever we might do on the e file as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's a risk. That's a risk, but it's a risk on the board, you know. I'm not opposed to trying to win a game just because it could be risky. But if you see a line that's bad, then yeah, then you have to obey. You have to obey the position. Interesting. Definitely suddenly saw some potential in white's position there. Knight to g5 is really brutal.
Yeah, big time. By the way, do we have another guest joining us?
I don't think so today.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Let me try and keep my eye on Discord again for a second. Okay, see. Okay, so this position looking equal with even the specter of a repetition right here and right now hovering over the board. I'm going to click around to the other positions because I'm sure folks are curious to see Fabi's pawn storm a little bit more and like hear about how to develop and advance it. And here Gukesh is trying to tausch, but he's got a weak pawn. It doesn't look very good. Yeah, so Gukesh is still, you know, a little bit worse, but by making some trades, he's trying to make it something technical that he can manage. Now let's look at the real bloody game. So, Fabi played beautiful move rook dg8. Knight f1 was played. If knight f1 wasn't played, folks, there is this technique where instead of going h4 g3, you can sometimes in these positions play g3 with the pawn completely hanging, and then however white takes it, you then play h4.
Yeah.
That's a very important technique to know. That can speed up, you know, like an ad Kostya, right? Want to speed up your opposite side castling attacks? Use g3 before h4. Get there one move faster every time.
Yeah, like in many openings, you'll see it in the English attack with white going g6. You'll see it on the queen side with black going b3. You'll see it for white on the queen side with white going b6. So regardless of whether the king is castled, you can, if you're willing to give up a pawn, you can always open lines.
Yeah, here it is. I'm showing it, folks. You would play g3, and then when they take, you would play h4.
And then it's big problems on the h file. Queen h7 coming, knight d4, and yeah. So definitely looking nice for black. You got to make 18 moves still. And position's super complicated. That said, Prague does have this f5 square, so he went knight e3.
Okay, so knight f1 got played in the game. So here g3 wouldn't be a good idea, folks, because he could take with the knight. And knight on f5 is the one scenario where white really gets a good game. So h4 was played against this. Knight e3 from white. And that's the live position. And we've got Grayson Plays Chess asking, am I the only one who would take white here? Well, Kostya and I wouldn't take white, but maybe someone else in chat would take white.
Yeah, I definitely like black with the space and everything. But it doesn't mean it's going to be easy. I've had lots of like, let's say, good Rossalimos. I castle queenside, the attack is going, and then you miss one idea and white takes over the king side. Some knight f5 or some f4, randomness.
Important choice here for Fabi, actually, as the specter of knight f5 appears on the actual board, right?
Yeah.
His knight will be more aggressive towards the king side if he brings it to f4. But if he brings it to d4, he can control the f5 square instead.
Right. Knight d4 comes with tempo, but the issue is that you're going to get hit with c3 eventually.
Right. So you won't be
You might
there
have
for
to give it
long.
back.
Or not eternally, at least. And then, of course, he has the option to ignore all that stuff and just push g3, right? And some calculated line immediately.
Should be a move.
Let me just try a line. Knight f4.
So queen, let's go to d1.
Okay. Could also go to f1, right? So
Yeah.
try d1 first. g3.
All right, let's try FG and then you
HG.
take back. And then I'll go H3.
And then H3.
Let me just play textbook moves.
Pure textbook.
He did go knight d4, but we can spend a second on this. We'll go back to the game.
So I'm thinking queen h7.
Yeah. Queen f3.
Covering some checkmates.
Right.
And it is very hard to finish this off. Very hard. Knight h3 check doesn't seem to work. By the way, folks, I mean, like, in your arsenal of attacking ideas, right? You have to break through. Knight h3 is kind of the main move that I was gunning for white. And now it just doesn't seem to work. I don't even know that we could beat queen g2, but we definitely can't beat queen f5 check, trading our queen immediately.
Exactly.
So we've got kind of nothing there for black in that line. What else could we do? HG, H3. I suppose one other line would be knight H3 check there, Kostya, and then take with the rook. Nepo and Naka have repeated once. We're hearing reports from our chat. Let's see, knight E5, queen G5. Okay,
Yeah,
one
I'm keeping an
repetition
eye
on the
on it.
board.
Nepo's still thinking, considering the repetition.
That's not necessarily the end, folks. It's just...
But yeah, I will let you guys know the exact moment they agree to a draw. We will not be late as we get consumed with the analysis of the FIDE game. Oh, and FIDE game actually is updating. Knight d4,
Knight
h3.
d4 was the choice. Queen d1, h3. Ay, ay, ay.
Wait, did Prague go g3? Am I seeing correctly? Wow.
He probably played c3, right? g3.
I see the pawn on g3 on the live
Okay.
live cam. And Prague is saying exchanges are not people.
Okay. There could be an argument that his knight on f5 could handle a rook and the resulting kind of position. But I'm guessing he probably played this because c3 was losing for some reason, so I'm going to see if I can find it. Oh, sure. Pawn takes g2, pawn takes d4, e takes d4, right?
BD4. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, but then knight G4?
Knight G4. Wow. Okay, if I go too fast with bishop H2, you might have bishop F4. Now I'll just do it. Bishop H2.
Oh, okay.
Knight
To take.
takes. Rook takes.
Rook takes. That could be bad.
Yeah. These are the kind of like basic tactics you want to have a good vocabulary of, folks. If you you know, as you're becoming better and better at chess. Some of you already know this. This comment's not for you. Obviously, there's a spectrum of people watching, but like if king takes, you know, there's just a checkmating pattern, queen H7 to H1. If that didn't work, another pattern to know is G1 queens, so the king can't escape. Like if white's F2 pawn were on F3, and you thought that queen H7, queen H1 wasn't checkmate, then you'd have G1 queen, rook takes, and then queen H7, another really important pattern to know.
Nice.
So bishop H2 looks winning.
Art of Attack by Vladimir Vukovich, recommended starting from the 1600 plus cohorts in the dojo training program, I believe. Just throw that out there.
Yeah. Okay, so after H3, Pragg played G3. So he gets the F3 square for this knight. But the whole king side is locked, right? So if he wants to win with his rook, it's going to be hard work.
I feel like I really don't believe this from white. Just seems a minimum black can give the exchange back on F5, and he has this like long-term G4 H3 structure. Yeah, go Fabi. Nepo Naka. Okay, it's now Naka thinking about repeating or not repeating. I feel like they're just playing it up. Come on, guys.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows
it's
you're going
just,
for.
it just doesn't seem like an obvious way for either side to play on. So the chicken in me definitely leans towards a draw.
The four-way tie is definitely possible, Kostya. I mean, the biggest ingredient would be Naka Nepo drawing, right? Because that's
Very
two of the
possible.
results right there in one.
And then
Fabi has to
Guki
win.
Boy just needs to not lose.
Right. And I don't think he's super likely to lose yet, as he makes a weakness on his king side to keep the knight out of F4.
Oh, Vidit Abbasov made a draw, and I gotta say that is very courteous of them to just make a draw.
So we didn't have to look at
focus.
this at all.
In fact, I'll update the our eval there to just the result.
Great.
And we have two black betters. Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Fabi took the exchange. So we've got equal, black is better, draw. Yeah, I think we're pretty accurate here for the moment. Especially on the Abbasov game, which we didn't even spend that long analyzing, and we still seem to have it right.
Yeah, we got it right. Or like it's not that interesting for the tournament, and I guess the players agreed.
All right. So, folks, for black to win with the extra exchange, they have to either play F5 and return the exchange and get the queen to F3 and just sort of win another way, which looks a little implausible, but maybe it could be done. Or bring the king over to like H5 to defend the G pawn and then break with B5 on the queen side. That's it. There's no open files. And rooks move on open files. So if you don't open a file, you're not winning.
Yeah, so we're calling it either B5 or F5 gets played at some point.
Yeah. Also, I think Prague's okay now. I don't think winning the exchange was very good for Fabi.
Really, you think white's just okay?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, okay.
Well,
D6 bishop is dead. Doesn't have the knight to work with.
but when we put the rook on h5, how does white hold on to the knight? Like, aren't we threatening to be up a pawn?
How?
Like by taking twice on f5?
Oh, the knight's not going to f5. It's just sitting on e3 and stopping f5.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. White's just trying to hold, not to like occupy and win stuff, right? In fact, you're going to put like bishop a3, rook b1, queen e2, I would say, is white's defensive structure. So to tie a couple black pieces to defending g4.
Yeah, maybe there's this idea though, bishop f8, bishop h6, if the knight stays on e3. So like put the rook on h5,
Oh, I didn't see that.
bishop to h6.
Well, that would ruin me
Mhm.
completely. Okay, black's winning. Do you see my eval bar going up and down really rapidly, Kostya?
Nice, like
That's
a
a
true
feature.
eval bar.
That's a feature of eval bars.
Mhm. And Prague getting lower on time. We gotta make several moves still.
Parallel Pringle. Yes, at some point we said to open up a file. Or maybe you're talking to someone other than us.
Talking to Dojo accounts. Not sure.
Rook b1 played. One might say this is crispy critter, says Gritty Ponds. Fabi's still got to be careful. You know, you have to be ready for queen a5 and other details. But I think he's fine. I like this bishop h6 plan, but we got to time it right. Chad says Hikaru is dumb if he doesn't repeat. He and Jan are each like spending a couple minutes here trying to decide.
I mean, when your opponent is repeating, there's really no reason not to take a few minutes and make sure that you have nothing better than a draw. It's kind of like a simple free roll. If you find a way to be better, then you play on, and if not, then you have the draw.
I'm a little disappointed today, Kostya, because there's just not been a single glimmer for Gukesh.
Yeah, it's been a tough game for him.
All right, bishop f8 played by Fabi going directly towards h6. He seems crystal clear on his plan, right?
Well, he doesn't have that much time either. He's got just a couple minutes extra than Prague. They got to make 13 more moves. So, yeah, I think once you find a plan, position is still relatively close. There's not a ton of forcing moves White can throw at you. So, yeah.
If he played bishop h6 with no further prep, he could still maybe answer queen a5 with b6, right? So it looks like there may not be any preparation needed to go bishop h6. For white, I would go bishop a3 now, I think. Unless it's a bad move, but no, I would do it. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, let me see the prog cam.
I think Black's bishop is not that good, so they would probably want to trade trace HS, and that's what this bishop f8 move is all about, right? Fabi's going for this plan of bringing the bishop to h6 and then trading it for one of White's minor pieces. Ideally the knight, because then the f5 plan is just the easiest to execute there.
This game's gonna be violent. Prog down to 20 minutes now. How does White? Okay, I mean, if Black goes bishop h6 and there's knight f5, so Fabi, okay, bishop a3. It's one way to discourage bishop h6.
Yep.
Now will Fabi go b6? Fabi not at the board. He's snacking. Will he go b6?
And if he goes b6 here, should White even consider a5 to try and distract him a little from bishop h6?
Yeah, b6, a5, king c7. How does
This is just analysis now, folks. Takes on b6 and queen a5 looks annoying, right?
wait, so
Two threads.
wait, b6, a5, and then king c7?
Oh, king c7, that's better. Now queen a5 won't be as good, huh?
Yeah.
Takes queen c3. I guess your queen has to move around to the b file, walk around the king.
Or bishop can move somewhere.
Oh, you could just go bishop h6 and prepare a rook over there, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, Josh is asking, Grandmaster Josh is asking if we were surprised by knight e1. I wasn't, but David, you seemed surprised that he took the exchange.
At first, I thought it didn't look good because I didn't see this bishop f8 to h6 plan. I thought, what's the point of trading a knight for a rook in a position that's completely locked? But Kostya pointed out bishop f8 to h6 to me, and I thought, okay, this looks like something that should win. On second thought.
And they're about to draw now. Naka Nepo, they've repeated it a bunch of times. Naka is now staring at the monitor to make sure that he made a 3-time repetition.
Yeah.
And Naka he's not even looking at the board. He's very much in the zone of, does he call the arbiter or does he play queen g5 and force Nepo to call the arbiter?
Yeah. Yeah, the idea, Josh, would be A, to maybe offload this bishop if White hadn't gotten the bishop off c1 yet, but B, to attack the knight with a rook and then sack back the exchange with an extra pawn and, breaking into these squares. But here we're messing with Black a little bit with a5 and rook b1 and stuff in this line that we're analyzing right now. Wow, Chad knows the threefold repetition rule really well, Kostya.
Oh, wow.
They're saying if he claims to draw with queen g5, it's actually not a threefold repetition, which is true because the last time they had that position, or the first time, Naka just played c5. En passant was legal, so it's a different position.
That's a very funny point. Yeah, so yeah, en passant counts as well as like castling rights. So if you repeat a position 3 times, but in the first position you had castling rights and then you didn't, then that would also be a different position. So yeah, actually, that's so funny. So c5, so knight f3 is 1, knight f3 is 2. So if queen g5, then yeah, it's only Nepo's move knight f3. That would be the third. Yeah, because it's officially not the exact same position. So when Naka goes c5, technically Nepo has dc6 as a legal move, and then the other 2 repetitions he doesn't. So they don't count as the same position.
Yeah.
Which is a little funny, but I think it's I mean, it's certainly logical with the castling thing. If you can castle in one position than you can in others, that definitely a different position.
Mm-hmm. Same with the en passant. It's a different position.
Yeah.
Fabi played king b8. So there's no hook yet on b6 to play a5, but it also means he's not yet threatening bishop h6, right?
Yeah, king b8 seems more solid. And queen g5 from Naka. And now Nepo is counting his score sheet. So funny. And they're both like laughing and smiling, by the way. Because Naka started making faces and Nepo's making faces. Big face off here.
Jesus.
2 players. And now Nepo's pretending to think for a 3rd time. And the arbiter has placed himself closely to this board because he can sense that he's about to be called over.
That's cheating, though. That's cheating.
How's that cheating? How's that cheating?
Because you're signaling the players that you expect that they're going to make a draw. You're not supposed to signal anything to them during their games.
He's not sick. He's not like right at the board. He's just around because he sees them repeating. You know, it's not. He's just around. You know, he's in the area.
Mm-hmm.
He's not saying whether, you know, they have a repetition or not.
But does he hover around when they don't have a repetition?
I mean, he's been walking around in general.
If one of the players had a winning move or an advantageous move to avoid the repetition, you know, would he be hovering like that?
Well, he's certainly unaware of the computer eval.
All right.
/ moves. Yeah, that playing hall. Eugene, he was telling us like total dead zone, like no phones, no computers,
Yeah.
no carpet, no nothing.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, Nepo called the arbiter over. He was right there. He was on it.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, Naka agrees. Game is drawn.
Clock's still ticking. I guess they're not allowed to agree draws with the rules here, so they really do have to make sure they've got the 3-fold repetition correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
Otherwise, they could get hit with some kind of a sanction, not from the opponent or anything, but from FIDE.
Yeah, small 2-minute penalty. Folks, I'll link the FIDE YouTube channel where you can find the player cams for the boards. They're discussing a bit. I think Nepo, I saw him mouth F5, but I don't know what exactly he was saying. Seems like Nepo was trying to claim he was better somewhere, which I think is correct. We certainly thought he had that D5 move a lot earlier.
Mm-hmm. Friedel says that Gukesh's game now looks like a total mess, where earlier he was definitely worse. So let's see what happened. Gukesh was finally able to move the B pawn that had been hanging for a million years here, which would have split his pawns, but he would have still been scrabbling to hold on by attacking the B7 pawn. So he finally moves it. F5 comes in from Firouzja. That's consistent, aggressive. Trades here. And rook d1. Okay, so the one thing that Firouzja did not do that is textbook for this pawn structure is try to get some control over the d file.
Yeah. This position definitely looks like could go either way. My instincts, I feel like I would still take black, but I mean, I don't know how much it is. It's really not clear. I mean, yeah, this 9 on h5 could be a chump.
Maybe it should go to f6 because rook d5 is slightly worrying me.
And yeah, white's knight can come to e3. Oh boy. So 2 games left.
Oh, let's update the standings. Good call, Spam Turkey. Thank you. Thank you. And we'll update our evaluation here from equal to 1/2, 1/2. We evaluated it as equal only because they were in a position where it seemed like they had to repeat. So that part was reasonable. Okay, and so here Nepo goes to 8 out of 13. We're going to fix the denominator as well. And Naka to 8 out of 13. Pragg and Caruana and Gukesh are all still playing. Okay, it's good for now. All right, Lassa, see you tomorrow. And Rook F8 played by Firouzja. So all in on playing F4. It's coming. F4 is coming. Like it or not, this game is going to explode very soon. Why did White get the D file? Black didn't want it. He let him have it.
Wow.
I think that's the only real explanation, right? I mean, he had control of the situation if he wanted it. The A3 pawn stopping queen B2. That's something.
Yeah, this A pawn I think is always annoying for White. And 20 minutes, 10 moves, but these next 10 moves feel like they could be super sharp.
Yeah, heavy moves. You might need 10 or 20 minutes on one of them.
Heavy moves, exactly.
I think, Patrick, the thing about going rook d5 is black can always hit you with knight f4 after that. The intention of sacking the exchange, it's reasonable, but the black king's already kind of open, and after you go rook d5, rook takes h5, you have no other active pieces. So to me, what you want to do is get the e1 rook onto the d file. So rook d5 or rook d7 with the idea of doubling is reasonable. The other move I would look at is queen d2 to plunk the queen on d5. But I think in general, black could play queen e7 then. So I'm leaning towards rook d7 right now. And I'm also going to update the evaluation here, Kostya, depending on what you think. I was thinking maybe unclear right now.
Yeah, let's go with unclear.
Because I'm not even 100% sure I would prefer black here. Like, if white goes rook d5 played, I mean, white doubles rooks on the d file. I don't know who's better. Queen e7. So here I'd expect him to double.
Right.
And then I guess knight f6. But once you play knight f6, f4 is less potent. Well, I guess you go knight f6, you kick the white rooks to bad squares, then you go f4, and if white takes it, you go back to h5, right? And you just, who's stopping you? You own the f file. Why is Caruana doubling rooks on the g file when it is closed? Perhaps to defend his g4 pawn.
Yeah, he's kind of like overprotecting, and also I would say that in the Fabi position, white doesn't have a lot of moves, so black is not necessarily in a rush here to do something. Like he wants to go bishop h6 eventually, but first he'll have to play b6. So he took the time to put his king on a8.
Whoa.
I think especially king b8, king a8 shows that Fabi is being patient. Yeah,
Whoa.
f4 from Gukesh. That's
Did you
a move.
see that?
That's he learned that from Naka, the en passant thing.
He prevented f4 drastically. So first of all, folks, pawn takes f3 can't be played because of queen takes e6 with an extra rook. And second of all, his g3 pawn is defended by the knight on f1, so he's not hanging his structure / face. He gives an amazing passed pawn. He probably wants to put his knight on e3, but that's hard to do at the moment. It's going to take a bit to do it. And Black could consider a very committal e3 themselves, right, before it gets blockaded. There may be a dream for Gukesh of defending the g-pawn with the king, playing knight e3, and doubling rooks on the d file and taking over the whole game. To me, that's unrealistic. Black has enough juice to play g5, and looks very risky for white to me right now. Very risky.
Yeah, like, to me, it seems like Firouzja doesn't really believe in this. And he just went knight f6.
Okay.
I don't know. Somehow the way he was looking at the board was like either he missed f4 or he really didn't think it was a good move.
Right. So he can't play g5 yet because of queen takes h5. So he plays a very simple move, knight f6, pops the rook, and, well, this does free the knight from f1. But I think his plan should be like h6, g5 now, Kostya. That's my first thought. Gukesh emphasizes the d file. I think a bad move that a lot of us would consider is rook b5. But he just stays ready on the d file. A knight on e3 might also prevent h6, g5 because the f-pawn's hanging. It's not that easy to play g5 for Firouzja. Like, I just want to bang it out, but it's not.
Yeah, I was thinking like queen g7, but same problem. Knight e3 touches the f5 pawn. Knight on e3 will be beautiful. I mean, clearly this is Gukesh's intention. He wants the block. I mean, strategically, I feel like f4 makes a ton of sense. I don't know. Tactically, maybe there's some problems with it, but strategically, knight looks good on e3. You can't bother it with f4. And
so here's something funky. The Shanklin not rule, but idea. What if you just play g5 right now?
I consider that, but yeah, FG. I didn't.
If there's a problem, it's probably FG, right? Knight d7.
Yes. Just knight d7. Oh, okay. Yeah. Had I seen knight d7, I would have maybe considered it longer. But I did consider g5. I was like, I would really like to play this move.
Right.
But I didn't find knight d7. Yeah, maybe. Oof.
You're feeling knight d7 now, right? This is what I was sitting here worrying about. The thing is, the knight won't only have f3, right? If all it were f3 and you just put your knight on h2 and swallowed your pride, like, maybe, right? But there's also knight d3. There's a lot of dynamism here. Yeah. I'm not sure what would happen after this.
Yeah. Could be could be a problem for white. This knight is, you got to evacuate a lot of stuff off of that knight f3 bomb.
Yeah. Okay, and Friedel saying maybe after g5 you could just play knight e3, allowing g takes f4. Maybe. If black then played knight d7, then maybe white has knight d5. And you leave the pawn on f4. You're not even really trying to take on g5. You just leave the pawn on f4, stopping the knight. Actually, maybe you just double while the knight can't move. Yeah, you just double. Never mind. Then knight to c5 and rook to d5. And still pretty messy because f5 is weak. Yeah, Friedel saying the same thing. So maybe, but it's scary. It's scary. Firouzja's thinking he's stopped on this move. He's sniffing something.
Yeah, he's calculating a lot.
Okay, sorry. I'm showing you guys the position with g5 instead of the live position. Sorry. This is a big potential move for Firouzja here. G5. I think something like H6 knight E3 is pretty useless for him, honestly.
Yes.
So the big move is G5, and the other option is something like Rook D8 or Rook D6, where you just switch to playing technically, which is unlikely to be good. There's a second trigger, though, which is E3, right? E3, and then the knight goes into E4. Ay.
So yeah, E3 I was thinking about, but I couldn't make it work after Rook D3.
Right. So if white plays knight E3, folks, it looks simply terrible for white after knight E4. Like, you're lined up badly on this file. G3's hanging, rook's hanging. It's just unlikely. But Rook D3, with the idea to put the rook on D3, now maybe black plays something like Queen C5, right? And I don't know. It's messy. It's scary.
It's definitely scary, but I would say scary for both sides.
Yeah.
It's like King H2, and yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. 8 moves to go, but they got a good chunk of time. It's last couple moves actually are gonna get pretty bravas.
Yeah, no, it's definitely getting hairy here because Firouzja has to decide if he pulls the trigger on either G5 or E3. And if instead he plays Rook D8 or Rook D6, those opportunities are basically gone and the game will become technical. And if he wants to pull a trigger like E3 or G5, he should make sure to do it with, like, I don't know, 3 minutes on his clock, not 0. Right? Because, I mean, yes, he's, the greatest online bullet player in the world or whatever, but, I mean, it's like OTB, he doesn't have a mouse. There's some technical requirements with moving the pieces and all that, and he's playing a good opponent. It might not pan out. And if the guy survives 4 or 5 bullet moves, then he gets more time at move 40, and you don't want to just be losing. So what I mean by game becomes technical. Good question, Butch. Thank you for asking that. So if G5 or E3, the game would be wild and what I call tactical, meaning there's a lot of pieces attacking and defending and calculation needed. Technical is a position with less long calculations, less potential for sacrifices and things like that. Instead, you're playing for a square or a weak pawn, and it's a game of little inches. You see? So, like, move by move, you're trying to gain a tenth of a pawn, not like checkmate your opponent or win a piece. The line after E3, we didn't get very far, Shank, but we got as far as Queen C5, and then the question to white is, can you take this pawn? And maybe you can, and then black doubles on the E file. And I don't know. If you go Queen F2, they go knight E4 maybe. You could try it.
Oh, he did go G5.
He went for G5?
Firouzja.
Ay.
Going for the kill.
Ay. He definitely sensed the moment. But look!
Man.
Gukesh played knight E3, Kostya, in 5 seconds.
He saw it coming. Gukesh don't care.
So he worked really hard on Firouzja's time. That was really important there. GF4 played quickly. He worked really hard on Firouzja's time, and so he was able to blitz out a couple moves here and keep his time for one more calculation he's going to need to make. Yes.
Now Firouzja, he's down to 8 minutes. Got to make 7 moves.
F5 is dangling. I don't know what would have happened if Gukesh took it last move. I don't know. Maybe Queen C7. Maybe that was a fear.
It looked very loose.
And the black queen gets in. I don't know. That would suggest that in this position here, one of his candidate moves would be Queen C7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that looks like a candidate move to me. I could believe that. Oh, that move looks good. Shoot, I shouldn't have told Firouzja about it. But he already saw it in another line, so he'll see it here too.
He's probably seen it. But Firouzja's like, he has with all due respect, he has done a lot of miscalculating this tournament. Like a lot of his games, he's gotten himself into these very, very sharp tactical positions. And then he spends a lot of time because they're so complicated. And then at some point he like misses something and it goes wrong.
Yeah. Okay, but Kostya, what do we play against Queen C7? Queen H2? Queen F2? Queen F2, Knight H... Any queen move lets the knight free to H5, right?
Yeah. There's always Rook F1.
Kostya,
Maybe King H1. King H1.
GM Friedel would like to know, how would Firouzja respond to your claims that he's been missing a lot? If he heard what you just said, what would he say?
He'd probably say something like, man, he's right. I don't see anything in this tournament. I miss so many things. I had so many chances against Naka, against Nepo.
I think
he would
I think he figured out exactly what he would say. Damn, it's perfect. Now all we need is someone to ask him that question in an interview, and we'll get exactly that answer. Then we just make
line
like
them up
we
side
just
by
put the
side.
clips next to each other.
I'll text Fun Master Mike. Hey, ask Firouzja what he thinks about his miscalculations. Thank you, guys. I'm glad you guys like it.
What I don't like is my own nerves in this position. Okay, Kostya, here's a line. Queen C7. Man, Firouzja's really tanking here. King H1.
No, this is
Queen F4. We give a check, right? King H8, for argument's sake. Queen G2. Threatening mate. Rook G8. And now, Rook D8. And white mates. I mean, I could maybe play Knight G4 or something. Oh, he's played a move. What did he play? I know I'm the broadcaster. I'm supposed to show us.
Position, maybe Queen F3 saves black. I'm not sure. He played Queen F7. He went the other way.
Queen F7, leaving the pawn hanging, seemingly hanging.
Yeah, he wants Knight F5, Queen G6 check.
Then Queen G2. And I think he can regain his pawn with Knight H5, but...
Yeah, I didn't see Queen G2, my bad.
No, it's not your bad. I think that's the plan, and I think Gukesh is calculation checking him right now. If he hasn't already, might be double checking his own calculation check that he already did. But
yeah, bravo Gukesh though, leaving himself with like 3 times as much time as Firouzja.
You can already see that he's better than he was at the beginning of the tournament, Kostya. He was having trouble handling his clock at the beginning of the tournament. He's made an adjustment in the second half already.
Yeah, he just gets better with every game.
Yeah, terrifying. So I'm sure, Firouzja 3.5 minutes on Queen F7. I'm sure he calculated something here, but knight takes here, Queen G6 check, attacking the pieces. Queen G2 forced. Knight H5 looks complicated, as Josh says. The knight seems to be coming to F4. And if you go queen takes queen, rook takes, wins your knight, So he needs to do something else. Might I suggest... Oh, God, it's too insane. Like knight H6, king H8. If F5, there's queen G2, rook G2, rook takes H6. Doesn't quite work. So knight H5. Maybe knight H4 is kind of simple and equal.
I
Gukesh
think he
played
went with
king h2.
Yeah, default move, king h2.
Default move king h2. I think this knight h4 line would be about equal though, right? You pop the queen. She trades on g2. You take with knight. Black gets knight f4. Equal.
Right.
I think. But okay, king h2. Even if the position's about equal, he's got the extra 12 minutes, and he's got that confidence that just
6 moves.
doesn't know when to quit.
I know it burned him last time in this
Yeah.
exact pairing.
Oh my god. So burned.
But he
Knight
learned from
h5
that
allowed.
game. He learned from it. Knight h5 played. No. Oh, Gukesh noticed something. What did he notice? He's such a good phrase. He's calculation checking him.
Yeah.
Big time.
That's a phrase I didn't invent. It's a thing.
He's looking at like some rook g1, maybe king h8, rook g5, but I don't quite see it. Knight f4.
God, if only we had queen
right.
b2 in all these positions, you know? Okay, so a basic move is knight d5, but that invalidates all his attacks on f5, right? And his rook on the d file and everything. So it's not super desirable. I think rook f1 or queen f2 maybe? Queen f2, yeah, your queen would be really good on h4, right? Because then black would have to stay honest with the knight on h5, and you'd be attacking some squares.
Queen f2 looks reasonable.
Friedel's got the move I want though, Kostya. Look at this now. Rook g1, king h8. He says queen f1. So
Nice.
So that now we get out of the way of that a3 pawn.
I mean, that's quite annoying because here, like, knight d5 makes sense. You cover the f6 square, and then you hit him with queen a1, rook dg2, and just, okay, that's plus minus.
You got rook dg2. Remember that as soon as f4 is not hanging, white always has rook g5 as a move that's going to bother black really badly. Some folks like queen f2, but this Friedel move is a thing of beauty, frankly. We're at move 35, folks. 4 minutes for Firouzja, 14 for Gukesh to make 5 more minutes each. It's not desperate time trouble, but this is a position where I would like to have 20 to 30 minutes. Ideally, I would like, if I could have what I wanted.
Okay, quick update on the FIDE game. They're just maneuvering.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
They're going to get the time control very soon. And I think this is just going to be a long struggle. I mean, Fabi's he's going to press and press and press.
Oh, his bishop gave up on the h6 direction somewhere along the way. No, it came back to the h. Wow, okay. Not clear. Not clear. Game going long. Firouzja deep in thought here, friends. Deep in thought.
But yeah, that's just classic, like, do not hurry strategy from Fabi. Just don't rush it. Move around. Force your opponent to make decisions.
Yeah.
And eventually you'll find some f5 break, something. Something to play.
Icy Stun points out an important tactic that I sometimes fall into. So rook f1, rook g6. You can't capture that knight because of rook g2, he says. Oh, but here, maybe he gave a line where black's king had been checked to the h file already. But here, there'd be this counter check, right? And then it's Kostya's favorite thing, some discussion about ambulances.
Yeah, black gets the ambulance here.
Yeah. So rook f1, rook g6 would be too hasty, but I think the move would probably be king h8, right? Because white's not yet threatening to come after the knight here. Yeah, Jason, this is the first part of the game where Gukesh has had a glimmer, where it's been just super controversial.
Confucius said, "Never pin a piece that can give a discovered check."
Yeah.
He was well ahead of his years.
Yeah.
Okay, Guki. Oh, he's been burning some time this move. He's feeling the pressure now.
Yeah.
Of course, he's seen the Nepo results, so he knows he's basically playing for the sole lead if he gets some chances here.
I think he's just got to play his
Bottom
board and
line.
not worry about the other boards, right? Like, it's a 3-result position. I mean, you just play the best you can.
Yeah.
Praggnanandhaa played f3 himself. That is some shocking news. He may have had a good opportunity to play it. You know, I think sometimes when you're on the Fabi side of this kind of a position, you assume that the other person is just going to sit and wait and that they're never going to do anything, right? At least me. Like, I overlook a moment where my opponent can do something like this sometimes. So...
But is this is this good for Black? Because he might have provoked Prague into. And then when did this happen exactly? He went f3 on move 40.
Yeah.
That's bad luck. I don't care.
The
who
most
you are.
unpredictable thing possible. You know, with 3 minutes on the clock and 1 move to make time control, he decides to make the big decision.
Yeah, was this really when you had to make this move, Prague? I mean, I don't know if it's good or not, but it's just like, just go rook b2, you know? Just like make 1 more move.
Man.
And then you have more time.
Long term, this should be bad for White, as everybody is probably guessing or thinking or wondering. I mean, he would have liked to just play rook g5 and then f5, but may have thought that White could take on f6 if he did. So instead, he backed off with his rook, and that's their live position. But these guys haven't made time control, so does Gukesh have a move yet? No move yet. Come on, queen f1 to a1. It's so strong to get your queen on that long diagonal. Oh my goodness. It's really hard for Black to deal with, right, Kostya? Really hard. I noticed that...
Yeah, the g1 queen f1 is annoying.
He's played queen f2.
This was also, I thought, very reasonable. Just trying to bring that queen to h4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But one thing I noticed about the whole queen f1 position was that Black can't even keep your queen off the long diagonal with queen f6, because when you go knight d5, you're covering every single square on... It's a long diagonal to cover without a bishop, right? But White's covering every single square. Right?
Yeah.
So... Okay, so he played queen f2. That was 7 minutes of thought. He's got 9 minutes left.
Oh boy.
Firouzja should have predicted this move. This was like the basic A1 most likely move for White.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. Firouzja should have been ready to snap back, right? If Gukesh thought for 7 minutes and played the most obvious move.
I don't know. Firouzja, he just thinks and thinks. I think his issue is like he sees too much. He just sees so many lines and like you can't calculate everything. So you just keep going and spinning and just seeing so many ideas. Luckily, I don't have to deal with this problem. My calculation is far weaker and superficial.
Okay.
But man, he's got 2.5 minutes. Still has to make 5 moves. He's reaching. Okay, rook
G6. Yeah. I was thinking either king h8 followed by rook g6 or rook g6 followed by king h8.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, so possible moves for White. There's rook d5. There's not very exciting rook g1.
Josh, it's not a flex. It's one of my biggest weaknesses. I have a theory that Jesse's going to do well at his tournament because he spent the last 12 days just like analyzing high level games with us with like no computer, nothing, just working our brains.
Mm-hmm.
So I bet he's going to do well.
Yeah.
Also, I'm pretty sure he's the highest rated player in Maryland, so that's also going for him.
All right, Gukesh plays the uncompromising move, Kostya.
Rook d5.
Not the hugest shock, but I wonder what he has planned against Queen c7, which is the most uncomfortable move for his king.
Ooh, boy. Maybe he wants to put the rook on e5.
Right, maybe rook e5, maybe rook f1.
Mm-hmm. Knight g7.
Knight g7 played. Wow.
Okay. Now rook d1.
A little bit of a defensive feel on that move, and Gukesh pounds out the doubling.
Putting the pressure on. Now he wants rook d7.
He's not playing like somebody who got smacked in a time scramble by the same opponent a few days ago.
Oh, for sure. I think White's definitely taking over now. I mean, he feels like he got everything. Knight on e3, he got the d file. His king's on h2, the lady's near her king.
Yeah.
I don't see Black's play.
No, I mean, the moment that knight retreated, that said the position is somewhat in White's favor or control.
Firouzja going for the banal rook h6. Banal? Banal.
Banal. So on rook d7, he goes queen h5. And then if you go queen g3, he goes back rook g6. It's annoying, but it's legal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. Is Firouzja trying to give this position up? No, these players never intentionally make bad moves. I mean, it's just huge time pressure right now.
Yeah. They've got two moves to make. I mean, they'll make it. They'll make it. Can Gukesh start with queen g3? Yes, but then White can then Firouzja could play queen h5.
Yeah,
right?
queen h5.
Queen g3, queen h5.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a crazy combination where you take on f5, Kostya. Ay. Rook f5, knight f5, queen f5, rook d8, king f7. Oh, and the queen covers rook d7, so it's not a combination.
I guess, okay, hypothetically, if Gukesh wins and Fabi wins,
yeah,
then tomorrow we get a very crazy day because Gukesh will be a half point ahead. So Naka will be playing for a win against Gukesh, and Fabi definitely playing for a win against Nepo because he'll have to catch up to whatever happens in that Naka Gukesh game. So we'll have like two players having to go all out with White.
Yeah, actually, like the four-way tie might seem like the most exciting, but the players with White needing to win has another
also
element of intensity. I don't think so, George. I think Fabi just needs to play his best because he already knows the scores that Nepo and Naka have, And he basically knows he's got to try to win the game he's playing right now against Prague. So I think he just has to win it regardless of what happens on Gukesh's board.
Rook G1, Rook G6. One more move to make. Gukesh has 5 minutes. Firouzja, 45 seconds. And yeah, I was wondering, does he have
That's
any
fine,
tricky-
Doses Dose. We're all welcome to root for who we want to. Kostya was rooting for the Americans too, and I didn't get mad at him about it.
Yeah, I'm Team USA today.
Yeah.
GD1.
Oh, we had a single repetition here from Gukesh. And
now he's gonna tank.
Yeah, Firouzja
Yeah,
takes it, and
that's
now he could tank.
40. Right.
Honestly, I don't love the 40th move repetition there from Gukesh. Like, he's got 5 minutes. Firouzja's got 30 seconds. If he doesn't want to repeat, I feel like he should work a few more minutes to see if he has something maybe that would be hard for Firouzja to respond to. I don't know.
Okay, maybe we should jump back to the FIDE game and see if we figure out. Or should we eval this one first? We're thinking white better, yeah?
It might just be equal.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it could be. I have no idea.
But yeah, I mean, I would choose to be white at this point if I were just choosing.
Yeah, same.
So let's put white is better with a horizon of one move or whatever, and then we could get deeper if we could.
White better, question mark.
Knight f5 in the last position we'd seen from Prague. So now he sort of doesn't have to worry about bishop h6 anymore. And he can control f5 well enough that an exchange sack back on f5 is not really plausible. So he's kind of killed the king side, right? Yeah, Prague's pretty much killed the king side.
Yeah, I saw Josh was saying that he thinks there's no plan for black.
Yeah, Josh said that a couple minutes ago, that he didn't see really any kind of plan for Fabi anymore. I only see b5 at this point.
So can black start with bringing the queen to like g4?
And just make sure that gain space on the king side with the queen, or would white trade?
I figure white would have to trade or allow the trade. I don't know. Maybe just goes back like queen f2.
Yeah, it seems a little hard to concede the light squares to black's queen with that pawn on h3. Okay, so if black brings the queen to h5 or g4 or something, let's assume white trades them. And then black regroups to play b5. Seems well within his rights to do that and try to win the game. I mean, I don't think white can really... Well, it's not obvious how white would stop b5.
Yeah, b6, king b7, a6, b8, and so on. Yeah, I mean, I think if we're able to open the queen side, then one day this h3 pawn will become a factor. Black's rooks will always have a chance to get in with more open lines.
So Patrick asks if opening the queen side is even a winning plan or a drawing plan. If we trade all the pawns, it's a draw. Well, the idea is to trade one pawn. That's black's ideal. And black's willing to trade 2 pawns instead of 1 pawn. But we're definitely not looking to trade 7 pawns as black, and it's a little bit unlikely that happens. So most scenarios where black plays b5, you would think 1 to 2 pawns are going to get traded on b5, right? Probably 2. And that'll still leave you, then you get an open file for the rooks, and you come down, you start attacking pawns like c2, h2, d3, whatever's left. You know, there will be a couple pawns left. And the idea is that your rooks can outmaneuver the knight once there's an open file, especially an open file far from the knight. I guess when black commits a lot of pieces to the queen side to play b5, queen h5 just played, one thing white could try to do is win the h3 pawn while black's playing b5. That's a potential counterplay target. In fact, we could even bring the king up here as white, Kostya. We could play king f2, right? Queen takes queen, king takes f3. And just be poised to play a move like g4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just like dominating the king side. Ooh. But yeah, game will continue. I mean, Fabi has to press.
If Gukesh wins, is it over for Fabi? No. Fabi just needs to win his game. If he doesn't win, it's over for Fabi. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I'm broadcasting a tournament. You can go find the video. I sent the link. If it didn't work, then me sending it again won't help.
What was the video? I can try to find it.
Yeah, they can too. It's called The Dangers of Chess. It's on YouTube, on the Chess Dojo channel.
Dangers of Chess, guys. The Dangers of Chess. Search that. Chess Dojo.
I guess we really don't know if this should be a draw, a win, or better, huh? How do you feel about me playing g4 as white, Kostya?
After, wait.
After like a queen trade on f3.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. There's no way to like touch this pawn with the rooks.
They just can't rearrange in the face of that knight, right? To double attack the pawn. And it gives me room to play king g3 and take the h-pawn while you're playing b5.
Yeah. But king f2. Maybe just go like rook g4 or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to come up with something here for black.
Yeah. I mean, not that I need to, but rook g4, I could play knight e3, knight f5.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I mean, I think of like it's g4 and then seems very okay.
Yeah, and the only place I possibly see winning the game is with the b5 break.
Right.
Man, the bishop on f8 is just stinking it up, right? Stinking up the candidates tournament.
Oh no. Oh boy. Okay, Dave, I think I might take a quick break here.
Okay.
Get ready, get suit up for the recap vid. But I'll keep my camera on. I might join back for
In
a
case you
moment
pop back in.
Yeah, how long these games go.
Yeah, I was thinking of running to refill my water if the players gave me a chance.
Oh, well, I can wait. I can hang out for a sec.
Okay. All right, which game should I leave?
Let's stick on the Fabi game.
Okay, you got it.
I'll be thinking here. No, Prague thinking after Queen H5. He's basically thinking, I think, either on King F2 or trading queens immediately. But King F2 made more sense to both me and David, just holding on to the light squares. Oh, but he trades directly, which surprising.
You saw him snapping it off on video?
Snapped it off, yeah.
Maybe he didn't want any chance of Fabi changing his mind and retreating. Maybe he was just ready to do it, and the position's slow.
Wants that endgame. And I think King F2 was the follow-up, or King E2.
Principle of staying off the dark squares with the pieces other than the bishops.
Yeah, and I think he wants to bring the rook to F1.
Oh, he might even want that file for aggressive action.
Right, or at least to support the knight, because I think if black sacks on F5 at some point, which maybe is the only way to create some chances, probably want white to take with the pawn.
Yeah.
So if Fabi gives it back, it could be at this very moment that he... I don't know. I mean, like, if white plays rook F1, then you immediately get this B5 idea working, so...
But if black plays rook F5 here, black's worse.
Yeah, I don't...
Like...
I'm not sure if rook F5 should be played.
Like, dramatically worse.
Because, yeah, you got that Nepo bishop on F8.
Yeah.
Really bad piece.
Perhaps stone cold lost. White just king F3, G4 attacks the H3 pawn, and you've got that bishop on F8. Bleh. There's the G5 pawn sack to make the F pawn a passer. No, it's dead. It's dead.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do it.
You can't go rook G6 after you trade on F5. It'll be too late.
Oh, I'm starting to get critical though, because I can't imagine. Oh, maybe Prague does want King F3 and G4. Just this much slower route.
All right, trying to force bishop H6. I approve.
Alrighty, I'll be back.
All right. See ya. All right, so bishop E3, Patrick. I mean, we've got time while they're thinking, so we'll just mess with it. Bishop E3, B6, A5, maybe king B7. King F3. King C7, finally threatening bishop H6 again. Yeah, you've got some drawing chances for black now. You've got some drawing chances still. I agree. But it's definitely bad for black. Even if I didn't manage to win. All right, king F3, rook H7 was played in the game. So they now have the exact position they would have had. The exact position they would have had if you'd played king F2, queen takes, king takes, right? Oh no, B6 added. Oh, but it would have been black's move, and black could have played B6 then, yeah. So in this line, it would have had to be B6 from black. Okay. So I think Prag's okay here. Technically, if you had to choose who to play, you'd probably still pick Fabi. There's still some chance, but my overall guess is that White's holding. Let's see if there was a move from Gukesh here. No move yet. He's been thinking for 15 minutes on this move. So it's a messy position. We don't have full hindsight just yet, Elephant Bush, who's asking whether Fabi erred by taking the exchange. And I don't think he could have left the knight on f3 either, right? Because White would have had knight takes g4 if he just left the knight on f3. Maybe he could have played with like the queen on d7, defending the pawn, and she can recapture and defend the knight. But I'll say this, it might have made sense. Well, if he doesn't want to take the exchange, he probably shouldn't have even played h3, honestly. Because the point of knight d4 and h3 was to take the exchange. If you're not going to do that, then, you should play g3 or queen h7, any number of moves. King b8 is a candidate move. Bishop c7, tucking the bishop. Yeah, bishop and queen moves to get out of the way of knight f5 would have made sense, just keeping the game going. I don't think it was an amazing idea to do all this and then not take the exchange. Because your knight's just kind of stuck here and you're stuck defending that construction. No, you're right, Happy King. If Fabi draws, he's not totally out of it. He could still beat Nepo tomorrow, and then he needs Naka and Gukesh not to win another game. So he needs Naka and Gukesh to draw because they're playing each other. And he needs Gukesh not to win the messy game here against Firouzja, which it looks like Gukesh doesn't quite see a way to win, but I don't know. I don't know, Wrath of Gods. G4 played by Pragg. As expected, pawn can't get attacked. The king and the knight are strong. They've got a lot of space here, and now he's poised to counterattack the h-pawn if White ever goes rook b7. And actually, it's not even easy for White to play rook b8. This bishop is so bad. So looking quite difficult here for Fabi to try and win anything. I want to go over here and do a little bit of calculation. Did I switch this evaluation on Pragg Fabi? Not yet. It still says black is better. There's a chance black's better, but I'm leaning more towards an equality right now, kind of on the borderline. That would be insane gritty if one day like 50,000 pounds of avocados were delivered to Kostya. That would be ridiculous. If this game ties, Simone, then Fabi remains half a point behind the leaders and really, really needs to win his game tomorrow. It's bad for him, but I feel like that's where it's leaning. Okay, here's the plan. You bring the king to c7, so you're defending this pawn and you're not pinned. And you can put the bishop on d6 with your king defending it. Then you go rook b8 and play a6, b5. That seems like you can achieve the move. Now, whether or not you're stretched too thin or not to then push for the win there, I'm not sure. But it seems like he could arrange the move b5 with that setup. Right? King c7, bishop d6, rook b8. That should be possible to make it happen. We could just use informant symbols. That could be efficient, Raisin Bran Crunch. That is an interesting thought. There was a problem. It looks like your formula has an error. My problem now is that Google Sheets doesn't want formulas that aren't formulas in there. Oh, you were just wondering if at the end of the whole thing there's a tie. Gukesh repeating after a 20-minute think. If at the end of the whole tournament there's a tie, then they play a tiebreaker on Monday of rapid chess. I think, yeah, that the equal plus equal kind of stuff is a little bit less accessible to people who are newer to chess, right? To get into a symbology. So I think we'll stick with words, probably. Does he have to repeat 3 times? No. He played this, 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 this. Firouzja repeated instantly. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, the thing is, if he goes rook d1, then he is repeating, and I don't know what else he's supposed to do here other than that. I suppose he could just take a rook off the board. But HG helps black a lot by making f5 solid. That doesn't look good. Doesn't look good at all. But he avoided the repetition, folks. He played queen h4. The game continues. Yes. Oh, Gukesh. The greatest thing to ever happen to chess. Other than, 100 other great things like Philidor and Morphy, Kasparov, Fischer. Ay, ay, ay. Wonderful. There's a lot of ways he could lose this. This could be heartbreak pretty soon. There's a lot of endgame scenarios where you'll somehow lose to some stray because of this a3 pawn. Black rook gets to the second rank. But there's some positive potential as well, of course. He's got control of the position a little bit with this rook on d5. That's amazing. Right, the better scenario for us, if I let go of my fears, the better scenario is that Gukesh somehow picks up that pawn on a3 rather than getting backdoored by it. It's hard to go pick up that pawn, though, because black will play rook d8, rook d3, and the e-pawn will be angry. But, let's say we trade queen and rook over on the king side, right? Then the black pieces would be tied to the f5 pawn for a bit. White could bring the king to e2, hoping that with a king on e2, the e-pawn is securely blockaded, and then try to switch the rook to attack one of those weaknesses. Or instead of attacking anything, white could play b4, c5, b5, c6. But that, you're really risking something happening on a2 if you start opening up the position there. Oh, that's a long way in the future, Joseph. I don't know. I don't know what the dojo training program will look like then. That's a good one, Gritty fans. Okay. Here's maybe a scenario for Gukesh. I got the idea from chat, not from me, okay? But you trade a rook. You know, if your king gets checked, you go to f2 or whatever. But basically, you play rook d8, even though it's your better piece, right? And after rook d8, queen d8 check, black will be forced to bring the queen back. Trade queens, and at the moment you hit the knight endgame, you just go knight c2. Collect a3. Because there's only knights on the board, it's not that dynamic. Black can't do anything with the 2-on-1 with your king in front of it in a pure knight endgame. You just grab a3 safely, re-centralize your knight, push the queen side, and you're winning. So I think the pure knight endgame in most scenarios will be winning for white to just knight c2. So that's worth bearing in mind. That is worth bearing in mind here. Nikhil, I think he would like to play rook g5, yeah. But the rook might get traded on g1 before it can get there. We'll see. Raisin Bran Crunch, rook d8's one of the points. The other point is just the queen's better here, right? She's controlling this square and this square. She's stopping knight from coming back out to h5. She controls g5, so you can play rook g5 and then attack the f-pawn from the side. And if your rook gets traded, your queen comes in and then your queen's attacking the pawn from the side. It's just, you know, improving the queen. And rook d8 is one of the things that she allows. There's also rook e5 to e7 with the queen here, right? Rook e5, if your opponent tries to steal the file from you, then knight d5. And look, your queen and rook are coordinating with e7 and f6 control in that scenario there. So we're going to put that white is better in this game. Oh, it's already there. White is better. Yeah, I still believe it. White seems kind of in control of this game right now. Rook g1 played. All right, so Nitro saying that what white does after that, right? We've just been talking about that a little bit, right? FWR saying why is white better? Nitro, what does white do next? We've just outlined something for white to do, right? You put the king on f2, controlling these pawns. You go rook d8. You trade queens, and then you play knight c2 once there's no pieces left. With all the majors off the board, the pure knight ending looks winning for white. So the idea is that we use the aggressive position of the rook and queen to threaten to come into, you know, squares like d8 and d7, force black to trade our pieces to defend their king or their pawns or whatever it might be, and then we can just pick up the pawn. So black needs to keep a queen or a rook on the board for counterplay when white goes for knight c2. So got to keep the king on the board. Got to keep the king safe without being forced to block with all your heavy pieces. Knight e8 might be possible, Nikhil, but like here's an example of something. Like let's say we go here, here, back for argument's sake, right? Rook d8, queen d8, knight e8, like you said. Then there can be tactics like knight takes f5 and the queen is overworked, right? We see that one about knight e8. That's right, A Butch. He's looking to grind it out. That is the idea here. So that's just a sample line. Not forcing analysis, just illustrating an idea. But as somebody said, every white piece is better, right? Queen's better, rook's better, knight's better. Black's on defensive duty, white's tying black down a bit. After queen h5, they might have sufficient counterplay. Interesting. He's just played something. He played king h8. Doesn't help him that much. Rook d8 looks playable, but you can also play king f2 first. So chat suggestion of queen h5, the idea is you trade the queens with an immediate counterattack here on f4. And the pawn can't really be defended on f4. That's a nice idea. Yeah, so that was Steve Sims' suggestion. Does white have to make the queen trade right there? The black queen threatens to come into like these kinds of squares if we don't. That looks good enough for a draw, that queen h5 move, to me. I mean, we could potentially back off with white here with the idea of rook d7. Yeah, it's not 100% forced to go for the trade. After king h8, slight improving move from Gukesh, king f2, controlling this. We can see he wants to transition to an endgame. He's looking for a queen trade. If he brings his king out like this, you know. King h8 was the move played, yeah. And Josh's idea also made sense, by the way, folks, which was to go check here and then spend your tempo on h6. So now if rook d8 comes in, you put the king on h7 and the king is sheltered without needing to block with the queen, right? And yeah, I mean, that was an idea. The game would have gone on. I think one option for Gukesh would have been to go to d7 now instead of d8, because the black queen came off of f7 where it used to be controlling that square. And now you just want to put the queen on e7 and sort of tie black up a little bit that way, and maybe you'll be able to collect the b pawn, come back to the d file, and then use your c pawn. Now I wonder about queen g5, trying to tie black back to this pawn, and whether or not black has some strong knight move, you know, sacking it. That's the big question here now, because any pure knight endgame, black wins f-pawn with knight h5. Depends, Cranky Old Man Gaming. If you go into the endgame and it's black's move and they can play knight h5, white's knight will presumably be able to go to d5, followed by king e3, and white's fine. If it's white's move first in the knight endgame, black's dead loss because you go knight c2, winning the a pawn, and against knight h5 or knight e6, you just play king e3, defending the pawn with your king, and it's just done. White wins. So, okay, if white went rook d8, presumably Firouzja's now looking to play knight e8, right, and keep the rook on the board and look for threats and counterplay against white's king. I don't know if that works, though, because even there, and this could happen in one move in the game, even there, Gukesh has the move knight d5, right? And how does... Oh, it doesn't really threaten queen f6. The knight's not truly pinned. So just queen g6, right? Just queen g6, and you come in and just devastate. I mean, it's interesting because white can play queen g5, and the game remains interesting. Black, it is a little tied up of black to have the knight like this. Yeah, queen g5 is playable. Oh, yeah, good call, Friedel. Here, finding that square. Oof. Looks like murder. There's almost certainly no escape for white once the black queen gets to g1. Queen b2, king e3, queen c1. Yeah, there's probably no escape either, but there's a slight chance because then you can cross king d4 to c5, and who knows what happens if white's king goes and inhabits black's queen side. That I can't say for sure. But probably Gukesh doesn't want to allow that. He hasn't moved yet against rook d8. So, okay, so my first big question was, what about queen g5 here, right? And then the knight can make some kind of aggressive move, or black can say, oh, my f-pawn's hanging, I have to go rook f8. And then they're back to just full passivity. So, something like knight h5, right? Queen f5.
I can't do anything.
What's that?
I can't do anything in this position.
That's rough.
What's happening?
We don't really fully know. Yeah, we don't fully know.
I was considering to check out the main broadcast, but I realized I might be coming back here, so I didn't.
Oh, because you would have come back with too much knowledge.
Yeah, just immediately been spoiled. Yeah.
But we've got well, first of all, Gukesh repeated twice, but then not the third time, and now they're at a critical moment where Firouzja's maybe threatening some counterplay on the G file. And we've got a critical variation to calculate. Queen g5 got played by Gukesh. That's the move I was just starting to calculate when suddenly you surprised us.
Dang, no, this looks beautiful for white. Oh man, go Gukesh.
Well, it's just very concrete. Can black go knight h5 or knight e6 here? If black has to play rook f8, then we're back in control, right? And your default comment of I can't do anything here would definitely hold. But for a moment, there's knight e6 or knight h5. Friedel says knight e6 is going to be better than knight h5.
Yeah, super sure.
Okay, so queen f5 then. I'm not sure I believe queen g7. Something's happened. Queen g6 has happened. Wait a minute. Knight f5?
He's got a dirty trick. He wants to trade queens and go rook f8.
Oh man, oh man. That's super dirty. Oh man, that's dirty. You're really in his head, Kostya. You know everything he's thinking.
Well, I mean, otherwise he just hung the house. The Guki trades on g6. And he's got rook a5 whenever he wants.
But we prefer knight c2 if possible to not give the file.
Yes, absolutely. Josh says the endgame looks pretty awful. Yeah, I mean, to me it looked nice for white, and I definitely trust Josh's eval on this one. Jason, I'm sorry. I have gone and dressed up for the stream occasionally, but you know, it's a different vibe, okay? This is more watch party, and then St. Louis is more professional.
Hey, Chess Latte. Wow, Gukesh trades queens without having a follow-up move. Mildly unprofessional, but we won't hold it against him. Why did Alireza trade queens? Well, Elephant Bush, Gukesh was threatening the f5 pawn. And it was a really tough call for Firouzja. Maybe he could have thought longer on it, but he seems to want to put Gukesh in time trouble here, and he's playing a little bit quickly. Maybe his bucket is empty. You want to explain the buckets, Kostya, that Jesse always talks about, or is it not a thing? Is it just pseudoscience? Is it a real thing?
Oh,
it's a real thing that sometimes you're tired, right?
Yeah. So Jesse would say that he's out of his thinking too.
System 2 thinking.
System 2 thinking. Thank you. Yeah.
Right.
He's lost all of his system 2.
Yeah. So he just has to go with his instinct. When he tries to calculate, his brain just says, "No, we're done."
Yeah, exactly. And, you just try to make moves with your hand, Capablanca style, just one move ahead, not calculating. And
wow.
Stuff.
Interesting move from Gukesh here. Rook d6. Feels like he's trying to force Firouzja's knight to h5 instead of e6. And then maybe put his knight on d5 and claim that he's dominating that knight.
Okay, knight d5 also discourages king h7.
But how's he then going to win the position?
Well, you can always push the queen side, b4, c5.
Yeah, he could always just not win any pawns, but just move his majority.
Yeah. I mean, that's a ready-made winning plan.
Viable, yeah.
What's our eval here right now? What do we got?
We have white. We have white as better right now on our.
That makes sense.
Stream. Nothing's changed about that yet.
So white better and black better.
Yeah, if Gukesh wins, then we could still have a tie for sure. There's always tying scenarios. There's so many people in the lead. Okay, so one little detail is that knight h5, knight d5, and you're tying the rook to g6. So the rook is tired of defending g6. It feels like you're pushing black to try g5 to liberate their pawn mass, but importantly, there's rook h6 check. That puts that variation to sleep. I think after knight d5, black would have to play king h7, Kostya. Because against other moves, I think Gukesh would be threatening knight e7. It hits the rook, and then he takes on g6.
Yeah, I think you're right. By the way, Fabi is going for it. Maybe we should jump there real quick.
Okay, let's do it.
Although it feels like both of these games are going to have another 2 time scrambles.
bishop e7, king g3, bishop back to d8, bishop e3, right? When your bishop's not on f8, then how do you play b5 without dropping the c pawn? a5. Shocking us. Because a6 could have been part of playing b5 at some point. Rook b3 to b1. He's just sitting there, claiming fortress. The other rook comes to b8. And he's got b5 on the board, folks. Sacking the c5 pawn. He went for it anyway.
Huge. So clearly Fabi's going all out.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like this is a better chance than whatever he's going to get against Nepo tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I don't really see why he's wrong here. I mean, he's got an extra rook and he's got a pass pawn potential.
Yeah. We finally feel it. And in fact, it's not that obvious how white even wins the c5 pawn, right? Because a4 is hanging and all that.
Yeah, and also, like, let's say on bishop takes c5, I would think the simple, well, BA looks good, but even BC, DC, rook b2.
Right. You don't want this happening to your structure. They're all hanging.
And then black gets to go, like, bishop b6 somewhere, just to get rid of that donkey.
Yeah.
And I would think black's chances are better. I mean, I still think it's going to be very sharp because it feels like white, like, the more Fabi pushes on the queen side, the more he kind of gives up the king side.
Uh-huh.
But
white's
this is what you
h2
have
pawn.
to do.
White's
You
h2
have to
pawn would
risk
be
it.
really slow counterplay.
Yeah. So he's banking on his a pawn.
Yeah.
To me, this looks super sharp. I mean,
Yeah. I felt like Prague should go rook a1 instead of f1, and then against b5 the a pawn's defended, so you can go cb, bishop takes c5. But then I was looking a little bit more and thinking like pawn takes, rook takes, king b5, rook c4, a4.
Right.
I mean, the pawn does start motoring, right? And white's pieces are a little awkward, so I don't know for sure.
Yeah,
It's
and
just a
also, okay,
thought.
maybe an obvious point, but not for everyone. Fabi is up a pure exchange, like rook for knight, rook for horse.
Yeah.
Many positions where you can give the knight a pawn and even two pawns, and the rook is still better. So Fabi has some pawns to give up if that means opening up his rooks. Like, that's totally on the menu for black.
Yeah, absolutely. So the live position is b5. Oh, and that's the position, b5. They've got a 30-second increment by now, as some of you know, but a few people might not. They've got a 30-second increment, and other than that, no more time. So Prague's got 12 and a half minutes plus 30 seconds a move. Fabi 21.
Yeah. And yeah, I think good point by Josh. Like, probably Prague should just allow BA if anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's like harder to run. It reminds me of the Nepo pawns against FIDE. Very similar actually. Like the whole, except like black's king here is like more active and participating. But
yeah. Interesting question on the other board from Y Steinke. That if knight h5, does he just have knight takes f5 to win a pawn? He would have to calculate knight takes f5, knight takes f4, as well as knight takes f5, rook f8. And I don't know that that works out for him. I don't think it does. Knight f5, knight f4. But
yeah, tough call.
I think he's going to want something more in control because he's got. Honestly, it looks like he's so close to a win, Gukesh, if he can keep black bottled up.
Wow, what a sensation.
I think he's pretty close, Kostya. I think he's pretty close.
Well,
I mean, if it's rook and knight versus rook and knight, and both his pieces are better, right? And even his king is better.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good position, good form, like good skill level. Like, what else do you need? He's got everything.
We got one trade from Prague, the C pawn. I guess he was even more afraid of, B takes C, D takes C, and the structure is all just ripe to be eaten, right? Just chomp, chomp, chomp for a rook on b4 or b2.
But he's fixed the double pawns.
And he takes the c5 pawn. And like Friedel says, leave 2 a pawns, so at least the one on a5 gets in the way of black helping the a pawn, the a4 one. Yeah.
Yeah, be curious about that position, like ba4, bishop a3. You stop the rook from getting in, but it's still equal pawns, so it just seems like black's rooks should be good. Maybe bishop b6 at the end there. Start improving the pieces.
Right. And then, you know, he'll play like knight d6 maybe, opening up rook takes f6, stopping rook c8. He's got knight c4 available. He's also got the king trapped. I think it's still technically tricky. Like, even if white's winning, I would say there's a difficulty level, right? Where one of us, sorry, even if black's winning, I think there's a difficulty level where we might not be able to convert it against a good player.
Oh yeah, this is super hard. Okay, ba4, knight e3 on the board.
Yeah. Right, because the knight could be good on d5 as well as c4. And introduces the rook.
Target consciousness, huh?
Yeah. That pawn on f6 is, not so hot.
Yeah, I was gonna say this allows maybe like well, if the knight goes to d5, then maybe the rooks can go after the g pawn. But like knight d5, knight f6 defends the g pawn, so I don't see a universe where black gets this in.
I think bishop d8 makes sense because that's our worst piece. So if we have to defend the f pawn, let's do it with the bishop. And the bishop's so bad there, he played it, that even if white goes knight d5, does white even want to play knight takes f6 and win a pawn?
Wow, nice
so
call.
You can just ignore that pawn from now on.
Very nice. Yeah, assuming the position against the knight on d5. So he can meet that with like rook b2 or whatever.
Yeah. Or rook c8, I think, is sort of the next.
Rook c8, yeah, really an issue.
So, Prague needs a move here. Maybe c4 even. It's kind of counter to everything. And there's rook b3.
Yeah. I think Prague is like in, as Gelfand would say, in the zone of one mistake.
Okay.
Which is kind of a cool concept. Like, I don't know what the eval is, but I feel like he could easily be lost after one wrong move.
Yeah. I thought he would play this move, bishop a3. I thought about bishop d6,
Sensible.
Preparing for c4, c5. But the rook should just not go to the c file, right? It shouldn't get frontal and just get owned by the pawns. It has to go to b6. And then the best you can do is go to a3 or something. So he just goes directly to a3. Still tense. I even have another weird idea for Prague. It's counter to everything. Okay, yeah, it's a bad idea. But I'll just say it as a thing that we can learn about. So idea rook f5 to h5. The idea is to get it past h pawn, right? When the rook trades, and that could be annoying for black because they're pretty far from h8 with their pieces. But I think if black sees it coming, then after rook f5, black can go rook b1 immediately. And whatever you do is going to be slower than rook a1 and the a pawn going.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Probably don't. I mean, it's such a wild position. It would be study-like to trade off the rooks for white and win with the h pawn. It would be very, very study-like.
Wow, sensational. Firouzja just played rook e8, refusing to send his knight to pasture. He wants e6 for it. And if Gukesh takes on g6, he also gets rook d8. That's like exactly what I'm terrified of. I guess there's knight d5, but then there's always b5. I mean, it can get so messy. Knight f6,
Yeah.
looking for the weird body bag mate.
Guki takes.
He did?
Yeah. And there's always knight d5 to cover f4 and the d file.
Right, but b5, right? Like rook d8, knight d5,
rook d8 right now. Okay.
b5. I'm just saying it gets hectic, right? Then you've got moves like knight f6 or knight e7 setting up weird checkmates as well. Knight e6 just improving the knight. Yeah, seemed likely. And now
knight d5?
You got knight d5 or even knight f5, which you don't really want to do, but you have to calculate real quick. Yeah, I guess knight
You
d5.
and Gukesh do. I go knight d5.
You just go knight d5.
Yeah, because I mean, why would you allow this e-pawn to break loose?
I don't
You
know.
gotta deal with like knight d3 check.
Yeah. No, you're right. It doesn't work. Could be verified quickly at least.
So what's Firouzja doing? Well, I feel like Firouzja realized his position is extremely difficult no matter what he does.
Yeah.
So he's doing what many strong players do is they try to complicate matters, aka change the character of the position. If he can turn it from a technical exercise for Gukesh into stressful, nervy time scramble, even if he's losing, then he might have more chances there in a practical sense.
Yeah. And Gukesh is thinking, so knight d5 is not fully simple. I think by now knight f5 was quickly rejected. It's just, it goes nowhere after knight f4 and stuff. Against knight d5, he could be thinking about moves like knight d4 or e3. Against e3, I think he could play knight takes e3. Knight f4, and the position's not totally out of control. Well, maybe it is a little out of control. Ay.
It's sure. And horse d5.
Yeah, it's a little out of control still. Okay, he's played knight d5 though. He can't go king e3 because of knight f8. So e3 is an issue. I think knight d4 with the idea of knight b3, he can handle just fine with rook to b6, by the way. It was another suggestion in chat. But I think e3 here has some drawing chances for black.
Really? What's the idea? Oh, e3 without knight d4.
Yeah, e3 without knight d4.
Yeah.
Knight must take
knight
knight
f4
f4.
is annoying.
Yeah, you're losing the last pawn on the king side, right? And you have to avoid a perpetual with your king defending the knight and just sort of getting checked.
Yeah, well, he's definitely looking at e3, and I really don't see a reason actually not to play it. Like, because there's no good way to avoid the pawn, like king e1, knight d4.
Knight
You don't
d4,
want that.
and it just gets stronger and stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Wondering about king h7 first. My guess is that's going to be worse. Like, let's say white plays rook f6. They've improved the rook. They're ready to take on f5 and control some squares with that rook as well. He's played knight. No, he's not played anything. Sorry.
Oh man, both games.
Yeah.
Spicy.
What about the other one? Does Fabi have it? Rook c8
No,
played.
that one's still very complicated.
He did the opposite of what I thought. He put the rook in front of the pawn. Knight c4, rook c6. Oh, man. Now, I'm not as sure about rook f5 to h5, Kostya.
Mm-hmm. You think it's more doable?
A little bit, because that rook on c6 is far away from breaking through the queen side, right? Rook f5 to h5, going for a pass pawn on the h file.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. I would think maybe he wants to at some point swing like rook b7, rook b1.
Mm-hmm.
Oof. Oh, chat saying Fabio wants bishop e7. Bishop e7 definitely. Yeah, that seems like something you would want.
Oh. But white takes and then takes on h3, right? It's still not academic.
Yeah. I feel like I'm giving away too much about my chess here, but I would really struggle to convert this as play. It's like none of the moves are obvious to me. Like at least sometimes you have like some idea, but I would just be so stuck.
Yeah.
But to Fabi's strength or chances, it's really sharp, and he's really good at calculation.
Mm-hmm. All right, I think the move rook a1 prevents bishop e7. I know Friedel said not to take the a pawn, but if black plays bishop e7, I will.
Yeah.
I would just trade on e7, play rook a1. Oh, sorry, if I played rook a1 here, then bishop e7, you trade, you take on a4, a5's hanging, rook c5 to defend it, king h3. Now you've got two pawns for the exchange, and black's busy defending the a pawn. He's played rook a1. So somebody asked about g5. The reason not to play g5 here, I think, is rook g7. By the way, I looked at it a little bit. And then, if you go king h3, rook g5, and your king's stuck on the side. So black can play for mate. That was why I rejected the g5 idea here. Okay, rook a1 played. How's Gukesh doing? No move yet. Firouzja's been thinking for like 10 minutes on this move. So now they're both blitzing for the rest of their game. Fabi and Pragg have a lot more time. They've played 10 extra moves. 5 minutes each extra on average. 11 or 12 extra moves.
Both games.
It
was the candidates.
You have to know the results to do your recap, right, Kostia?
Yes. Yeah. But I usually, I analyze the other games a bit early, and then I have some idea. But the thing is, with these games, they affect the direct standings, so I can't write my script or anything until they end. But
also, are you going to say that that h3 knight f3 winning in exchange was a brilliant move by Fabi that sealed the win, or a blunder that gave up his high potential kingside attack for an unwinnable symbolic extra exchange?
I'll be honest, depends what Compy thinks.
Okay, you just ask the computer and then put that in.
Yeah, I mean that's been kind of how what I try to do is I give my human opinion on the games, like the narrative of the game. So for me, the narrative was Fabi was better. He won the exchange. Maybe it was better not to win the exchange. Like, I don't know. But eventually he broke through, or he didn't break through. Compy, I'm guessing, like, based on what chat has been saying, and like I saw like some Twitter thing, I'm guessing 91 wasn't the comp move.
Oh, okay.
It sounds like, when people bring up one moment, you just get this feeling.
Yeah,
like,
they keep
okay,
asking like should he have just left the knight on f3? And I was like, that doesn't seem logical. You have to keep the g pawn defending the knight, so you have to defend the g pawn with your queen, not your rook. Like, what's the point of just having your knight sit on f3? And then they keep asking about it. You're like, okay, some computer line. The sensei evals, Paul, are as accurate as they've ever been. I don't know if they're accurate, but they're as accurate as ever. These are what we currently believe about these two games.
Hey, Butch has a good idea. Maybe I should just record like 3 separate intros for the recap.
Look at that. Fabi didn't play bishop e7.
The young Gukesh took the sole lead in the field. We have 3 leaders left.
Heartbreak for Gukesh as he blunders in a winning endgame against Alireza for the second time.
Upload all 3. Scenario 1. Okay, bishop e6.
Yeah. See, he couldn't play bishop e7 because white could have taken the a-pawn.
Oh, does Fabi want rook c4 and bishop e3? Ooh. And then bishop c1, right? We'll cover, or... I was thinking about this like potential
Interesting.
sack, because on c4 that feels like the best possible place to give it back. You just wreck all of white's pawns and hope to clean up.
Pawn takes, bishop here, going for bishop f4. Very interesting. Also from here, he can still trade bishops with bishop c5 instead of e7. And he'll have the a-pawn already defended, and his rook won't have to come off the h-pawn. So white would have much less counterplay, actually. Bishop c1 played. Backing off, but also saying like, hey, I'm going to take your a-pawn, maybe. Bishop d4, preparing to go to c3 next. And the rook's attacked, so you got to do what you got to do. Bishop gets into c3. Preparing king b5. Amazing. The bad bishop, Kostya, is winning the game.
This is so hot.
With bishops off the board,
so
I don't
hot.
think he could win this.
Yeah, with bishops off the board, that knight would be real solid.
So hot, it's hard to watch your own game.
Oh, man.
Knight d5. Knight d4. Not e3. Thank goodness. I was terrified of e3.
Oh, they got 4 minutes. Oh, man. Fabi has to win this. I mean, if he wants to be world champion, this really feels like a game he has to win.
Yeah.
Either through good moves, maybe through luck.
Yeah.
I think, but one way or the other, he has to get this this point. Okay, I should probably get over to the club, so I can get a boot on this recap. Folks, it's been very fun. Thanks for hanging out and staying the whole time. I mean, the average watch time I feel like is kind of insane for this event, for all of us. We've been watching more. Yeah, I looked at the Nepo video game. Yeah, that was that was a wild one. Thanks all. See you all tomorrow. Oh man, Super Bowl Sunday, the final round. It's gonna be amazing. I'm so excited for it. Oh boy. Alrighty, y'all. Take it easy.
All right. Have a good one, Kostya. All right, rook a3. Has Gukesh moved yet against knight d4? Yes, he played rook b6. That's what I expected before. He thought a while about it, though. Like, he was not confident in this and saw some serious counterplay, perhaps, for Firouzja here. But I felt confident in this. I didn't see the problem. So I'm waiting to see what it is. e3 check, knight e3 looks somewhat under control now. And I love getting the rook to b7 for white. Because then if black goes for crazy counterplay, you always have knight f6 with checkmate. So once he gets to b7, black has to really, really respect this knight f6 move. Big deal. And I've got an answer to e3, folks. Yeah, I was also concerned like you for a moment. And it's to go knight d5, defending the pawn. Okay, maybe I didn't look into this too deep. You go here, you get that a-pawn. I knew I would lose to this a-pawn eventually. Rook takes here. Black's got to go king g8 or they're mated. But now the a-pawn's enough to save the game, isn't it? Probably. I don't know. I don't know. The live position is rook b6 with Firouzja calculating. I don't think that's going to do it. I don't think that's going to do it. Maybe we should give the f pawn, though, instead of the a2 pawn. Okay? So e3, knight e3, rook e4. Let's just take the 7th rank, get checked, and move the king over here. How dangerous is this f pawn compared to that a3 pawn? Much less dangerous, right? We're in charge here with the rook on the 7th rank. Black's counterplay is not good enough. Yeah, they've got 30-second increment. That's it. Firouzja has a minute on the clock, but always 30 seconds. And he has gone for knight c2 with the idea of check, and then push, and then check, and then queens. Okay, that's annoying. That is annoying. But I think rook b7 wins. Anyway, rook b7, e3, king e2, knight d4, king e1, e2, rook h7 check, king h7, knight f6, king to g8, we would also go knight f6, knight f6, king somewhere, knight takes e8. And then our king's got the e-pawn covered without a rook on the board. Or rook b7, e3, king e2, knight d4, king e1, knight c2. Just continuing to give checks is annoying. King e2, knight d4, king d3, e2. Knight f6 because they can't queen with check, and we just mate them. Ha! Rook b7, e3, king e2, knight d4, just king d3, straight up. e2, knight f6, resign. Yes! Can you sack a rook in the Fabi game? Maybe, Cade Wu. Maybe. That's for Fabi to figure out. Come on, Gukesh. All right, I'll go look. Rook a3, bishop b4, rook here. Here you want to go rook takes c4. It's playable, but not clear. Sorry, Rob. I know. Fluent notation. Okay, let me show you a variation, Rob. I'm sorry. I've been having trouble with the mouse. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Check. Here, the pawn goes. And then we just play knight f6. This is an unstoppable mating machine here. Sorry, the board's just not working for arrows and things. So you let the pawn queen, but you checkmate afterwards. That was the key variation. But thank you for reminding me about notation and stuff. You're not rooting for Gukesh. You get the excitement, but how awesome would it be for World Championship recaps from Hikaru? I don't know. Maybe that would be awesome too. But there's multiple things that are awesome, right? Different options that are great. Like this whole tournament's been great, and there have been multiple options all along the way. Knight c2 played. Gukesh has been thinking for almost 3 minutes on this move. Hi, Chihuahua. I suppose he could still also back off with like knight e3 here, right? He's not down to only one move. Is there rook e3 in the final position? With e1 knight, we just keep moving with our king. King takes knight on d4. Josh points out that on rook b7, black could play rook e6. Then I think rook e7 should win for white. I'll show that too. Oh, he's made a move. Rook b7, yes! All right, folks, so if rook e6 to stop knight f6, my first thought is to go rook e7 and get control of that e-pawn. So then we have to calculate our a-pawn dropping, right? Knight b4. c5, knight a2, c6, knight move, c7, a2. We queen with check. Boom. Right? This is the only chance, I think. We go. Well, no, it's not the only chance. We can calculate other things, but you see the pawn makes it first. In this line, we queen with check. Fabi is a brutalist. That's good to hear. Rook e6 played. Okay, so he saw that the E3 thing wasn't working. Firouzja was down to 30 seconds on that move, but not down to 0 seconds. Okay, Prague, what happened? Check. A brutal check, only one legal move. The rook comes over to an open file. He can't close the file. He can't close the file. Fire in the hole. In this case, is fire in the file. I guess he could put a piece on b2. No, he could attack this bishop, trying to chase it off of a5. And black could just go rook b1 anyway, even if you go king e2. Not to mention that on king e2, no, I was going to say black could switch targets and queen the pawn, right? This pawn is gone. Gone, gone, gone. But it's not the only thing that's gone. We really need that bishop. Okay, rook b7. No move played yet. Prague at 3 minutes. They're not as low on time as the other board, folks. Excuse me while I go to Gukesh. No, he's just thinking. He doesn't know what to do. What's wrong with rook e7? I guess the rook could go to g6 or whatever and just keep the game going, complicated style. Black rook pawns on the third rank are lurking dangers. Yes, M. Quander. This one here is really a huge lurking danger for Gukesh, and for Prague, this one here. Although, if he plays king e2, the bishop needs to stay on the a pawn, as I think I conclusively demonstrated there. Rook e7, e3. I don't know. See, he played rook e7. Oh, you're right. I haven't calculated rook e7, e3, Raisin Bran. E3 check, king there, knight d4. King there, knight check. You're right. It could all it could all go wrong. Ay ay ay. You might still have a draw there. Maybe. Oh, he's just backed off of that. He's still got tons of counterplay. He's got this pawn. He's got the rook activity. He's got the a3 pawn. Oh, it's just so... Anything can still happen, honestly. It's just a mess of a mess. Can he just run the c-pawn now? I mean, he can't stop all that counterplay forever. Is it time to play c5? And if rook takes h3, c6? 30 seconds left for Gukesh, and he moved something. He moved the c-pawn! The a3 pawn terrifies me, Patrick. Everything terrifies me. These two pawns are so close to queening. The rook's getting active. The knight's already active. Knight d4 played, covering that. Maybe rook d7 now. Oh, it's so risky. Oh, rook h3 is so much. He made some kind of move that I couldn't have found. King g2, what a move. A repetition. He got an extra minute on his clock. Ay, ay, ay. Rook back to h6. Ay, Dios mío. I don't see what to do here. Knight takes b3 is not the hugest threat because he would just push c6. He wouldn't take it. The big threat is rook h3, activating that rook. Yeah. He could go b4, but then rook takes h3, and he's not really queening just yet. I think rook d7 has some potential, and then... No, but then rook h3, knight f6, there's e3 check. And the e-pawn's going. Ay, ay, ay. He can't find it. He's under a minute. He's already done the repetition once, which means he's had the position twice. If he repeats one more time, He'll have repeated twice, but the position 3 times. And it'll be a draw. His king can't stay on like h2 to defend the h-pawn because of knight f3, and black gets the checkmate I showed you guys before, right? So in this position here, if he went this way, it's just knight f3, and he's mated. 18 seconds. Ugh. You can say just move, but move what? Move what? The B pawn. Oh my God, he has the nerves of the steel. With 7 seconds on the clock. Instant king g2 because he couldn't allow rook h2 to a2 maybe. I don't even know what he's hoping to do, folks. I think this rook goes to h6 and it's covering his pawns for the moment. Oh. Yeah, they're blitzing now, that's for sure. Rook a7? Jesus, how does that work? Firouzja's thinking, I don't understand what he's done. He's sacked the h-pawn and somehow that's something? I can't even understand the moves. Rook h6, rook a7. I think the idea is, black can just go rook g6, rook h6, back and forth. Harass our king and always threaten rook into here. So, I don't know. Bosky, I can't do it. I got too much else. Too much else. We can take on a3. Oh, you're saying you don't care about rook h2 anymore once you've played rook a7. But Gukesh blitzed out rook b7. He's allowing everything and just trying to roll his guys, his dudes. Sadly, it is Ali Reza game now. Don't tell me Gukesh is going to lose, Abdul. Even drawing is better than losing because he could still play tomorrow. Ali Reza looks frustrated according to Fridgeberry. This is just too intense twice. Yeah, he just wants a queen, exactly. If the e-pawn comes to e3, he's just going to take it, whether it's defended or not. And he's going to play b5 and c6 and try and promote the pawns. Rook g6. I'm afraid to make variations because of, we could miss moves actually on the board, but, I guess you could do something like this. Ay, that's checkmate. Got to watch out for that. Let's go here. This comes c6. Rook gets behind it. c7, a2. I don't know. I just don't know. Oh, knight f6. And then if they queen, then you queen. And finally, rook h7. But see, when I make a variation instead of calling out moves, they've played like 6 different moves in the live position. Ali Reza's king just running along the 8th rank as Gukesh advances. Holy cajuli. Now he's thinking between c6 and b6. He's got a minute back on the clock. Nobody's flagging. Nobody's flagging. These are professionals, folks. These are professionals. Patrick says c6 must be winning. He must be afraid of c6, knight c6. Pawn takes, rook takes. And then the rook comes to c2 and takes your a-pawn. Scary to win. Knight e3 would win at the end of that, though. You're correct. c6, knight takes, pawn takes, rook takes, knight e3 looks winning. Steinke suggests rook b6 with the idea of rooks trade cb6, knight b5, b7, and it's gone. Rook b6 is definitely a surprising move where black cannot trade it. They would have to move their rook away. And that helps white play c6 and stuff, so it's possible. He goes for b6, which makes sense as well, folks. It makes sense as well. The idea here is you could put the rook on c7 and then push. So now I think you go like rook c7, rook check, king here, rook takes, b7, rook b2, check, queen, they sack their rook, a2, rook to a8, and you're fine. You can't go king e3, Abdul. There's checkmate if we go king e3. He could also go rook b8 check and b7 here. It allows knight c6, but then you go rook c6. It's also a pretty fast way to get a queen. Rook b8. I believe that white is winning here. Oh, you're saying play king e3 yourself here before rook check comes in. Oh, I get you, Abdul. Sorry, I was just already into like this whole variation from before. Oh, he just played this move too. And in this position here, this would be the most heartbreaking way for this tournament to end. Go games can last longer, Counter Sparks. And maybe cricket. I don't know anything about cricket, but I feel like I've heard that cricket can be extremely long. You can play king e3 before rook h2, but not after. Yeah, I was just so into my variation, I didn't understand what Abdul was telling me. Rook c7. If he goes king e3, knight c2, folks, I think I'm just going to walk away from the stream and go lie down somewhere quietly for a few days. Yeah, in the Grand Slams, tennis matches in the 5th set at some point, I don't know what the current rules are, but 20 years ago when I watched tennis, if they were in the 5th set, they didn't have a tiebreaker, they would have to win by 2 games. He didn't play king e3! He did not play king e3! And so it could go on forever because you would go like, 7-6, 7-7, 8-7, 8-8, 9-8, etc. Is the Prague game still exciting? You want to check it for 1 second? Okay. Rook b7. Bishop b2, keeping the rook out of b1. Good move. Good move. c3. Strangely taking this bishop away from... This bishop used to be locked in his own house. Now he's locked in white's house. What a game for this guy. Bishop a1 doing who knows what. d4 making a center pass pawn. Knight gets attacked. Bounces away. Why can't he just take on c3? Because of knight d5 or something? That doesn't seem like it should work out. I thought he was going to try and trap the bishop, when he locked it away. I thought he was going to do like king e2, but I guess bishop g3 was still winning, right? So like rook d7 played, king here. I guess the bishop would have just gone over here, right? Because there's no checkmate on a5 anymore, and just walks home. Firo resigned? Oh my god, you made me look away. But he got it. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh my goodness, 8.5. That was such a difficult endgame, folks. That was such a difficult endgame. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Firouzja played such a dangerous and active defense throughout that endgame. That was real. The difficulty level was here. Like once in a while we guessed one of his moves. None of us could have won that endgame ever. Oh my goodness. What did I do, Kai? He's only 17. That is correct. He is only 17. Yeah, beautiful. Just beautiful. Oh man, I love endgames. Love endgames. You guys remember when they made time control and he thought for like 20 minutes and couldn't find a win and repeated the position and then went for it with almost no time? All right, so live position for Pragg and Fabi. So he didn't go for bishop takes c3. Tied up the knight with the rook. I mean, his rooks are active. I think Fabi's winning, probably. I think Fabi's winning. Who said Pragg was winning? I think Fabi's still winning. His rooks are looking amazing. And this thing is always dangerous. Remember, it could always just suddenly queen. I'll tell you what, become resolute. I'll tell you one thing about what kind of form Ding is in. He's not in this kind of form. He would not have won this endgame against Firouzja. Nobody would have. No one would have won that endgame. Maybe Magnus. Maybe Magnus. Okay. Let's be honest. Maybe Magnus. But I mean, I wouldn't even bet on it. You know, it's just. Ay. Pragg, you see, making his moves at like 2 seconds left on the clock again and again. His bishop has now been sort of surrounded and trapped. I think he can't even play bishop b2 because of bishop d2, weirdly. Maybe I'm wrong. But like here, takes, right? You have to go here, and then a4. And I think black queen's a move before white. Not confident at, like, you know, as a 2-second calculation. What's your bet, Chess Latte? It's hard to understand Cade Wu because also they're playing this part at a speed where we just can't keep up. None of us, really. Fabi, 5 minutes on the clock thinking about this. Did I mess up my stream in any way when I got excited? Did I break the video or any of the screen captures? No, it looks good. Actually, maybe there's one last thing to do, folks. Maybe just one little thing to do. Put Gukesh at the top! Yeah! That looks better. Now, let's make the standings a little bit bigger. And continue watching this endgame. Fabi is thinking about it. Let's see if we can figure some things out here, calculate a few lines ourselves. So e5 played. What does Fabi want to do? He can't queen this. He wants to like attack the king with his pieces, basically. Bishop h4 seems good. Friedel just suggested that too. Could he play rook a1, bishop g3, check? No. Because that even puts the rook on the first rank where it can catch this pawn as it comes on down. Right? Just waiting. Just waiting to catch it. Oh, some moves. He played fe, and Prague recaptured instantaneously. Well, in about 1 second. He went from 32 to 61 seconds with a 30-second increment. Yes, Yojimbo, yes. Would I rather be in Gukesh's shoes tomorrow against Naka with black than be in somebody else's shoes? Yeah. I want to be leading the tournament in the last round. He's played rook a1 and bishop here, winning the knight. Wait, why didn't I suggest that? Why was I playing bishop h4? This just wins the knight. What were any of us talking about in this position? Friedel mentioned it. Rook a1, bishop d2. Might be possible, though. Yeah, it might be. I mean... That's that. Which means that Fabi's going to catch up with Nepo and Hikaru. But he and Hikaru need to win but he and Nepo, one of them needs to win because Hikaru and Gukesh have one player half a point ahead of them. So if they draw, someone's going to be ahead of them. So he still needs to win tomorrow, Fabi does. Good job, Kwangmin. And if Gukesh wins with black against Naka tomorrow, then certainly he wins the tournament, yeah. He'll even equal Nepo's score from 2 years ago, which we thought nobody would ever equal. Really? Is it that easy to stop the pawn here? Probably. Like, you could put your rook behind the pawn, or you could take with your bishop and then put your bishop on c5. You've got 2 long-range pieces, so you're good and dandy here as black. It's all wrapped up. All right, king accompanying the pawns, looking for this. I think maybe rook b5, bishop g5 is better technique than bishop c5. When you're trying to stop past pawns, there's something called the one diagonal principle, right? The one diagonal principle says that if your bishop can defend against both pawns on the same diagonal, then it wants to. That's it. Quite a principle, right? Oh, but my principle involves driving the white king up to f7, which has its pluses and minuses as well. And I believe in the principle. Check this out, for example. Shock. Shock. That's pretty good, right? That's what you'd call a blockada. Here. Here. Let's see if this works or not. Nailed it. He played bishop c5. Friedel says bishop d4 check is crispier. My variation was really, really good. Look how sound my variation was, folks. Here, here, bishop g5 rather than bishop d4. Yeah, great. I'm a calculating machine. That's right, Evan. You tell Friedel. I wanted it to be that one tempo. I wanted it to be super. No, I'm originally from the United States. I learned French as a kid, but I don't have any I don't have any French blood or whatever. Gukesh won, Ranga. Gukesh won. Rook c1. With 3 seconds on the clock again. Prague fighting and fighting and fighting. Wow. Thank you, Steinke. Thank you. No, I've never been to Montreal, but I have been Quebec chess champion once. I've been to Montreal, but I never lived there. Just a couple weeks. So here, if you go bishop e7, the rook wants to continue harassing. You could go rook b5, maybe. I'm not 100% confident in that move. Oh, if you can get your king to the e-pawn, that's the death knell. But can you? You can. The rook can go to e3. The bishop's close enough. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Chess is stressful, Paul. And you must have some skin in the game. You must be rooting for someone. So at some point you have to move the a-pawn if you want to win. You guys feel confident that you could win this? Oh, we haven't updated the evaluation here. Sorry, folks. But hopefully most of you watching knew. The youngest candidate to play in a world championship match. Stas, let me think. I mean, Kasparov was 21 when he played the first match with Karpov that was abandoned without a result, right? And 22 when he won the second match. So Kasparov was 21 when he challenged. Tal 23. I don't know anybody younger than Kasparov as a world championship challenger. Bishop e7 played. Oh yeah, if the pawn goes to g6, maybe black gives this check and the king is forced away from his own pawns, right? Or even just rook b5 maybe, so you don't get attacked by the king. Yeah, that's better. Rook b5 to g5. And the king is stopping rook c7 too. Oh, God. Yeah, so g6 rook check would have been... third youngest candidate? Oh, I guess I don't know if you're talking about playing in the World Championship match or just competing for it. Rook b2 looks like a pretty good move, yeah. The voyage of this bishop is complete. There goes the a-pawn. That looks good to me. I like moving the a-pawn. Really not putting up much fight here. No, he's put up a lot of fight, but now he's down a bishop. Before he was down a bishop, he was putting up a lot of fight. Now, I mean, what can you do? But look, he's gone down to his final 2 seconds on like 5 or 6 moves. He's used every single ounce of time and energy that he has, right? But this is the Fabi that had basically 9 out of 10 people predicting him as the winner of the candidates before the tournament started. This is that Fabi, you know, just inexorable, calculating machine, grinding machine. Vaishali won a 5th game in a row, his sister. Awesome. I hear there was some drama on the women's side. It was Lei who lost with 3 draws. So Tan Zhongyi actually basically becomes the candidate thanks to Vaishali turning around her losing streak with a twice as long winning streak now and even beating Lei Tingjie. Jeez Louise. And look at that final position. That's an evil final position, right? This 1 pawn holding 2 thing. That's evil. And the better centralized king is just classic endgame picture there. Rook c8 looking for some activity. Rook e3 looking to eliminate the last white hope. Does rook b5 work for Fabi? Last move, potentially, yeah, for like winning this pawn. But against king f7, he'd have to take the pawn with his bishop, and then e7 comes in. He might have to sack his bishop for that pawn and win a rook endgame. So I like what he did for the moment until I find out I'm wrong. So rook e8 is tricky. If you go rook e6, check king f7, it seems like a mess. If you come back, rook, king, a3, g6, a2, g7, a1 does not do it. So Friedel's line a3 is going to be correct, and maybe the only way. a3, allowing rook e7, a2. Beautiful work. Tomorrow's round starts at the same time as today, which is 5 hours and 42 minutes ago. Rook just goes straight back to a8. And now you're cleaning up, right? Now you can go rook takes e6. You can go rook to e5. You can go rook to e2. You could go king over to c6, d6, etc. There's a few options. We do have a few guests lined up for tomorrow, Rangal, yeah. I don't know if I'm going to be able to watch tomorrow, though. It's that psychological thing, you know, the whole tournament we've been trying to catch up to Nepo, and that I could handle, but now that Gukesh has everything to lose, I don't know that I can watch. But we've got enough guests lined up that, you know, Kosti and Jesse could probably do it without me if I can't handle it. King b7 played. The white rook needs to stay behind that a pawn. Steve and Friedel saying rook check and then to a6, queening the a pawn. Rook a5 played, defending this pawn at least, yeah. Rook e6 to a6 is a nice idea, yeah. Very nice. Check played. Man, it's only by one tempo. All these variations may be still so close. Rook a6, and here's Friedel's variation, folks, which is really cool. On g7, you could push, push, queen, queen, queen f6, check king there. You could win with the extra bishop, I imagine. The nice move there would be bishop a3, blocking queen a2 check in advance. But Friedel points out, if you go bishop f6, here you get to queen with check. That's a dirty little detail, right? Dirty, dirty, dirty detail. But they're playing on moves in the game. Let's catch up with that. Traded g6 on the board. And Fabi just plays a2. He doesn't even bishop f6. Oh, he's just going to go queen a2, Friedel thinks. g8, queen a2, trade queens, bishop d6. But queen f6, king here, bishop a3 looks very good too. Matanovich. No, queen a2 is clear. Queen a2 is clear. And he does queen a2. And that's it. That bishop f6 would have been a nice little detail, Josh. But yeah, this is good, folks. We get the resignation because he can just trade and go here. He's got bishop and wrong rook pawn. But he's able to take the pawn and get out of the way before the king can get back, right? Amazing. Amazing game for Fabi. Goodness. This tournament has really delivered. The tension, incredible. And the play by Fabi and Gukesh today, just incredible. They faced really tough opposition. Honestly, I think their opponents played great. I do. I think their opponents played great. Really, really tough opposition, but they played so well. They played so well. Yeah. Just incredible. I mean, this Gukesh game, where he has nothing the entire game, obviously it's just an equal game, but he just, you know, just technical. Just squeezed it. Man. King to f2 was nice. Came from the littlest nothing. I think that coming back with the knight for Firouzja, that's just, things aren't working out. I keep thinking like queen c7 would have been maybe tougher for Gukesh to handle on one of these moves here. Will Gukesh go for a draw or a win tomorrow? I mean, he'll just try and play well, good riddance, you know. He's a half point up and he's got black, so nobody really just starts the game with black going for a win, right? Like first you have to get a position and then you go from there. Thank you, Stas. Yeah. Is it really nothing at their level? Who knows? About what, Mike? G5 got Ali Reza in trouble. I mean, I think G5 was probably still balanced by him, right? Like, I think when he played G5, he's fine. And honestly, I think it's a brilliant move. I think it's a great move. Getting something out of nothing. Oh, you think maybe he had something? I think he was even worse, Mike, if we just go back a little bit. I don't know what you think, but look at like this position here. I hear he's starting to equalize. But like this position here, White's kind of groveling. Best case scenario, he's equal, right? Best case scenario, he's equal. If Gukesh had drawn, we'd have a four-way tie right now. We'd have a four-way tie for first if this game had ended in a draw. Yeah, Gukesh just, I thought it was not looking very good for him here. But he just hung in there, and then this was the first thing he got. He got the D file. And yeah, now this was like a very controversial move by Gukesh, holding up this f4 move, which seemed hard to stop. And then the plan for black, I thought, was g5, but the knight's hanging. And, Firouzja does this, and then just g5. Very nice, I think. Spotted that pawn takes g5, knight d7, and the knight gets to e5, and he can't control the outposts. It was really great, I think. Nice energetic play by Firouzja. Gukesh gets into blockading mode and attacks f5, and I think that Firouzja just had to insist on counterattacking f4 and not getting stuck defending this pawn somehow. So we got this trade here. Knight h5, rook g6. Yeah, again, I'm wondering about queen c7 here. But yeah, there was also this moment right here where he goes rook g6, where maybe queen h5 is more annoying for white. But maybe, so, and then if he goes here, you would go boom, boom, and just come back, right? That would be the idea. Just trying to get that draw. If I were Gukesh, would I try to secure a draw next round? Yeah. But the way I personally would try to secure a draw would be by playing the best I can. And if I get the advantage, press my advantage. And if I get a winning position, win. But I would definitely not play insane moves trying to win, I would try and play super correct moves. That's correct, chess lover. Nobody expected this. Basically nobody. I think most people expected him to finish in 6th place in the tournament, approximately. I think they rated his chances as being better than Abasov and maybe Vidit. And that was about it. I knew he could do this, but I thought it was maybe a couple months away still. Maybe 1 or 2 more super tournaments. But he's made another big leap. Yeah. If I have the option to repeat in a slightly better position tomorrow, would I take a draw? I mean, historically in my chess life, what I've done is avoided every single repetition pretty much, and flagged and blundered and lost a lot of those positions. If it was for the candidate spot, I'd probably mostly try and play like normally for me. If he draws, it's also possible for someone to catch him. So from the Caruana Nepo game, because they'll both be trying to win, Caruana and Nepo. So it's definitely better to win than a draw. It's not like a draw is just good enough. So I think that if he gets the advantage, he'll press. Do you see how confident Gukesh is? Yeah, if Gukesh hadn't lost the first game against Firouzja, of course he would have won this tournament. No one else could have, by playing harder, won 2 more games than they did. Yeah, Naka will surely try to win, and Gukesh can just try and play well. No, the odds of a draw are never 0 at this level, Patrick, right? So I think the odds of a draw are probably something like, I don't know, 30%. I don't really know too much. I'm not an expert on any of this stuff, like my predictions, my estimates of the evaluation and all that stuff. I hope that's not what any of you are here for. I can explain some basic chess concepts to players lower rated than myself, and I can share my passion and excitement, but I don't understand or calculate at this level, and I can't estimate who's going to do what. In general, the odds of a draw in any game between players of this level are over 50%, right? Like 60% or something like that. But I do think that for Caruana and Nepo tomorrow, the odds are lower than normal, for a draw. If the game is just drawn, they're not going to throw the game, but they'll both be playing to keep the game alive to some extent. So Gukesh is going to be under a lot of pressure tomorrow, a whole different pressure than he's been under the whole tournament, right? Because now he's defending something instead of attacking something, and you've seen him just attacking and attacking and attacking every round, right? Going after everybody quite aggressively. So yeah, it's going to be different. It's so different, I feel like I can't watch. Well, I meant throw clutch easily, like making a financial agreement, right? Like if they've got rook and a pawn against rook and a pawn, they can't have one of them agree to just hang their rook, right? Like ultimately there are positions where they would have to agree a draw. It's not a 0% chance. There are plenty of examples of games that have been played historically where both players wanted to win and the game ended in a draw anyway. They tried, but you can't always win against a good opponent. In fact, it's quite difficult. And you can see that the players who won today, they had to go all the way, right? I mean, look at this, 63 move game over more than 5.5 hours, right? And just barely, and he had to avoid all kinds of counterplay, and he's winning by like a tempo, right? And Pragg and Fabi, they played 89 moves, over 5 hours and 45 or 50 minutes. So the work it takes to win a game, and sometimes both players, they play equally well, close enough, and you can't win. You need such a big advantage to win, right? Because it's just, there's a margin of draw that's like this big, right? Like they talk about the size of the goal in soccer. And in chess, there's like all this range that's draw. You have to be more than this much better than the other person on that day to win. So, yeah, nervous too. All right, it's time for us all to sleep. Good night, Abdul. Good night, Ranga. MD Night, Alex, Randy. FM is my dream. Mike. Take care, everybody. Perfect day today, right? Perfect day. Couldn't have gone any better. And let's look forward to tomorrow. Cheers. Let's send a raid over to St. Louis in case Kostia's there or something. Got all your chores done. Yes. I have to go do my chores now too. I have to go clean up the kitchen and all that stuff. Be good, be kind. See you soon.